Hey everyone, I'm Cosmic and welcome to the cloud. Let me know, can you hear this music? I'm playing music right now, but I'm not sure. I think you can hear it. I'm not 100%. We're again doing things a little experimental lately. Let me Sounds like you cannot hear it. Okay. Good to know. Let me figure this out. Oh, that makes sense actually. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Because I used to use desktop audio. Okay. um Audio output capture. Here we go. Desktop audio. Now you should hear it. Let me know how loud it is too. Hopefully it's if it's too loud or too quiet, let me know. I mean, this song starts out kind of quiet, but yeah. Hello. Hope you guys are doing good. So we're doing the same thing like last stream, except with Octo Canyon, where we're gonna just be going through, playing it slowly, and kind of overanalyzing everything. And I figured we could actually start with the Squid Sister stories, because this is technically like, you know, the story in between Splatoon 1 and 2. And you know, it is technically the complete story of Octo Canyon does involve this. It's kind of the setup. So, interestingly, the Nintendo of America version of the site is actually down. Like, they took it down. It was just promotion for Splatoon 2, and then they got rid of it. So I actually had to use, like, the Wayback Machine to, even pull this up. Luckily, people, you know, took, like, snapshots of it, whatever it's called. So it's, like, on Internet Archive. See, I'm trying to think... I didn't think this through fully. I'm gonna have to, like, pull up my other screen to see chat while we're doing this, so bear with me for a second. Hello everyone. I mean, I did start a bit earlier than normal, so some little bit of technical difficulties at the start is probably fine. Okay. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not like a voice actor. I'll read through the Squid Sister stories though, and you know, I don't think it's that long, so hopefully this isn't too yeah, so some people, that's the thing. I feel like a lot of people don't even know this exists. Like, if you just play the Splatoon games, you completely miss out on this little bit of setup and characterization. So yeah, it's really cool. I wish they did more stuff like this outside of the game. Like, obviously, ideally, we'd get, like, you know, Splatoon, like, anime or something. But even just like this, where it's just, like, you know, in writing, it'd be really cool to see more of it. Cosmic reading a bedtime story. Yeah, kinda. Favorite part of Splatoon 2 Octo Canyon is the 48-hour Marie After Midnight podcast. I mean, that is a thing in canon, so maybe Agent 4 gets that. Unfortunately, we don't. Hi, what'd you miss? Nothing. We just started. So, yeah, I am planning to just go ahead and read through this. So I left it... I didn't scroll down, because if you scroll down, there's like this little, like, woo, tiny animation, very important. So let me double check. Okay, this looks good. I have the window, like, not perfectly matched with the layout because I wanted to zoom it in a bit, but I think it's good. Is this gonna work? There we go. Okay. I wasn't sure. Yeah, so this prologue obviously is very short. I don't know this... I just did, like, chill Splatoon music. I don't know if this is... Let's just do, like, an Octo Valley loop. I feel like that would be... that would be a better, Let's do Octo Valley... OST extended, because anything else is going to distract me while I'm reading. There we go. Oh, okay, hopefully that's good. Okay, so yeah, let's get into this, because it's going to take forever if I don't hop into it. You have a friend that's known and loves Splatoon longer than you have, and you just told them the Squid Sister stories? Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like they don't tell you about it anywhere, so you just kind of had to be there or had to know someone. EGAD's research journal. I had no idea that was a thing. Was that for Luigi's Mansion 2 or 3? I've literally never heard of that. Also, I need to kind of move my mic a bit because I'm reading this off my second monitor. Okay. But yeah, let's get into it. Prologue. About 9 months have passed since the final Splatfest. Twilight lowers its curtain on Inkopolis. Neon signs paint the dusk in brilliant shades of green and pink. The Squid sisters dance on, as though driven by the inkling love of battling for turf. Memories such as these linger, vividly etched in my mind, but feel too like remnants of a long-forgotten past. It happened the night the final Splatfest came to an end. The showdown of Callie versus Marie ended in victory for Marie, but there was no ill will between the two. The girls left the studio arm in arm, smiling and laughing as they always had. The bond between them would continue, unbroken, for years to come. Or so it seemed at the time. I forgot this was, I was thrown off there, but my mind, I forgot they used, like, first person. So is this, like, Squid Research Lab guy narrating this? Like, I don't think it's Callie or Marie. It's for Luigi's Mansion 3. Okay, interesting. I might check that out. I literally had no idea that was a thing. Chapter 1. Also, so yeah, I mean, I guess I can provide some commentary between these. Obviously, this felt... Oh, you can just keep scrolling. Okay, cool. This felt like it was setting up something more interesting than what we got, which we'll get to when we get into the actual game, but, you know. Obviously, the, Oh, I should bring up the relationship chart, because it implies... Okay, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but there seemed to be this implication of, like, Callie and Marie splitting apart. And that kind of happens, but, you know, it kind of just gets overwritten by Octavio mind-controlling Callie anyway, so, spoilers, I guess. But, yeah. I think there was a bit of disappointment, because this definitely makes it seem like there's something a little bit more interesting going on. I don't think she was... I'll bring up the relationship chart at some point, but, like... I don't think she was willingly brainwashed, but she did willingly, like, approach Octavio, supposedly, at some point, which is interesting. Okay, Chapter 1. The final Splatfest rocketed the Squid sisters to new heights of popularity. Callie and Marie went from mere Inkopolis idols to the biggest stars in Inkling society, seemingly overnight. Their days became filled, from dawn to dusk, with the duties of this newfound fame. Callie and Marie still lived in the first apartment they rented upon moving to Inkopolis. It had all happened naturally when they first arrived. Being roommates made adjusting to the city life feel easier, and besides, the two had been inseparable since they were young. But even after their finances had stabilized and they gotten used to the bustle of Inkopolis, they never gave a thought to living apart. They were always together, both at work and at play. After releasing their first studio recordings though, their work began to take them down separate paths more frequently. Callie, true to her outgoing nature, began to make guest appearances on variety shows. Filming would often continue late into the night, and many days she didn't return home at all. Marie received critical praise for her recording of Tide Goes Out, and became a frequent guest on music shows, in addition to performing live concerts on her own. Up to this point, whether heading out for the day or coming home at night, the two had always been together. Now though, their different schedules meant they didn't see each other as often, even on their days off. They spent more and more time apart with each passing day. I don't know if the next chapter... I think some of the links might be kind of like broken because it's a Wayback Machine. I'm not sure, but looks like those buttons work. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Not much to say. I don't know how much of this should just be me reading it, how much should be like commenting on it, but I guess I can just mostly give my thoughts after the end. But yeah, I do really like, well, we'll get into it, but yeah, it's very, very slice of life, very just, you know, makes them feel more down to earth, which I really appreciate, which we'll see here. Chapter 2. Marie was home alone. She'd gotten a day off, but with theater rehearsals starting up next month, she knew life would be returning quickly to its frantic pace. Chances to relax at home like this would soon become few and far between. Knowing work would keep Callie out late, Marie busied herself with the chores that always seemed to pile up and waited for her friend to return home. At times like this, Marie's thoughts always seemed to drift. How had Callie truly felt when the results of the final Splatfest had been announced? She seemed disappointed, of course, but that was just because she'd lost, right? Or was she actually jealous of my rising popularity? Could she still be holding it against me after all this time? Just listen to yourself, Marie. You're overthinking this. You know Callie would never feel that way. Maybe all this worrying has actually given you some sort of superiority complex. Maybe winning that final Splatfest has made you full of yourself. The very idea stung Marie with a twinge of self-loathing. Isn't this implied? Yeah, this is like, it covers a pretty long stretch of time. So I know, I always get confused when the final Splatfests are supposed to take place. I think it's 1 year after the game comes out normally. So like Splatoon 2015 is when story mode happens, like Octo Valley happens. Then Callie versus Marie happens a year later, and then this is 9 months after that, I think it said. So yeah, this is like the 3 months leading up to the events of Splatoon 2, pretty much. Also, yeah, this is all preserved on Inkopedia, but it doesn't have, you know, the presentation is a little different. It's just like, you know, text dumps, and they have the images, but it doesn't have like the backgrounds and everything. So I wanted to do it as like official as possible. But yeah, chapter 3. Chapter 3. One day, Callie was awakened by a call on her cell phone. It was her manager. The recording session she had scheduled for the day had been delayed to accommodate a different performer. Callie found herself, Callie found herself a bit thrown off by this unexpected break, but was determined to make the most of it. Looking around the apartment, she saw no sign of Marie, which was odd. She was sure Marie had the day off as well. It was just past 8 in the morning, too early for Marie to have gone shopping. Callie decided to get dressed and head out in search of her roommate. Now that she thought about it, Marie had seemed a bit down lately, like there was something on her mind she couldn't stop thinking about. Maybe she was just tired from working too hard, or maybe something had happened to upset her. But worrying about her all day won't fix anything, Callie thought. Work had barely given her time to breathe lately. She'd been feeling a bit lost at sea herself. She made up her mind to find Marie and invite her out for a day of much-needed relaxation. Callie found Marie at a cafe with Krusty Sean. They were seated at a table, chatting away. Perhaps it was because their hometowns were so close to one another that Callie and Marie both found Sean so easy to talk to. Marie had been a bit shy when they had first come to the city, after all. Callie couldn't remember the last time she'd seen Marie talking so cheerfully with anyone besides her, and she didn't want to spoil their fun. She decided to head back to the apartment alone. Callie was making breakfast when Marie came home. Marie looked a bit surprised to see Callie up and about, but greeted her friend in stride. Mornin'. Same old Marie, Callie thought. While they ate, Callie invited Marie to go shopping, and she gladly accepted. So I forgot about that detail. Krusty Sean lived in a town near Calamari County, I guess. That's interesting tiny bit of lore that I forgot about. But yeah, again, just, I don't know. I like the slice of life. It's obviously pretty simple, but it's, you know, I don't know, like Marie self-loathing is a bit intense for a Splatoon character, so then, yeah, I don't know, it's cool. Let's see. Oh yeah, there's only 7 chapters, so it's not too long. Chapter 4. How long had it been since they'd visited Arowana Mall together in their free time? They wandered past new stores and some of their old favorites, enjoying the leisure of window shopping. After checking out all the spots they were interested in, they'd worked up quite an appetite and stopped at a cafe for lunch. Callie ordered a burger, Marie a slice of pizza. Cool Splatfest reference, obviously. At times like this, sometimes my voice stops working. At times like this, talk turned naturally to the work they'd each been doing lately. They swapped stories of workplace happenings and gossiped about their co-stars. Each was concerned for the other, but neither wanted to darken the mood by discussing anything too serious. Callie decided to mention that she'd seen Marie at the cafe that morning. Marie seemed a bit caught off guard, but began talking about her conversation with Krusty Sean without missing a beat. It seems Sean had recently quit his job at Shrimp Kicks. He'd been the store manager there for years, but had long dreamt of opening a place of his own. A friend introduced a new opportunity, and Sean went for it. "I hope he'll be okay," Marie said with some concern. "He's always been a bit impulsive." According to Krusty Sean, Annie had been looking for a new gig as well. Truth be told, she'd never been much of a people anemone and felt like she'd given retail the old college try. She'd been keeping busy recently, helping decorate weapons at ammo nights. The more she did it, the more she felt like this detail-oriented part-time job suited her perfectly. "Do you think Annie and Sheldon?" Callie blurted out in excitement. "No way," Marie said, smiling. "Not a chance." It turns out Sheldon was busy himself, planning to expand ammo nights to a second location. He had his eyes set on a prime new spot in the part of town that was quickly becoming the new hotness for the Turf War set. That Sheldon has always had a nose for business, the girls agreed. The conversation turned to Captain Cuttlefish, more precisely that neither of them had seen him lately. It was true that their schedules had kept them too busy to pay him a proper visit, but they hadn't seen his head poke out of the usual manhole recently either. There was no real cause for alarm now that the Octarians had gone tame, and thinking of their grandfather gave them a good laugh. Surely the old rascal would turn up sooner or later. They got lost in conversation and time slipped away. When they noticed the sun beginning to set, Callie and Marie decided to head for home. They remembered just how fun they always had when they were together. Fun didn't quite do it justice, though. It was more than that, something special that made their hearts feel full. They felt as though the clouds that had been gathering around them had suddenly blown clear. So actually a lot to kind of talk about there. So I remember, this was why, where's that? Yeah. I kind of didn't like that they just put Annie back at cooler heads, when they added Inkopolis Plaza to Splatoon 3, because she, like, had this character development, where she, you know, I mean, I guess, there's a couple ways you can view it. I mean, it's like, in one way, I guess maybe you could say she got more confident, and was okay with going back to retail, but it was sort of like, you know, she tried out retail, didn't like it, and was like, oh, I can, you know, do this other job where I can work more behind the scenes. I liked that she had some kind of relationship with Sheldon. Apparently not romantic, though, according to Marie, which is funny. But yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we have hit 16K. I guess it was since the last stream. So that's cool. We were close for a while, but yeah. Thank you guys, as always. The first game did not have food tickets. There was no, like, you know, no Krusty Sean, no Marigold. That just wasn't a thing. There were no multipliers. But yeah, I do like how they, you know, brought back Krusty Sean in Splatoon 2 for the food truck. I don't know. Like, it's not like character development, but it's just like world development. That's kind of cool. But yeah, I like this one. That was 4. Also, Captain Cuttlefish missing is interesting because at the time, all this really foreshadowed was that Cuttlefish wouldn't be in Octo Canyon, but ultimately we find out that, you know, Octo expansion was happening. So that's kind of interesting. Like, he was, you know, from that one scroll that I guess we'll probably get to later, supposedly he was at the Cape with Agent 3, which I still don't know if we know exactly where the Cape is, but yeah. Yeah, probably nothing interesting. Chapter 5. Marie was packing clothes into her suitcase. She was getting ready for a trip home to Calamari County. The trip had come about somewhat suddenly, thanks to finding herself with a rare 3 days off in a row. Rehearsals for her new show were scheduled to start after this, and she knew she wouldn't have time off again for a while. Her manager suggested some R&R would do her good, and sent her on her way. Marie had invited Callie to join her, but Callie had an appointment she couldn't miss that day. So Marie decided to head out right away by herself so as to not to waste her short vacation. I think I messed that up. Callie saw her off at the station, promising to catch up with Marie the following day. The train to Calamari County takes 3.5 hours from Inkopolis, not an epic journey in the grand scheme of things. Still, without Callie by her side, Marie felt lonely, and the minutes ticked by interminably. Wow, okay. Marie hadn't been home in quite some time, and her parents were overjoyed to see her. They sat on the porch together, basking in the sun and whiling the day away as Marie told them about her latest exploits in Inkopolis. She was reminded of just how much she loved the place where she'd grown up. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the city, there might not be much happening, but the flow of time felt different here. It felt right. Marie took a deep breath of fresh air, exhaled, and felt her worries and cares float away. From time to time as she spoke, Marie's parents interjected with questions about Callie. Each time Marie replied that yes, of course, Callie was doing fine, but with each question she winced inwardly, as if pricked by an unseen needle. We're both just really busy with our own things, you know? As she struggled to answer her parents' questions in an upbeat fashion, she was struck by the realization that she really didn't know how Callie was doing at all. But Callie would be coming the next day, she reminded herself, and one look at her face would quickly dispel these nagging feelings of guilt. Marie went to bed and waited for morning to arrive. Hello, Azzy Fire. Yes, I'm reading the whole thing. Where can you read this? So if you just look up Squid Sister stories, in Google, you'll find the Inkopedia page. If you want to get this specific web page, what I did is just, I don't know if you know what the Wayback Machine is, but it's basically where you can see internet pages that have been archived, because this isn't up officially anymore. But if you, again, just type like, or it's like, there's a link here. Squid Sister Stories. So here's the Inkopedia page. There's a link at the bottom to Squid Sister Stories Unavailable, which takes you to splatoon.nintendo.com/Squid Sister Stories. So then if you copy that link and put it into Wayback Machine, you can find it. But also you can just read it on Inkopedia if you just want the text itself. Yeah, that is weird, Anti-Flow. I don't know exactly how they got there. I pointed that out in my Memcake video, I think. But yeah, it's a little strange. I don't know how they got all the way there. But this is a really interesting one. I do want to talk about this one because, like, first of all, I really like how they characterize Marie. Like, you know, just like feeling like guilty and like, I don't know, and just like talking about like, you know, her able to relax in Calamari County. I don't know. It's just very nice. Just very, it's just good writing. I'm really a fan of the style of the writing here. Talking about like the flow of time. I don't know. It's just, I guess I don't have much more specific to say about it, but I'm a big fan of the style of writing. I really like the images too. Yeah, we're playing through Octo Canyon after this. This is just like kind of the setup to Octo Canyon. That not too many people know about, so I wanted to talk about it. Okay, that was chapter 5. We only got 2 more to go. Bum, 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 bum. Chapter 6. The next day found Marie waiting at the station for Callie's arrival. When the train pulled in, though, Callie wasn't on board. I bet she totally overslept again, Marie thought as she settled in to wait for the next train. Callie was not on the next train, though, nor the one after that, or the one after that. Night fell and there was still no sign of her. Marie called Callie's office and was told she'd headed straight home from work the previous evening. She seemed a bit flustered, but I figured she was just in a hurry to get back to Calamari County, Callie's manager said. Marie tried their apartment several times, but no one picked up. Marie began to feel panic rising in her chest. The following morning, Marie cut her trip short and returned to Inkopolis on the first train of the day. She hated to leave her parents so suddenly, but couldn't shake feeling worried about Callie. Plagued by a sense of unease, she spent the whole trip on her phone, searching for some clues as to Callie's whereabouts. Her efforts failed to turn up anything to calm her fears. When she arrived in Inkopolis, Marie headed straight for their apartment. The place looked exactly as they left it. In fact, there was no sign Callie had been home at all since Marie left for her trip. But if she hadn't come home, where could she have gone? After giving it some thought, Marie got an idea and hurried out of the apartment. So this is a really interesting one, actually, because this is where we get into, like, Callie. Why was Callie flustered? Like, did DJ Octavio meet with her first? Did he, like, call her? Like, this is what I wish Octo Canyon ever explored this, and it doesn't. But, yeah, I don't know. We can only speculate, I guess, about what this could mean. Let me find the relationship chart really quick. Splatoon relationship chart. Because I want you guys to know what I'm talking about. Where's... Oh my god. Okay, I found a high quality version. I think? Oh, this is like weird. This is like a... I'm just trying to find an image that is high quality that I can zoom into, and I'm struggling. I don't want to see it on Reddit. Can I just have the image, please? Oh my god. Sorry, this is taking a second. I wish it was just on Inkopedia. Surely it's there somewhere. Character. Nope. Here it is. Sorry, okay. So, as we see here, this line is really all we have to work with, right? So DJ Octavio says, if I can get Callie on my side, I'll be able to bring the world to its knees. So clearly, kidnapping Callie wasn't just like a random thing. Like, for whatever reason, he thought this would give him, like, a tactical advantage. I think it was said somewhere that, like, the Octarians like Callie. It, like, improved his approval ratings or something. But, yeah, Callie says, like, okay, fine, I'll hear you out. Which, before we got this, which we didn't get this till like a year after, because Octo Expanded is on this. So we didn't get this till like a year after Octo Canyon, and this is the first actual implication that Callie was in some way willing to actually, you know, hear Octavio out. So it's interesting. Like, I wish they did more with it, obviously, because they really don't. But, yeah, with this context too, like, Octavio supposedly seemed to get in touch with her, and like, you know, Callie went to Octo Canyon before just being kidnapped and brainwashed, I guess. But okay, chapter 7. Chapter 7. Quick as she could, Marie arrived in Octo Valley. Captain Cuttlefish's shack was completely deserted. The shack itself was undisturbed, but the snow globe that had stood beside it was a shattered wreck. Pieces of glass littered the landscape. Callie was nowhere to be found, and the scene failed to offer up any clues. With a heavy heart, Marie made her way back to Inkopolis. The city was buzzing with unbelievable news. The great Zapfish had disappeared. It had vanished once before, but reappeared shortly thereafter. The people of the city consoled each other, saying, "Chill out, it won't be gone long this time either." Marie alone shivered in trepidation. Could he possibly be at it again? Marie made up her mind to get to the bottom of this. But if their adversary was who she suspected, this problem would have no quick and easy solution. Captain Cuttlefish wasn't around to help this time. Her worry for Callie overshadowed everything, and before long, the Squidisons of Inkopolis would begin to notice Callie's absence. If Marie were to disappear too, at a time like this, it would only add to the chaos. But what else I don't know why I can't say that sentence. But what else could she do? There was no choice but to find help, and quickly. Just as Captain Cuttlefish had done before, she would need to enlist a brave recruit to help investigate the depths of the Octarians' underground base. Thanks to her fame, though, Marie stood out like a sore tentacle in Inkopolis. She had to keep the number of people who knew about the new Octarian threat to a minimum. Secrecy and discretion were, after all, of the utmost importance when it came to the operations of the Squidbeak Splatoon. Suddenly, the conversation she'd had with Callie at Arowana Mall came rushing back to her. Word on the street was that all the freshest Inklings were hanging out and battling for turf in a new part of town. Surely she could find someone there with the perfect blend of talent and bravery this daring task required. Her mind made up, Marie set her sights on the new center of Squid Kid culture, Inkopolis Square. So yeah, there you go. Obviously that is the setup for Octo Canyon, which we can now, I need to make a new profile on my Switch. We can now go ahead and check out. But yeah, it's cool. It is very cool. Obviously, I think for some people that raised expectations for what Octo Canyon would be, and maybe ended up leaving people a little disappointed. Because I mean, I know my first time playing Octo Canyon, you know, it was disappointing to find out Callie was just brainwashed. Like, they definitely could have done something cooler with it. Sure, let's be Luigi, why not? But, you know, it is what it is. It's still interesting that that was kind of set up as an idea. Let me turn off this music, by the way, sorry. Need to go ahead and switch to in-game audio. Hammerhead Bridge. I mean, you know, that actually never occurred to me. I assume canonically Hammerhead Bridge. Maybe the trains go underground? Actually, that's a really good point. Yeah, they say Hammerhead Bridge is like the reason why there's suddenly this connection between Inkopolis and Splatsville, but the train tracks literally don't go across it. I don't know. I can't answer that. Okay, sorry. I'm back to like more normal setup now. So things should go smoothly from this point onward. You can hear twice. Oh, my bad, my bad, my bad. Where? Oh my god. Okay, let me shut off one of them at least. There we go. There we go. Audio should be good now. Let me know. Yeah, well also, so yeah, I should say the poster. I have a bunch of concept art that I set up to show off, but I don't actually have the poster for Octo Canyon, which shows like Callie's silhouette in the back as if she was evil. Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to catch up with chat and everything. Yeah, I really wish, I mean, I'm hopefully not going to go too much on Return of the Mammalians rant, but I really think Octavio should have been more of a character. I think it would have done justice to a lot of his character in Splatoon 2 and 1 if we got more from him. None of the agents have canon genders. Past Agent 3, they started using the girls the most often in promotional stuff, but the canon is just whatever you decide. There is no canon design. That said, I will be going with a girl. So... do green eyes normally. We'll go with a mostly classic Agent 4 look. And now we get to rant about the tutorial area. Because I mentioned this in the Splatoon 1 stream. But this tutorial area, in terms of like visuals and details, is pretty incredible. This is like one of my favorite environments in all of Splatoon. Think you're too cool for school? Wow. Yeah. So, we get through this part. I'll see you, Natalie. Well, no, but what do you mean technically? That's not, it is an objective fact that there is no canon design for the agents. It's not really debatable. I'm pretty sure the devs have, you know, there is no canon design. Like, that is not up for debate. But yeah. So, first of all, this is a train station, which is like, I don't know what train station just dumps you in like the middle of an alleyway like this. Oh my, the default sensitivity is so slow. It kills me every time. Yes, I was going to mention that. Yeah, this is used similar to how Splatoon 1's tutorial appears as a hero mode level, as 2 hero mode levels actually. This one is reused in Octo Expansion, where you go through the entire thing backwards. And that's actually, I really enjoy that level. I think that was a really good reuse of assets. But yeah, there's lots of cool, just like world building stuff. So it's like, yeah, Agent 4, taking the train. This map's, I wanted to check, I'm gonna go ahead and screenshot this. I wanted to check if this map appears in Lumeria Hub in any way, because part of the Deep Sea Metro map actually appears, if you guys didn't know, in Lumeria Hub, the Splatoon 3 map. I'm curious if this map appears anywhere else, because I feel like lots of people obviously are just gonna go straight forward and not even realize there's a train station here or like this, you know, ticketing booth. So, I don't know. I always thought this was a cool little detail right off the bat. Also, these, like, little Tenatech gates, I don't think these appear anywhere else. I mean, it might just, you know, supposed to be a Squid pupil and not specifically the brand Tenatech, but, I think these only appear in this area. Also, this bike. I actually don't remember seeing this bike in it. Why? This bike is huge. This bike is so big. I mean, this is one of those things where it's like, there are other creatures in the Splatoon world besides Inklings. I wonder who would ride this bike though, because clearly not an Inkling, right? Unless they're like twice as tall as the average one. Well, it'd be big for a human, like an 8-foot tall human maybe. Inklings are like 5 feet, so that's still, you know, if you walk up to a bike and you have to look up to see the bike seat, I think there's something weird going on. Don't think that's a human bike. Glenn Fiddler's bike, true. The thumbnail art is from the art book. Actually, here, I have the image. Boom. This is real concept art from the art book of Callie with just like a real gun. And also, so I guess I can bring this up now. There's a few pieces of concept art where Callie is weirdly like very sad. Like, I don't know if she was just gonna be like depressed in like you know, it's very out of character for Callie. Obviously she's normally very cheery and bubbly and happy, and obviously she's trapped in Octo Canyon supposedly, but she isn't brainwashed in these. She's just hanging out and she's like depressed. So I wonder what the idea was there, if there was one. But yeah, we're approaching the 1-year anniversary of Glenn Fiddler memes. That's crazy. So yeah, I mean, again, I want to go through this really slow because there's just so much. There's this whole building under construction. You guys have probably seen that plane flying by a few times, which obviously that's Deca Tower right there. So it makes sense that you can see the plane flying over. Also, this was always really cool. There is a shortcut, if you're aware of it, which Splatoon 3's tutorial also has a shortcut. But I'm not going to be using it. But yeah, if you don't destroy these crates, you can just skip this whole chunk of the tutorial and jump down here. Which I would normally do, but since we're exploring today, I won't. But yeah, different. I don't actually... It's crazy how many like logos and brands they make in Splatoon, because like I don't even recognize this one. Like, this is not even one they use very often. Oh, they do have these little construction guys. See, I feel like I never noticed these guys until I got the art book, and now I see them everywhere. But yeah, that's cool, because they're like warning that it's a construction zone, basically. And, oh, you can actually hear. Yeah, they made construction sound effects just for this. Like, they put so much effort into this tutorial area, and I don't understand why. Like, who is gonna stop and listen, unless you're a freak like me, to the construction noises in the background? Like, you can paint trees. Well, you can paint the leaves, but they made it so you can't paint the stumps in this game. And then in Splatoon 3, I think you just can't paint them at all. Oh, there's the plane. So that's cool. Now, with the planes, is that we probably know those take off from Marlin Airport, because it's not super clear if Marlin is in the Splatlands or in Encadia. Like, for the most part, Splatoon 3 maps are in the Splatlands, but if you look at the background of Marlin Airport, there's like kind of like green grassy mountains. Like, it looks more like it looks much more like Encadia type landscape. So, and also, you know, obviously just for how close that seems to be taking off, I personally like to think Marlin is in Encadia, but I don't know if there's evidence either way, or definitive evidence anyway. Also, yeah, the music is obviously our incoming jam session. I don't think it's actually called that. It's only called that for Splatac, but it's something similar. You know, same idea. Got a little jelly up there. So this part's really cool too, because we actually go in this, like, I guess this is a building under construction. And once again, like, just imagine if we had single player levels that looked like this. A cloud demo, that's what it's called, thank you. But like this is what I want a Splatoon game to look like, right here. and that's why I really like that one Octo expansion level. Because if every level had like this, you know, level of detail, if every stage was this like fleshed out and like lived in, like that would be perfect. That'd be amazing. Yeah, and obviously, like, you go again backwards through this. There's these like trash bag blocks. That's an asset that only appears in the tutorial and that one Octo expansion level, I believe. It is so weird to me that there's just so much, like, they could have made the tutorial this like non-canon abstract floating platform thing, and then made, you know, Octo Canyon, the hub, be this detailed. It's like very strange to me that this is the thing that got all of the effort, but also, like, I don't know, I don't dislike that this is here. And I realize, you know, the scope and the budget of the hero mode is just limited, but oh, that's kind of cool. This looks like the same type of tree that we normally see as like those little like cartoony round trees that we painted earlier, but like fully grown. I think this is the only time this tree, it might, I mean, I guess I don't want to claim that it's the only place this appears, but I don't remember seeing this in the rest of the game. That's kind of cool. Oh yeah, Cuber Cube. I mean, I'm glad people enjoy this. I was very like uncertain what the response to this would be, but I'm glad people are into it because I'm having a lot of fun just going in and talking about them like this. I do think Octo Canyon is underrated, or it's at least overhated is the thing. I think people are too harsh on it. Like a lot of its shortcomings I think are very valid. I think there are lots of things to complain about, but you know, people don't often celebrate the things it does well. Interesting that you can swim here. It's not that interesting, but it's interesting to me. Only Cosmic Cloud stream we yap about trees? I mean, yeah. Okay, well, they use it right there, so I stand corrected. There are at least 2 in the game. Unless that's a different asset, but it's probably the same. Oh, and a Broadway. Yeah, well, either way, I'm glad you appreciate. I appreciate... I said that wrong. I'm glad you enjoy it. I appreciate you telling me that, yes. Try to out of bounds? I don't think there's any out of bounds glitch here. Unless there's one I don't know about. I tried to wall jump. Yeah, without a wall jump, it's probably not happening. Oh wow, look at that. There's a little electrical box. Like again, it's just crazy to me how much detail this one area has compared to everything else in the series. Just being able to see the building. Sitting on one line of dialogue while you watch. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know why they got rid of... I mean, I don't really like the look of the baby bottle, but for gameplay reasons, it does feel like it should be visually bigger in Splatoon 3. Cool graffiti. That's what I love about having the art books, too, is you get to see the graffiti and, like, you know... I mean, it's obviously very cool seeing it in context, but just getting to see all the art on its own. I love all the little tags and stuff, too. Man. Yeah, so that's where the shortcut is, by the way. So if we had taken that shortcut, we would have fallen down here. His girders. Yeah, so it is a little weird that a train station kind of just dumps you out into like an alleyway next to an active construction zone, but who knows? Maybe Agent 4 just got lost and got off at the wrong station. That's another weird thing, actually. So I mentioned this before, but in, you know, in Splatoon 2, there is a train station, supposedly, where Octo Expansion, where you enter Octo Expansion. Like, there is a staircase up from what appears to be a subway in that corner of the hub. But then in Splatoon 3, that gets cut off by the table turf, and they just make an entire new train station at the back of the hub. And then in Splatoon 2, we come off at this train station, which is like a short walk away from Inkopolis Square. So I don't really know what's going on with all that. I guess maybe the Octo Expansion entrance isn't a train station, and it's just like an underground walkway? Because, I mean, that's another weird thing with Octo Expansion 2, is it's like you're not actually going through there. It's just like a kind of meta thing where it's like, oh, a story echoes up from down below, and you like take a listen, but it's like, you know, Agent 4 is not actually going down into the Deep Sea Metro, obviously, through that thing. They just, you know, the story just echoes up. It's like not like really a canon thing. So, I don't know. But yeah, approaching the end here. Got our first Tony Kensa ad ever, which obviously that ended up being more relevant than anyone probably would have expected. Oh, they got the little, like, parody MasterCard logo there, I think. That's funny. Well, that's a whole Tony Kensa store. Interesting. Cool. The Octo expansion train station is a subway. I mean, okay, but you don't need a subway and an on-ground train to the exact same place. But yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure there are trees in Splatoon 3. I'm pretty sure they exist and you just can't ink them. I can't think off the top of my head where one would be. Well, I thought Tony Kensa was a play off Tony Stark. I don't think so. It is a rich guy, but not not much connection beyond that. Yeah, even just all these like other like these aren't just like generic. I mean, they're, you know, they're kind of generic, but like look at that. Like look at like the design that went into just this building. Like, you know, that's like cool. That's like a not just like super generic basic skyscraper. That's like a genuine like, you know, thing someone had to like put some like level of architectural thought into. Like I just love, because even Splatoon, you know, Splatoon 1 I think is guilty of having kind of just like generic billboard skyscrapers in the background, whereas like all of these are just like, you know, unique, like fully designed things. It's just so cool. And like even just like this building, I guess if you look at this environment too close, it doesn't quite make sense, because we have a door here to enter the store, but that's a solid wall, and there's not really a good way to get up in here, but you know, supposedly that wall canonically, that's a weird way to put it, the wall wouldn't canonically exist, but you know what I mean, like, obviously, if this were to be a believable, fleshed out environment, you would have like a walkway up here going to somewhere else, but they need to cut it off at some point. Apartment complex, I find it quite simple, yeah. You're learning how to be a game designer. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I just like, I don't know. I like to think I'm a creative person, so maybe that's part of why I find this stuff so interesting, but it's like, I've never tried even making a game myself, but I just love observing and looking at all this stuff, just appreciating like how much work goes into it. You know, appreciating the stuff other people don't. That's kind of my MO at this point, I guess. Depth in the details and whatnot. But yeah, pop that last balloon. This is, okay, so is this... Oh, I've actually never noticed that. That's like, it's like a record store. Like you can see the Splatoon 1 OST album in there, and it's like a jellyfish listening to it. Oh, that's really cool. Or maybe it's a headphone store. I can't, oh, no, it looks like they're selling, yeah, they're selling records there. Yeah, that's cool. So they're like vibing out, listening to the music. And those are the, Splatoon 1 studio headphones, of course. Yeah, the game's all right. That's enough warming up. I'll move on when I'm ready. Game, don't rush me. Oh, that's cool. So I know something Rassicus pointed out before is that the direction that cars drive on the road is not consistent. Like sometimes I think they drive on the right and sometimes they drive on the left. And in Splatoon 1, I think it mostly is consistent, but in Splatoon 2 is where it weirdly changes sometimes. I don't know if we can really notice that. Obviously, there aren't many cars in Octo Canyon. But yeah, I like that this car is just infinitely driving in circles around this one building, by the way. Also, yeah, saying press ZL to super jump's a little weird, but you know, similar enough idea. Obviously, yeah, we get the off the hook stuff. Obviously, there was that off the hook poster in Inkopolis. What am I talking about? At the start of the tutorial, there was a poster in the train station. Oh, wait a minute. That's a Turquoise October poster. Hello, that's interesting. What are you doing here? So there is some stuff about like, you know, Inklings having, or Octolings rather, having gone into the city as like spies or like undercover. I almost wonder if this is like a way, I guess this is basically a headcanon or theory more than like, you know, I don't think it's actually implying this, but I like the idea that they would like use Turquoise October posters to show like, you know, like fellow Octolings are in this area, you know, like that would be their like sign. That's kind of cool to think about. Inklings are, well, actually, there is that one tidbit, I forget where it was from. I think it was just like an interview or something. They mentioned that one time Octavio actually tried playing his music. Like, he hijacked a bunch of speakers in Inkopolis and tried playing his music, and it was just like the Inklings like didn't care, but they liked the music. Like, I think it was a thing where he thought he could like control the Inklings, you know, like he commands the Octarians with his music, but they just like vibed to it and didn't care. So I don't know if that would, if they would recognize the Turquoise October poster from that, but there could be a through line there. Were there bootleg tapes? I remember it being like Octavio like played his music, but I didn't know if there were bootleg. That could have been real. I don't know off the top of my head. I like these little guys, like anglerfish probably is what that is. I would say, I don't know. It's probably, I didn't talk about the ink like I did for Splatoon 1, but yeah, obviously here you have, so let me compare, like see, that's not a good example, because we need like a texture that has like a normal map. Let me see if I can find something that shows what I'm talking about. Well, maybe these don't. I guess, okay, there it works, right? Where you can see, you can still see the texture of that like metal plate under the ink. But again, I feel like a lot of times in this game, okay, actually it is, I mean, if you look closely enough, it does still show up. But I feel like the ink itself is just a lot like noisier to the point where you kind of lose the texture of the thing you're inking. Especially with now like you leaving this trail. I think technically you do this in Splatoon 1, but it's way more visible in 2 and 3, where you leave this like trail where you've swam and you can actually see it like in the ink. This is probably not the best place to see it, but yeah, like again, it's so shiny and reflective and like three-dimensional, I guess, compared to Splatoon 1 in a way that I actually kind of don't like. Like it looks nice in its own way, but I think I don't know. You knew immediately what I was talking about when I said that tidbit, but you still haven't heard the Squid Sisters stories until today. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel like they should be so obscure, but Nintendo, I don't even know if, I assume they tweeted it, because I think it came out one chapter at a time. So like, it was probably, or maybe it was on their Tumblr actually, because Splatoon 1 and early Splatoon 2 used the Tumblr for most of the promotion. That might be why no one knows about it, because it was on the Tumblr. That actually could be why. I don't know when they started, because I know they didn't actually make a North American Splatoon Twitter account until Splatoon 3. It was only the Splatoon JP account, and Nintendo of America would just tweet stuff in English sometimes about Splatoon. But yeah, okay, let's finally go hop in. It could have been a Ninja Squid nerf, yeah. I hope Splatoon 4 has a very noticeable graphical leap, because I do think, weirdly, Splatoon 3 feels like the weird middle child to me more than 2, because it felt like they wanted to push the visuals of the game, but they couldn't really do much with the same hardware, so they just kind of made it like different, but not necessarily better. Whereas I feel like Splatoon 4 will capitalize on the hardware being better in a much more noticeable way. So I think it will be a leap for sure. Oh, so they did pirate Turquoise October. Okay, cool. That's a cool piece of lore. I knew about that at some point, I think, but I forgot. Krusty Shant, really? Okay, well, I guess there's not much to look at here. So we can you can go ahead and check out the hub. Yeah, it does kind of feel like we should be able to replay the tutorial, honestly. Like, even if, you know, obviously some people would think that there wouldn't really be a point to that, but like, beyond just being, you know, obsessive lore people, like, you know, just if you haven't played the game for like, you know, a couple months or a year or whatever, you just want to like play the tutorial again to get back into it, it feels like it'd be nice to have that as an option. Obviously you could just jump into hero mode, which is probably why they didn't bother, but yeah. Splatoon 3 doesn't feel like so, like, I don't know. It's different, but I don't personally feel like it fails to capture the Splatoon essence. But, and we can talk more about that, I guess, when we get to Splatoon 3. I think I'm gonna do it in all one stream, yeah. I don't know if we need to actually play through the whole game, is the thing. Like, I'll see. We're gonna play through the start for sure, and then I might just end up jumping around a bit, because, like, I don't really have much to say about, like, World 4 in this game. Like, I don't really know if we need to play through all of that, but we'll see. I guess this is the actual story, so maybe I should read this part. Why is our producer freaking out? Read the teleprompter, Marina. Huh? Let's see here. This just in. The great Zapfish has disappeared? Wait, like, for reals? I feel like I've heard this story somewhere before. Wow. There's more. Pop superstar Callie of the Squid Sisters has gone missing. No, not Callie. This is terrible. Do something, Marina. Okay, I'll put together a search part. Whatever. I'm sure they'll turn up at some point. In other news. But shouldn't we form a search party or something? Nope. And then, of course, this part did not exist until Octo Expansion came out, and doesn't play until you buy Octo Expansion, but, let's try a little something new today. I call it Inkopolis Fashion Focus. Pearl, what are you doing? I don't see this on the script. Relax, we're just gonna spotlight some fresh new styles around Inkopolis. Pearl, did you even run this by our producer? Nope, let's dive right into our first feature. All the cool Squid kids in town seem to be sporting these weird hairstyles lately. Squid kids? Oh, right. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before this thing is a full-on fad. Although, I feel like I've seen these weird hairstyles somewhere before. Alright, Pearl, I'm getting word that we're out of time for this segment. Fine. Be sure to tune in next time for more Inkopolis Fashion Focus. And when exactly is next time going to be? Pretty sure we peaked on that one, so probably never. Okay, sorry. I have to go... I have to read the off-the-hook dialogue, of course. Yeah, Pearl does not care about Callie, I guess. Sorry. So yeah, once again, they copy-pasted this tutorial for Inkopolis Square in Splatoon 3. Also, I really like this song. I use this song a lot in videos. I actually, for most of the, there's lots of Splatoon 2 songs that are just like equivalents of Splatoon 1 songs. It's like they took the song and either like remixed it or reimagined it, or, you know, there's like a new version of it. And for the most part, I pretty much always prefer the Splatoon 1 version, but this, I do like the Inkopolis Square tutorial better than Inkopolis Plaza tutorial music. Welcome to Inkopolis Square, the new nerve center of Inkling culture. Which does not make any sense in Splatoon 3, by the way. It's kind of weird that they didn't change that line. That's Deca Tower right there in front of you, one of the tallest buildings in all of Inkopolis. There's a lobby on the first floor of Deca Tower for online battles. Okay, I don't really have to read this. This is not lore at this point. But yeah. Once again, this is Judd telepathically speaking to the player, by the way. And next we have... Huh? Who's that mysterious squid back there? It almost looks like... No, she'd never hang out in a place like this. And those clothes, yeah, must be someone else. And then, of course, the Octo expansion. Is it just me, or does the alleyway seem a little fishy? Yeah, definitely something fishy going on over there. Probably best to ignore it. So again, that's like, it probably is not worth reading into, but like, does Judd want us to know about Octo expansion? Is that perverse psychology? Is that Judd trying to tell us to go over there and listen? Because again, the listening thing doesn't even really feel canon, so I don't know. Anyway, you should check out the lobby of Deca Tower. Yeah. Also, yeah, all of this. Okay. So yeah, this is because I pre-ordered Octo expansion, so I still get this every time I make a new Splatoon account. The online jersey, I think, is for getting Nintendo Switch Online, because it was free when the game first came out. And then this is like 7-Eleven collab gear, I think, that was added to the game. And this is the Splatfest tee, which they gave to us after all Splatfest ended. So yeah, you get all of this every time you open a Splatoon account if you pre-ordered Octo expansion and bought online. So I think depending, like, I have like European friends who I think can't get the 7-Eleven gear. Like, some of this was exclusive for some reason. And I'm actually not sure if it's still possible to get the online gear. I think it is. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little less okay with it after Grizz because I'm scared of what they might do with the Judds. But yeah, they just kind of don't make sense. Does Judd break the fourth wall? I mean, he talks about gameplay mechanics, but I don't think it's like... It's not like a Deltarune, like a save and load thing. I mean, maybe he says like the controls, but I don't think any fourth wall breaks would be canon or anything we'd have to worry about. But yeah, so obviously lots of details in this hub. The thing I always have to say about this hub is that I do think it looks better in this game. For whatever reason, like the lighting and like, I was talking in the other stream about just like, like this is just a weird thing with me, I guess, but like, it's just so satisfying to me to just move the camera and see the light like reflect off this texture. And this looks worse in Splatoon 3. Like this, this concrete texture is like lower resolution. And I don't know why, but like, like doing this specific look at the square looks so much worse in Splatoon 3. And because this is like just a tiny little thing I always obsessed over, it actually like really bothers me. There's also this like puddle over here, I think. Unless I'm insane. I thought there was like a puddle. Unless they added that in Splatoon 3. Okay, but yeah, that's reaching obsessive levels of details that we probably don't really need to talk about. Yeah, I mean, it is, I think it's bigger, to be fair, because obviously Splatoon 3 expands this area. They finish the construction. They, you know, build the train station here. They build the little cafe area over here. This gets expanded into more of a skateboarding thing. Oh, the little skateboarding jelly isn't actually here right now. I guess that doesn't always spawn. Yeah, I mean, I love Splatoon 1 lighting, but even Splatoon 2 lighting in a lot of places looks like better than Splatoon 3. It's just a weird thing. Like, I think overall Splatoon 3 is still a very good looking game. I think Splatsville looks kind of ugly just because of how low res a lot of the textures are. Some of the maps that were in 2 and 3 honestly look better in 2, which is a little weird. But for the most part, 3 is the same or an upgrade, I would say. But yeah. Someone said Krusty Sean is a turquoise October. I knew he had the Squid Sisters, you know, like heat shield there. I don't know. I'm not seeing a turquoise October poster. Unless I'm blind. Oh, no, 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 you're right. There it is. Huh. Well, there you go. Fair enough. I never noticed that. Oh, there's a little sticker. We probably don't have to spend too much time in here. Obviously, notable detail. You can see, Inkopolis Tower. Oh yeah, so someone was talking about the Zapfish. Like whether or not the plaza and the square have 2 different Zapfishes. Even once you save the Zapfish in Splatoon 2, this, you know, you never see a Zapfish again on Inkopolis Tower. So, I personally interpret that as it being the same one. And just because the square became the more popular place to hang out and having all these screens and everything, they moved it here. But I do think the Splatsville one would be different. Oh yeah, when they put the square into Big Run, or we had a Big Run in Splatoon 3, and the Big Run version of the square was just literally unfinished. There were just like missing models and stuff. That was Splatoon 3 definitely has the biggest just like technical fumbles of any of the Splatoon games. Like it was really not like really glitchy, but like definitely had the most major glitches by far of any of the Splatoon games at launch. Lots of weird errors like that. They did that one post where they put like an Inktoling. It was like an Octoling with Inkling hair. Like there's so many weird little fumbles in Splatoon 3 that never happened with the other games, but yeah. I think if we get anything soon, it would be a spin-off, Lucid Dreaming. I think we will get a Splatoon 4 on Switch 2, but I think it won't be for like another 2 years at least. So I could see a spin-off before then. Yeah, I agree with that, Cube. I don't really like that they added like spatial audio to the Splatfest songs, because in Splatoon 1 and 2 with the Splatfest, it was just a song playing. Like it was just BGM, which I guess is less like realistic and immersive, but I kind of just want to be able to hear the song. Like it's in a small enough area. I especially feel that with Anarchy Rainbow. I feel like it's really hard to just actually hear the song normally. But yeah, I agree for the other ones too. Oh yeah, you can see Squid jump in the arcade, which is cool. Obviously this is where like most Splatoon players have probably, you know, we're all very familiar with this hub, so I don't think I really need to like go around pointing out details for too long. But, you know, for anyone who doesn't know, okay, well first of all, there was a Tower Records collaboration, and that you can read that. It says Tower Records in like legible, you know, quote-unquote English text pretty much. Obviously Inkopolis Square is based on Times Square, which is referenced with a few of these designs in the Galleria. Over here we have a reference to some Broadway things. I believe this is Phantom of the Opera, and this is Wicked, so that's kind of cool. Beyond that, you guys probably know most of what's going on here, if you haven't heard those. Obviously, we got the cool Salmon Run, like, propaganda posters. But we can check this out when we do Octo Expansion, too, so I'm going to go ahead and just hop straight in. Oh, I could have looked a little bit at Marie's animations, but again, that's probably something we've all seen a lot, so. Yeah, Splatoon. Yeah, I think they had it a little bit in the other games, but it's like really noticeable in Splatoon 3 in a way I don't really like. So I did not find the NPC named Steven. I don't know what that would have been. Well, no, I like it when it's the 3 mixes of the, you know, the boar, the snake, and the other one. But when it's day 2, I just want to hear Anarchy Rainbow. At least when I'm in that whole like corner of Splatsville, I feel like I should just be able to hear the song normally. But okay. The Octarians. Very, very good. You can already see the drop in writing from the quality of the Squid Sisters stories to this. The Octarians. Wow, crazy. Thanks, Marie. Hey, you showed up. As soon as I saw you aimlessly wandering around the square, I knew you were the one. I'm Marie. I know you're probably a bit starstruck, but I need you to get over it. Yes, I'm that Marie, you know, from the Squid Sisters. This was funnier in the trailer because they actually cut out the music there. They didn't do it in the game, so it's just kind of like, okay, bro. Oh god, I'm not gonna say that one. Well, you obviously aren't very cultured, but you'll have to do. See, I've got a little thing I need some help with. By now you've heard that the great zapfish that powers Inkopolis Square is missing. Who are you, is what I want to know. Who is this, like, criminal inkling who has the censored face? Or would that be a... I don't know, when in a newspaper would you censor a face like that? Is that like to hide someone's identity? Like, but then why have a picture? I don't know. No one ever talks about that guy. You didn't realize the song was Tide Goes Out? Come on, man. That of all of the leitmotifs, I feel like this is like the, the most obvious one, but yeah. I actually never noticed the little other pictures of Octarians there. What is that? Have I missed anything yet? Let me see. No, okay. Sorry, I do have some notes, like I said, from like the last time too. Okay, I mean, you know, this dialogue isn't crazy. You guys know what's going on. Great Zapfish is missing, Kelly's missing. Hello, Sandy. Welcome to the stream. Oh, it means they're a minor? Okay, that could make sense, I guess. Okay, so actually, a bunch of things to talk about here. First of all, so that appears to be Inkopolis, right? You can see that city skyline there. But Or is it? Hang on. Wait, I might be wrong about that. There's a thing I want to point out. There's a few things. We'll go back to Cuttlefish Cabin in a second, but there's one particular thing. Yeah, the hero shot is just a P90. It's just a real gun. Okay, my bad. So never mind. I was wrong. This is Inkopolis over here, obviously. Okay, this is a thing that always irked me. In Splatoon 1, they have like the city skyline and then Inkopolis Tower standing tall above it. And in this game, they have the city skyline and then Deca Tower. But like, if Inkopolis Tower was taller than all the other buildings, shouldn't you see Inkopolis Tower and Deca Tower? Like, why is only Deca Tower visible? That doesn't make sense. But yeah. So that's what I was gonna say. I'm not sure where it is now. Is that what I was thinking of? So basically there's a city you can see in the distance. And it actually kind of looks like it's in a desert area. So like I don't think they had Splatsville planned out this far back, obviously, but it kind of just worked out that that's what it sort of ends up looking like. I'm trying to see. This isn't how I remember it looking, so I feel like I'm looking at the wrong thing. Is it just that over there? I swear it was something that looked like smaller and more desert-y. Is it just that? I kind of feel I remembered it looking different, but you can kind of almost see some kind of city in the background. Oh, see a Cube. Oh, yeah, music is fire. Sorry, I missed a few messages. Music is definitely fire in this campaign. Marie does mention. Okay, that's interesting. So I was gonna say, that's another thing. Marie's dialogue, obviously I was kind of mashing through it there, but Marie actually does have a lot of dialogue, or not like a lot, but you know, I didn't even bother talking to Cuttlefish in Splatoon 1, but Marie actually has some interesting things to say throughout this campaign in each of the 5 different sectors. So if you'll remind me, I will try and remember to go talk to her. Now a couple of things over here. Hello, Commander Tartar. I don't think this is him, but it's interesting that they just had this phone here from launch that looks basically identical to the type of phone that Commander Tartar is, right? Like, we'll get to the pet scallop, but first of all, Oda level foreshadowing. Yeah, like, I don't know. It's just surprising. Like, unless this was like a super last minute addition, I just wouldn't think they would have had Tartar's design nailed down as early as like, you know, July 2017. A whole year before Octo expansion came out. But it seems way too coincidental that they would just like make this old-timey phone and put it here. And then just like, do you think they, I don't know. I want to say like, oh, maybe they just made this phone design first. And then they're like, oh, we can design a character that looks like that. But like, it's the exact same design. It is like, it has the handle, it's meant to look, you know, like a face. Like, I mean, maybe like we could even say they designed it to look like a face, because they say like supposedly Commander Tartar takes the form of the phone because it does look like an Octarian face, and it helped him to, you know, lure more Octarians in by looking kind of like an octopus. So like maybe they're just like, what if we made an old-timey phone that looked like an octopus? And then they made that into like one of the most important characters in the series. But I don't know. It's just kind of crazy to me that this exists. But yeah. Like, yeah, maybe they just reuse the asset. It's just crazy. I mean, obviously not, because it's lower poly. Like, they had to make a new model regardless, so it wouldn't really be a reuse of assets. But yeah, I don't know. Also, yeah. So the pet scallop. Did I have? Yeah. So I don't know why I didn't just save this image, but boom. There we go. This is an image from a tweet Nintendo put out about I think this like set of pencils, or it was like this book or whatever, like acrylic set, I think. And if you look at the left here, you can see like the scallop opening up and the inside of the scallop growing wings and flying around, and I guess that's what Marie's pet is. So yeah. Oh, I see the message is being retracted. Yeah, so and also, oh, there's art. Oh, shoot, I should have gotten this. Here, let me. Can I just like Callie catching scallop? Can the art come up? Oh, okay, Splatoon Callie. Hang on. There's art of a Splatfest where Callie. It's like art of young Callie catching the scallop for Marie. Oh, there we go. It did come up. Here, I just have the Google search, but that'll work. Boom. Let me... There we go. So yeah, you can see Callie catching it, which is kind of cool. Continuity, I guess, because it's Splatoon 1 art. But yeah. Grasshopper, yeah, it was Grasshopper versus Ant, so Japan only Splatfest. Yeah, like, I don't know why it grows wings. I guess it's just another weird evolution. It's weird that both SpongeBob and Splatoon decided to make scallops be like birds. Like, it feels like a very random connection for both of them to draw. But yeah. Probably not much else to say here. This is called Cuttlefish Cabin. I like this weird modified gramophone satellite thing. I don't know what that's all about. Obviously the couch spawns over here after you beat the game. But yeah. This art is very like, you know, a lot like the stuff you would see in the art books, the more like doodly style. I guess the canyon itself, it's interesting that there are giant rock tentacle formations. I never consider that until right now, but like I guess maybe those are like sculptures made by the Octarians? I feel like that's what I'd like to think, but there's lots of weird stuff with the Splatoon world geography weirdly just resembling squids and octopuses for no reason. So knowing the Splatoon devs, this is probably just natural somehow. It's cool that you can see Cephalon HQ. I mean, you can see all of the hubs, but especially you can see the Octo Inc. lake at the bottom of the canyon and Cephalon HQ all the way from up here. Just kind of neat. Obviously there are load zones between the sectors, which is kind of a downgrade from Splatoon 1, but also kind of let them more smoothly transition into like having different lighting and atmosphere in each of them, so it kind of works out. But yeah, I guess we'll actually hop into a single level an hour and 19 minutes into the stream. Octavio commissioning tentacle statues while they're actively running out of power, yeah. That seems in character. Although I feel like they're older than that. So I feel like I've seen this sign other places for sure. But yeah, so I guess, okay, before we actually start playing, I did get some concept art to show, because I just wanted to show the contrast. Like, I mean, we can already see it right away, right? Like, this is already a lot less kind of gritty and industrial and dark compared to Splatoon 1. It's much more cute and colorful. Obviously, you still have the domes. We have, like, the city down below, which is really cool. Oh. Is that just a 2D texture? I always thought these buildings... I think there's a different skybox where the buildings are 3D, but that might just be 2D. Oh, there's like a weird effect when you turn the camera. Or like blurs. What's up with that? I never noticed that before. It is because of Callie, yes. Is Splatoon 2 worth getting in 2025? That's always a really hard question for me to answer, because I think Splatoon 3's multiplayer is pretty much objectively better. Well, not objectively, but I think it's much better. But Splatoon 2 has the Octo expansion DLC, which is one of the best things to come out of the series. So it's like, I don't want to tell you to pay $80 for a dead game just to play the really good single-player DLC, but also that single-player DLC is my favorite game of all time. So, it's up to you, but probably probably no, unless you really, really want to play the single players. And maybe you could, you know, borrow a copy or something to do that. If you have the Nintendo Switch Online expansion pass, but that's like the $50 version, right? I don't think too many people have that. I guess some people do. Some people have like family plans and stuff. But you do get the DLC for free if you have that. But yeah, sorry. So I got distracted by Skybox and chat. But what I was saying is, where do we have? Oh, that one's still there. There we go. This is what I meant to put. So, well, actually, okay, that's a good comparison point. So, right, this is the Octo Valley concept art, right? Where we have this kind of like, you know, scrap heap, like junkyard aesthetic. And then we jump to, you know, Splatoon 2, and we're already, okay, like glitter, like, you know, sparkles, you know, everything. And that is because of Callie. It's supposedly Callie's influence. You know, she like went around and decorated things and like inspired the Octarians, I guess, to decorate. Personally, I don't like it as much. Like, I would rather the domes have the kind of atmosphere of Splatoon 1. I think it's much more fitting. I think it's much more interesting, frankly. But I do like the vibes of Octo Canyon. I like the music. It's interesting to have like a no splatter shot thing here. Or like no weapons. You don't normally see those in the levels. Like, clearly the Octarians have weapons, so that's a little strange. They did take Octo Balls from us, yes. Oh, sorry, you're saying in the concept art. Was that just... I mean, those are just the Octo Ballers. That's just an early concept for the Octo Ballers. But yeah. Like the bowling ball ones. Well, the crater ones are weird because they don't really have any lore. They're kind of cool looking, but they're definitely my least favorite because we don't really know anything about them. So they don't really make any sense. But yeah, it does again. So most of the flack this campaign gets is from being very, you know, like derivative of Splatoon 1. And we do already see in this first level, you know, like Splatoon 1's tutorial, it has this kind of rooftop skyscraper aesthetic. I feel like this building is ripped straight from Splatoon 1, or at least is extremely similar in design. So it doesn't get off to a good start in that regard. It does end up feeling like, you know, Splatoon 1.5. I definitely think it gets its own, it forms its own identity more later on. But starting off, like, to be honest, this level to me is just worse than Splatoon 1's version, pretty much. Because it doesn't really, you know, I mean, it's a tutorial level, so it's never gonna, like, blow anyone away, but it's, like, the pacing is slower. I haven't even talked about how garbage this hero shot is yet. I really don't like how slow the fire rate is on this. I think Splatoon 1's balancing was just, so, like, in Splatoon 1, the hero shot starts off weak, but it always fires faster enough. It always fires fast enough that the painting still feels good. This one, like, the movement feels bad because it paints so badly. I feel like they could have just made it, you know, like Splatoon 1, where it doesn't do a lot of damage, but it still paints, so the movement feels good. But this one, you just feel so nerfed, and it's just kind of painful starting off this game with how slow it is. Well, the Octarians in the crater are already mammalified, though. I mean, I guess I get what you're saying, like, they got turned into mammals after showing up, but it's weird that Octavio doesn't show up until after the fact in that case. I don't know. Also, yeah, so this is, like, what... I use this in my video about the level design, but it's like... Like, that's not fun. I don't want to have to take 10 years to break a crate. I don't understand the design philosophy behind that. I don't... if you're gonna make the gun garbage, I don't get why the reinforced crate is there. It's a very small nitpick, but it's like, you know, it just exemplifies, like, why am I sitting here shooting this crate for, like, 5 full seconds when I could normally destroy them in, like, instantly, you know? Ahoy, Space Boy. Welcome. Time you will never get back, yeah. Anyone feel like the Octarians got better aim? I know for a fact the Octo snipers did. They actually lead their shots a little bit in Splatoon 3 to account for your movement, and they do not do that in Splatoon 1 or 2. Also a thing with Octarians, I mean, this is more of a game design thing than like a lore thing, but, oh god. I'm not actually 100% it works with, this kind of Octarian, but I know at least for the normal ones, if you, so like, you see me, you know I'm here, if you don't look at them, they start missing. Their aim actively gets worse. So, okay, it still can hit you, but the aim actively gets worse if the camera is turned away from the enemies. I probably should have used it, the normal Octo Troopers as an example, and not the bouncy ones, but it's an interesting bit of game design. They do try to be nice to the player. Okay, here, let's try it with you. So, oh no, you're another. Why are these all the bouncy ones? I don't like the bouncy ones. Okay. Also, these are a new enemy, technically. They're still just Octo Troopers, but the bouncy ink shots did not exist in Splatoon 1. And they are a bit more threatening, to be honest. They are a bit harder to deal with, so I guess that is a good thing. Okay, 1 egg. Wow, what a reward. Yeah, same species, but gameplay-wise, I would consider them a new enemy. If Octo Hoppers count as a new enemy, these guys do. So, yeah. I mentioned this in the Splatoon 1 stream, but yeah, shielded Octo Troopers, you can now just destroy the shield instead of actually doing the bomb trick, which, you know, maybe for the best, technically makes the game more accessible. Oh, that's a weird thing. I actually discovered that really recently. I think I can show it off later. So, it kind of looked like I got sucked into the launch pad there, but there are certain launch pads in this game where you can actually squid on the platform above them and just super jump, even though you never actually touch the launch pad. I'll see if I can do it later, because I'm pretty sure there's a few points in the game where that works. Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to keep up with chat. What's your favorite type of Octarians? I'd like Octolings if they had more HP. I think snipers, honestly. The snipers are really fun to play against, in my opinion. Especially in Splatoon 1, but there's a cool level. There's 1 or 2 cool levels in this game where there's fun sniper gameplay. I like that they force you to have, like, cool movement. Also, yeah, I'm not really reading Marie's dialogue. Some of it is actually kind of funny, but, you know, it is a thing where I've read it like 10 million times, so kind of trying to focus on other details. I'm distracted by this mirror. It's like a weird convex mirror that oh, this is, yeah, that's not the actual area. So I know, again, not a game dev, so I'm probably going to explain this poorly, but the way mirrors work in a lot of games, when they're faked like this, it's like you give them, I think it's an HDR texture, HDR, I think is correct, but it's, you know, it's basically like they have this texture of an area to look like they're reflecting something, but you know, it's not an actual true reflection, it's just based on your camera movement. A cube map, oh, okay, or that. Sure, that's yeah. Again, I'm not a game dev, so I'm gonna go with whatever you guys are saying. But yeah, there's most reflections in Splatoon 1 and 2, if you look closely at them, they're not real reflections. They're just, you know, that kind of trick, which is cool. Oh yeah, and we get launch Tentamissiles, which took like 10 years to activate. Which is always something. Not that interesting at this point, but something kind of neat about them, I guess. And that's, of course, just because they never patch the single players with the balance changes that they make in multiplayer. They just leave them as they are. Unless there's like a bug or some reason they actually have to. Do the Octarians have more of a clown theme? Kinda. Not like... I mean, there's concept art where they literally were clowns. But I do think they try and play them off as more goofy. I actually missed the scroll. Well, let's grab that. But yeah, it's kind of like, in Splatoon 1, they were always goofy, you know, like, they're always just, like, weird and quirky, but I feel like they did try to make them come off as a little bit creepier and more intimidating, especially with, like, you know, Octolings and, like, invading the city and everything. I mean, I guess they do that in this game, too, but, yeah. I definitely would say this one feels more just lighthearted in general. That's cool, though. Again, just bespoke details we don't get in Splatoon 3, this weird traffic light arch thing. I mean, this totally fits in with the weird junk aesthetic. So, like, it's not completely lost in this game. Like, it definitely still is a thing that happens. Again, I love these, like, wires connecting. Oh, those actually connect, like, every single part of the level. That's really cool. Yeah, so, like, we still are on, like, Splatoon 1 levels of detail. The aesthetic is something I don't like as much in general in this game, but, you know, for sure, there's still lots of effort put into it. It took 12 minutes. Oh my god. I forgot it shows you the time in this game. Yeah, we're gonna get some some awful times. We are not speedrunning. Do you like the implication that Octarian tech has gotten worse? Yeah. I don't know. I don't feel like they're trying to imply that lore-wise, but it is an interesting thought. So yeah, a shockwave struck while one young lady was performing at the recent youth folk singing contest, doing damage to the venue. Fortunately, no one was injured. So, Pearl's, like, supersonic screaming ability is something that I think is referenced, like, way more often in the original Japanese. Because it's obviously meant to foreshadow the ending of Octo expansion. Not like foreshadow, but, you know, it is set up for the fact that Pearl can do that. And now it's like a trademark thing. She does it again in Side Order. It was in Final Fest and whatnot. Oh, ooh, my neck just cracked. But yeah, in English, this is the only time this is actually referenced before Octo expansion. The fact that Pearl could scream. Also, it might be worth mentioning this. There is this really, sometimes there's just weird cases of misinformation where someone just makes something up and then a lot of people believe it. And with Splatoon lore, before, really, it was before Rassicus, I think, largely, you know, came in and started, like, actually translating stuff. People would just say, like, oh, in Japanese it says this, and it would just be wrong, or just completely made up, and people would just believe it. So there was this weirdly prevalent thing where people thought that Pearl was short because she was, like, struck by electricity, or struck by lightning. That is not real. And, like, I think this scroll is the only way I could ever see someone, like, getting that. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where that came from, really. It's not real. Don't believe it. But, like, here, like, a shockwave struck. So, the shockwave is coming from Pearl, which I think would be obvious by the, you know, like, blur and, like, lines coming from Pearl screaming in the image. But for whatever reason, yeah, that was a weird misconception. And it's like, it's really funny to me, because it's like, just the fact that people believed it so readily is like, why do you need a lore reason for Pearl being short? People were more okay and more ready to accept that that Mr. Grizz was a talking bear than that Pearl was just a short person. That they needed this weird electricity explanation for it. It's so weird. I don't understand. But yeah, I mostly only heard of that in the past few years, and I think it's mostly been debunked and people know it's not real, but just wanted to put that out there because I think that scroll is the only reason anyone might ever actually believe it, and it is not true. Also, these balloon challenges were introduced here. These reappear in Return of the Mammalians in the hub worlds. And they're pretty cool. I like these. They're very kind of Octo expansion-esque. Like, you know, they clearly developed the idea of chasing balloons, into more complex levels. But here they just give you these stickers. Welcome to Octo Canyon, the world's most gorgeous gorge. So I mean, that's really just a collectible. Obviously that's not lore, but it's a thing. Glen Fiddler boss fight. Her breaking the reef bridge is true, yes. They gave a canon reason for the bridge in the reef changing from a wooden bridge to a stone bridge in between the test fire and the final game because Pearl supposedly destroyed it with her voice. You have that sticker on your computer? Oh, that's cool. Welcome to Octopia. So I'm gonna try my best to get all of the scrolls. I don't have them memorized nearly as well as I do with Splatoon 1. But yeah, we'll see. So, okay, this is another weird one to talk about because it's called Octopia and it's like this weird tropical resort. So again, I just feel like in terms of environmental storytelling and portraying the Octarians as like a society in the midst of, you know, collapse, this doesn't do that quite well. And they have this giant bright sun orb, like, which, you know, all the domes have, but here it's meant to feel like especially bright and tropical. And it's a little weird. I kind of don't know how to feel about... Also, it always bothered me that these sponges ink together. Oh, there's actually a little pipe. Oh! I never noticed that in my entire life. I always thought it was weird. I'm like, how come when I ink this sponge, it inks the other one? There's literally a pipe connecting them. Okay, well that doesn't bother me anymore. I never noticed that before. Is that like the only time that's ever used, by the way? Like they never have double sponges like this anywhere else. Maybe in like a couple of other levels. I don't know how I never noticed that. I don't know. I mean, you could read into it as like, yeah, them coping, it's like a false utopia, and they're doing this to like cope with everything, but that might be giving them a little too much credit. They have quad sponges later, do they? I don't remember those. I don't know. I don't like the weirdly shapen sponges. This is like a super nitpicky nitpick, but I don't. It's like weird. I liked them better when they were cubes. Also, yeah, the animation. I think the animation is like weirder. It's not weirder, but I like it more in Splatoon 1. They're like bouncier. Yeah, like it feels like they should be worse off after Splatoon 1. So I don't know. It's. Oh, missed some balloons. My bad. Not a perfect gamer. Oh, no, it's over. I'm terrible. So yeah, I mean, gameplay-wise, again, like to me, these first few levels are really just kind of worse versions of the Splatoon 1 levels. Like, I think this is a worse version of the Splatoon 1 sponge level. The tutorial level is kind of whatever. The other level, I'm really not a fan of in this world. But, you know, they're fine. Like, they're perfectly serviceable. I just think it's really just the splatter shot, or the hero shot, rather, being so slow, it just kills the pacing. Like, everything takes longer to do, and it just feels like so much more of a slog every time I start this campaign. I mean, okay, that's an interesting way to read it. Yeah, I guess we don't know exactly when the trade agreement took place between the Octarians and the Salmonids, so that could be part of the reason it seems like they're doing better. Also, Marie's about to call me a completionist. Wow, yes I am. Oh, scroll. Why is that the scroll and the other thing is eggs? That seems weird, actually, but okay. Well, I guess that's rewarding you for knowing you can squid through grates, I guess, sure. Yeah, I mean, okay, they do use a double sponge again, but they're not all four of them are connected. I can't believe I never noticed those pipes connecting them. I feel like I, of all people, should definitely have known that, because it literally actively bothered me. Whatever. Oh, I thought those were 2D for a second. They are weirdly flat for, like, life preservers, are they not? I don't know. Maybe looking too much into that. Squeegee, but we want to get the scroll. Or Sardinium. Oh, that's just armor? What? Why is that just armor? That's a really weird... Why do they hide armor? Okay, you can skip the squeegee and get armor. That's really strange. I guess they could just be deflated, but normally when they're hung like that, I don't feel like that's the case, but I'm not a lifeguard. I don't know what kind of person would be an expert on that, but I don't know. Probably just an insignificant detail. There is a tower over there that's collapsed in the water, but still, yeah, I don't know. Just the vibes of like this song too are just much more like goofy. I think that this campaign just feels much more like video gamey in a way I kind of don't like. Like it feels almost like Mario-esque in that it's just kind of like carefree, and I just, you know, I just think the atmosphere of Octo Valley is more compelling. Oh, that was another instance of me just squidding on the platform, and the super jump worked, even though I wasn't in the launch pad. I wasn't actually really trying to show it off there, but there you go. Yeah, I kind of assumed the trade agreement had happened before Splatoon 1, but I mean, it could still be ongoing. Like maybe after the Zapdos was stolen, they negotiated, you know, like nothing's confirmed, but you can kind of make a theory there, I feel like. There's still a, oh my god, one guy's just drifting to his death. Okay. That does not normally happen. What? Okay. I forget the knockback of Splashdown can... Okay, normally I just kill these guys and it is not a problem, so I don't know how I messed that up this time, but there you go. Yes, single Splashdown, Splatoon 2. Yeah, we haven't... I don't think we found an Ink Rail yet in this game, but I am sad about it. Okay, that animation is the same. I think I'm just insane. Maybe I just don't like them being glittery. I don't know, something about sponges just feel worse to me in this game. I really can't explain it. I think I just liked them being cubes. Oh, they're my cube sponges. Yeah, it's 1.0 Splashdown too, so it, I think it's lower. Like, I think they made it go higher in the air, and it's slower than, the PvP one. Do you think Octo Troopers are considered expendable? I mean, it seems like it. Also, this is here. Somehow I did not actually know about this secret until, like, last year. I just never decided to swim up that thing before. It's interesting that these cliffs are here, too. Well, I kind of didn't notice until doing these playthroughs that the domes really aren't domes most of the time. Like, most of them are just cylinders with, like, rocky ceilings. Which, you know, doesn't matter, but it's just interesting. I always, in my mind, I saw them like this, and I imagine they just curve up into, like, a half sphere, but they really don't. But yeah, I mean, we know that the number of tentacles denotes how intelligent the Octarian is. So like Octolings are obviously they're biologically just more intellectually capable than Octo Troopers. So I mean, I don't know if that makes them almost like, you know, lesser beings. Like I don't know, because they're still treated like pretty much like people, but yeah, I mean, based on the level design, at least, it definitely seems like Octavio does not care as much about them. Also, I think they can't respawn, which is interesting. Like, as far as we know, they can't respawn. Yeah, I mean, I know Callie... I just think the idea that in, you know, a number of, like, days since Callie has been missing, it's like a month at most, right? And the fact that they could, like, build a tropical resort or completely redecorate all of the domes, it just, I don't know, it doesn't quite add up, I feel like. And just because Callie wants them to, like, that doesn't mean they suddenly have the resources and the energy and everything, so I don't know. Sorry, did I miss something about the hair? Yeah, the afro is weird. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up with chat. But yeah, obviously this is really important, by the way. This is Marina witnessing the battle between Agent 3 and Octavio. They do use the female Agent 3 design here. So, I mean, this is, again, you know, there isn't a canon gender, but this is the closest we have to a canon design for an Inkling, because it's in a sunken scroll. But, you know, I think it's still supposed to be interchangeable. But yeah, Marina and the other Octarians experiencing the Calamari incantation. Obviously will be very important later on. Hello, Phoenix, welcome. Okay, there's no point to destroy that. Sorry, I'm trying to like read chat and just gather my own thoughts. Oh, something actually, speaking about Marina, something I wanted to mention. We could have, I guess, you know, assumed this before. But I think it's very much implied that Marina is from Octo Canyon specifically. Because the Octarian dossier or whatever it's called, you know, in Octo Expansion, when Cuttlefish shows Pearl like the info he had on Marina, it talks about her like skipping grades in school and everything, and she I think she had elementary school in Slimeskin Garrison or something. She went to school in Slimeskin Garrison or worked there. And you know, whatever. It mentioned an Octo Canyon location. And then I feel like there's another thing I'm skipping. I feel like there was another reason to believe that she was from Octo Canyon, but well, okay, there is one other thing. Recently in number 3 Etude, the you know, story from Oc's perspective about Marina before Life in the Domes, they're in Octo Canyon, and Marina mentions that she is getting sent to a position in Octo Valley. Yeah, okay, so now Chad is catching up. Yeah, so I thought there was a third piece of evidence, is why I was confused. I knew about Etude and the chat log, but I swear I want to say there was another thing, but I guess we'll get to it when we get to it. But yeah, well, I guess the photo from Etude and Side Order, we'll get there. There's one particular kettle in Octo Canyon that like looks like the location of the photo. So I guess that together, that's what I'm thinking of. But yeah, we'll get there. I was getting a bit ahead of myself, but yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's... At the very least, she worked there and went to school there when she was young. And then went to Octo Valley. Oh, you don't know about... Okay, let me put this in chat, honestly. Just in case. So it's... Basically, there's a story at the end of the most recent art book, which has a bunch of stuff on Side Order. Which is, it's like Oct talking, it's a story from Oct's perspective about them and Marina, that gave us some cool, like, you know, Octarian Dome kind of slice of life-esque stuff. My browser is loading really slowly, so I'll play the level. Okay, hang on, sorry. I don't know why my computer's so slow. I mean, I guess streaming takes a lot of you know, something. It takes a lot of effort for the computer, but I feel like my browser used to not suck this much when I was streaming. Okay, boom. This is a tweet that is a link to a translation by Magical Girl Fia, mostly, I think. I think that it was like them with help from Masochist, maybe, but they translated it. Definitely recommend reading it when you get a chance. It basically elaborates on the one photo we get from the Oct letter in Side Order about like when and where they took the photo. And it's nice. So sorry, this level. Do I have much to say? I don't like this level. I think this level's kind of poorly designed. Visually, it's fine. I don't think I have much to say here. This is definitely where we start getting into, you know, it's different than the Octo Valley stream because I'm not loving every second of it. I like that they are still consistent with all the tech underneath the floating platforms. They're actually really consistent within this level. Wow, this is making me realize just like, it's so weird that Alterna doesn't do that. Because I honestly never noticed how consistent a detail that was, that they actually have like tech to, you know, like hover technology underneath the platforms. Well, I made a video where I ranted about this level, which I kind of, again, I think that video has flaws. I think there are better levels to pick apart than this one. I think it wasn't really fair to compare, like, such an early level in the game to the level I compared it to. But, yeah. I think it does exemplify a lot of my issues with Octo Canyon. Yeah, I was gonna say, I doubt anyone else has made a video ranting about this, so it was probably me. But yeah, I did make that video. Yeah, the Sunset Extension, I mean, other levels just use it better, is the thing. Like, because this introduces the ink sticks, and then later it gets contextualized as like a car wash, which is like, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's like funnier, at least. Like, I don't know, I just think this level's kind of bland. I like the fog. The fog is kind of cool. I love that Maria's all like, whoa, you got super jumped onto a ride rail. That's crazy. It's like the most like autopilot part of any Splatoon level. I don't, the dialogue always felt really weird to me there. Oh yeah, we have 1.0 Stingray with no shockwave. It's something. It's not, I never found it very fun to use in single player. I don't think that's breaking the fourth wall. I think you can be a player. I mean, obviously it's probably supposed to kind of be a meta joke. Dash tracks are cool. This level does not use them very well, but they exist. We do still have the dynamic music with final checkpoints, at least. These look cool. There's weirdly a lot of, like, there's an attempt to kind of contextualize this as, like, a machine of some sort, and the ink pistons aren't just out in the open, which is kind of nice. But yeah, not too much else to say about it. Yeah, I normally don't even bother using that. Deltarune reference? Where? Oh, the player. Oh my god. Did I get the scroll? I did not get the scroll. Does anyone know what scroll 3 is, or if it matters? Because I don't know if I want to replay that level. Worst case scenario, we can go to my completed save and check them out later. Because I don't know. Like, this campaign just takes longer to get through. Oh, here we go. Okay, wait, let's get some re-dialogue, because this is actually... I tell you what's written on the sign, but my Octarian is pretty rusty. Okay, that's the line I was hoping to see. So yeah, there's only a few cases where they do, like, confirm that the Inklings and Octarians canonically use different languages, but, I don't know. That's cool that Marie can at least read some Octarian, supposedly. Oh, that's just the Ammo Knights one. Okay, yeah, we do not need to get that one. Take it slow, Agent 4, but, like, quickly. Okay, I like that. Just, I can't see, they try and throw in this, like, you know, depressed Marie dialogue in with, like, the other stuff, and I just feel like it doesn't quite, you know, the tone doesn't quite fit. Zapfish are the source of all- wait, okay, that's... Isn't that wrong? Zapfish are the source of all of Inkopolis' energy, but we know about the power eggs. Interesting. Twins are so weird with their creepy floating platforms everywhere. Oh, there's the infamous Agent 3 is smelly line that is only in English, by the way, so it's probably not actually canon. Aren't you the boss? Oh yeah, okay, that one's kind of funny. The text is, sorry, the audio is being kind of weird. Still can't believe you never heard the Squid Sisters. Most of these are just kind of like, wow, Splatoon 2 references. Oh, this is another infamous line where she says Agent 3, or Agent 4 is 2 years older than Agent 3, which is just wrong. Because the developers outright confirmed that Agent 4 is from a new wave of Inklings that were the same age as, or, you know, the Inklings of Splatoon 2 are as old as the Inklings of Splatoon 1 were during their game. So if Agent 3 was 14, which by the way, everyone just... This is another little nitpick I have with the way people interpret lore. Like, everyone in the world is like, oh yeah, all the agents are 14. We don't actually know that they're all specifically 14. The developers said, like... I think in Splatoon 1 they said they thought of the Inklings as like 14 to 16, or... I think a big reason is like they specifically say that around the age of 14 is when Inklings gained the ability to switch between humanoid and squid form at will. So a lot of people just, you know, that doesn't mean every Inkling is the bare minimum age. So like, you know, they're just teenagers, like roughly. So I don't know. People act like it's like 100% confirmed that they're 14. It's just like, it's around 14. It doesn't really matter, but it's not like, yeah, it's not as set in stone as a lot of people say. I don't think I think with Splatoon 3, they basically just said it's like kind of just what you want. Like, because they explicitly said that with Splatoon 2, where it's like, yeah, it's like another wave of like 14 to 16-year-olds. But with Splatoon 3, I forget the exact quote, but obviously, yeah, you guys are all talking about the models. The models appear older, and I think their statement on it was basically just like, you know, obviously some fans are going to have been playing since Splatoon 1, so they like to think of their Inkling as older, whereas newer players might like to think of them as younger. So it's pretty much just up to interpretation. Like, they're basically just teenagers of some kind. Like, I think they're still supposed to be teens and not adults. Although, yeah, obviously Agent 3 and Agent 8 are both adults in Splatoon 3, because time passes. But yeah. And I'm taking a random throwaway line that only appears in the English version and spreading around like, yeah, that's... There's a lot of... I'm realizing how many of these Marie lines are like, oh, that's misinformation, that's a mistranslation, wow. Yeah, I could... Let me really quickly see if I can, We'll hop into the first boss kettle just so something's going on, but... I do have a link to, like, all the dev interviews on my browser, so it shouldn't be too hard for me to actually find this. Check out this arena. I believe you can hear the creepy boss sounds already. Oh no, there's different ambiance going on. Maybe you can't, maybe you only hear the after effect, or maybe not at all in this arena. I'm not totally sure. Sorry, let me do developer interview half a year after release of Splatoon 3. I think this is the one. I think, yeah, this version of the city is 3D, I believe. Which I actually did not know that appears in this arena. That's weird that they have a boss above a, like, residential area, supposedly. Like a big, like, flower? What is that? Okay, sorry. Let me see. Oh god, I like controlled F age and it's all just giving me stage. Okay, old? I'm trying to see where they would have talked about it. Creepy Sons they're only for Octo Samurai? Interesting. I could have sworn it was after multiple of them, at least, but I'm not sure. Okay, I can't find it. Maybe I'll check it after the boss fight, just so that we're not just sitting here. Oh, okay. Sorry, I just noticed the ventilation. There's so many like vents and stuff around there. I mean, I guess it's an oven, so yeah, it would be like, oh, so that's like the fan above the oven, I guess. Oh my god. Okay. Well, we got these fancy boss intros now, which are kind of cool. These did not come back in... Well, they wouldn't have really made sense in Splatoon 3, but... Yeah. Believer by Imagine Dragons starts playing. Does the game seem really quiet? Is that just me? I feel like it got quieter. Did I turn the volume down at some point? Okay, let me know if that's too loud. I turned it up a little bit. This boss is really weird. Like, I think it's fun gameplay-wise, but I could not tell you why... Like, the thought process of Nintendo developers is truly just an enigma. They think, okay, we need a big, scary robot monster for our octopus army in this game. Let's do bread in a toaster. Like, I'm not gonna say it's bad. I don't understand. I don't get what this is or why it exists. I know there's technically some lore for this. I forget where it comes from. There was actually like mention of this in an interview or something. Yeah, they just made a toaster and it was too good at being a toaster, so they're like, let's just kill people with it. Like that's pretty much the lore. It's a fun fight and it's cool. I can't say I like love it from a visual perspective, just because why is there sentient bread? I don't quite know what's going on there. Yeah. Well, the Octo Shower I think is cool. The Octo Shower I think is the right level of like goofiness and actually like kind of cool factor. Oh, it's in the art book, right? Okay. Oh yeah, they do. You can shoot the face. Here, let me show it. I think it's after the charge. Yeah. It's so weird. Well, Krusty Sean did not fry himself, but Fred Crumbs did. But, I mean, this looks more than fried, though. Like, they literally are bread. I don't know. I feel like it's a little different. It is cute in a weird way, yeah. Yeah, for Krusty Sean, it's a coat, and then Fred Crumbs apparently misunderstood and literally fried himself alive, and I don't know exactly how that works. Oh, yeah, I guess we don't get the, creepy sounds. Oh, what? Why is all the ink, like, layered like that? That's weird. Does it, like... Does the ink on the top layer, like, copy to the lower layers? What the hell? Was this, like, a mistake? Was this intentional? This is really weird. If you ink the top, it just, like, inks every layer down below. Huh. I assume this is just a weird bug? That is very odd. Okay, well, that's interesting. Can't say I've noticed that before. So this arena is literally just like a normal skybox, isn't it? Like, this town definitely appears in other levels. Those panels look pretty generic. Oh, I actually somehow I never noticed that there were missing panels. That's actually crazy to me that I didn't notice that. That feels so obvious. The giant missing, because in Etude they mentioned like repairing one of the panels, which is really cool, by the way. I mean, I think I mentioned on another stream, but like that feels like something straight out of like a fan comic I've seen before. It says like go. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just supposed to look like a kitchen. Oh, and there's someone mentioned this in chat. I think the Takaroka logo is there for some reason. That's what that is, right? I think it is. Oh, hi, Dan. I do. I had this for, well, I guess just last week is when I made the overlay. It says cafe and round script. Oh, good to know. Yeah, I cannot. People who can just like straight up read Splatoon scripts. I know Rassica streamed yesterday, and they can just like read Square script. I made a joke in their chat like if you learn to read Hylian, Wingdings, and Square script, you become the king of brain rot. That's how you have to collect the like Chaos Emeralds of fake languages that only insane people know how to read. This is not very interesting. It's just like Sheldon's introduction. They call them the Octo bosses. Yeah, so that's another kind of weird thing I don't like about Octo Canyon lore. Like, supposedly the great Octo weapons were like, you know, I mean, there's not too much we know about them, but I always kind of saw them as like, you know, the pride of the Octarian people, these weapons from 100 years ago that they've been working to restore, and then they kind of casually just like make 5 more, or 4 more, I guess, in this game, which, yeah, they just kind of pull that out of nowhere. I do like that Sheldon gets involved. But yeah. You know, again, this dialogue was fun to read in 2017, but not really what we're here for. I'm sure we have all seen this. Okay, so the audio is doing the weird little stacky thing, so I'm gonna reset it for a second. Sorry, trying to fix the audio. It's telling me game capture is running when there's not a window. I mean, yeah, they aren't. I guess it's only really weird with the Octo oven and shower, because the samurai is just a guy, and obviously the Octo stomp. Well, it's confusing if the Octo stomp is like one weapon that they keep repairing, or if it's like a guy that comes back, because the dialogue in Octo Canyon and Octo Expansion kind of both suggest different things. But yeah. Do you have anything new to say now? That's all I need to keep blah 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 blah, yeah. Okay. Apparently this area is called Tentacule Outpost. Entrances to Octarian layers are invisible. Okay. I don't know if she starts saying more interesting things later on, or if that kind of stays the same. Yeah, well, so it's like, in Octo Canyon, you know, the text says, like, I'm back, and... Well, I think they don't actually, I don't think Marie references it. But then in Octo Expansion, Cuttlefish says something like, Agent 3 took one of these down 2 years ago, which implies there's, like, more than one? Or it's, like, not the same, like, person? So, I don't know. What is the strat here? Do you unlock? I guess I'll probably just save it for the shot, because it forces you to use shot a bunch later. We don't need curling bombs that badly. Yeah, oh yeah, the upgrade system is, don't know how worthwhile it is talking about it, but yeah, if you haven't seen it, it's... I mean, it's basically just Splatoon 1's, but instead of a menu, it's you have to go here physically, which is kind of just worse. I mean, I guess lore-wise it makes more sense, but it's kind of annoying, to be honest. How does Agent 4 hold a level 1 hero shot? Like this? I don't know. It doesn't look very comfortable. but it's there. I don't know. Suction cup lookout. I do like those little super jump cutscenes. You know, obviously not crazy production value or anything, but adds a little bit of flair. Yeah, I mean, it's... the Octo Canyon bosses in Octo Expansion are kind of, I feel like, a dubiously canon as is, so Octo Stomp only makes things more confusing. So this is another instance, obviously I talked about this a lot during Splatoon 1. I really like just the little environmental details here, like again, like the bricks, you know, like the loose bricks, the vines and everything, and graffiti. And there's a specific spot over here that I always really appreciated, where there's this cool, like, broken, like, frayed grate that you have to jump over. It's just a little instance. You know, it's such a small thing, but it's like, this doesn't appear anywhere else in the game. Like, this is like a, you know, unique asset that just makes it feel a little bit more like an organic part of the world. Like, this could have just been, you know, the grate just ends here and ends there and was a jump, but they made it kind of, you know, feel more like an actual thing, and I appreciate the attention to detail in that one spot. Also, I never noticed there's like a staircase through there. I guess it makes sense that this would be like an Octarian building of some kind. I believe this is the roller level. Yes, it is. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. Like, I so wish Alterna had stuff like that, where it like incorporated, like, yes, make it look cool and have all these details, but also like have actual gameplay. Like, if there were more jumps that, like, you know, just little stuff like that is what I love so much. Don't really need to read Sheldon tutorials. This is a pretty cool looking dome. It's interesting you can't really see the floor. Oh, you kind of can. Oh, there's like water. Oh yeah, it moves. I was gonna say a still image. I think it is actually just a still, or it's an unanimated texture, but it's scrolling. I guess that makes it animated. You know what I mean. But yeah. Rolunium is certainly a mechanic. I don't really... I don't feel like it's used very well low-key anywhere. There's even an Octo expansion level with Rolunium, which I think is like one of the worst. Definitely one of the weaker Octo expansion levels, so not really a fan of these, but I guess they make sense with the roller. Yeah, Octo Hurler. Oh, I just missed the scroll. Or at least Sardinium. I'm whatever. It's fine. Oh, I have to watch this again? Oh, that sucks. I never... Really? I did not know they made you rewatch the Sheldon cutscenes. Why did they do that? Huh. Well, the Shifty Station was funny. I had the most fun with Rolunium in PvP, actually. I liked that one. I never really loved it as a single-player mechanic. It's mostly fine here, where you're just shooting it across a flat plane, but whenever they try to actually get you to, like, aim it precisely, it's really, like, jank, because it goes where you're aiming, but not really, like, where the roller physically is, so it's just kind of unintuitive. Oh, that was just Sardinium. Okay, well, I will want to get upgrades to make this campaign go by faster, so that's still worthwhile. Is this the scroll? No, that's just eggs. Okay, I was gonna say, it'd be weird if they were right next to each other. I mean, I like Sheldon as a character, for the record. I briefly mentioned it earlier, but I actually do think it's really cool that he gets involved with the new Squid Splatoon. Like, you know, he's just kind of this... He's like an arms dealer, so it makes sense that the, like, militia of Inkopolis essentially would work with him. And, you know, it's another thing that ties together the, you know, multiplayer and single player sides of the world. Yeah, so here, like, you know, I know how to use this, so I probably won't have too much trouble with it, but it's like, I just feel like it's unintuitive that you, like, because the roller, like, whacks down, but then it goes up because you're like aiming up. It's just, I don't know. It doesn't feel very good to use. The environments on this level are pretty basic for the most part. I don't really have a lot to say. They are kind of just floating platforms. I like, you know, I feel like the bare minimum is at least having this like kind of like scaffolding, or you know, these like beams underneath with all the like dangling like ropes and cables and stuff. So you know, I'll take that over like Alterna. Oh, here we go. The throat goat, Mr. Octo Hurler. Wait, did you not see me? Really? I'm right here. What? Huh? Hello? Okay, that was really weird. How did he lose me? Do these guys have like the worst AI? Dude. I've never like messed around with these guys before. That's really weird that their detection is so bad. I guess I mean, he's trying to see. No, I'm literally in your path. What do you mean question mark? Okay. Also, I never noticed their little chairs have like little Rolenium bundles. I guess that makes sense. So are they like... You know, I've never asked the question where Rolenium comes from. But I mean, I guess I probably don't want to know. Because... Yeah, you can die now. I think that concludes my thoughts on Octo Hurlers. Well, yeah, it's a folding chair, but I think the things are still meant to look like that. I don't know. Actually, yeah, I don't really know what they're based on. Oh yeah, this is where they want you to like stand back here. Again, there's never really a reason to use specials. This is a problem in both Octo Valley and Octo Canyon. I mean, I think Octo Valley does it a little bit better, where you get like Inkzuka sections, and like, you know, there's that one part where you shoot an Inkzuka across a bunch of sponges, and they all activate, and that's pretty cool. And there's a few other uses, but for the most part, yeah, it took until Octo Expansion for them to really figure out how to use specials in single player, I feel like. Especially in Octo Canyon, they're just so useless. Like, there's just, you could use Stingray there, but you could also literally just use Roller and one-shot all of them. So, like, yeah. Not really a fan of that design. I always thought it was weird that there was this gap here. Like, why are we on level, like, 5, essentially? It's level 4, technically. But, you know, 3 levels and a boss, and you don't think the player can jump, like, 1 foot? Like, what is this? Like, I guess it's like, oh no, octopods, I'm going to run away. And then you, like, fall here? Like, is that the intended level design? I don't really... I don't know what they're going for here. I really can nitpick Octo Canyon to death, because there's just so many little things. Like, what's with this? Like, why are they assuming I'm, like, so awful at platforming that I can't handle this jump? Like, you know? What a pro as you fall down, yeah. Like, this is what I meant. Like, I was talking about in Octo Canyon, how they make you, like, jump to, like, you know, they actually make use of the full extent of your jump. On level 3, actually, remember? The sunken scroll for level 3 makes you do, like, this really long squid jump. And it's over, like, a safe platform, but it's like, you know, it feels... It's just like a game design thing. Like, if you raise the risk and reward, there's, like, more, like, tension. And so, like, doing that jump feels really good, whereas this jump is like, okay... It's like impossible to fail that. That's like, it feels like a minor nitpick, but I genuinely just feel like it's a thing with Octo Canyon. What? Like, there's another one. Like, how stupid do they think I am? How bad do they think I am at the game that I need 3 safety pits before I learn how to jump? You know? Like, it's so easy for no reason. I don't get it. I don't know. Even just leaving those jumps the same level of gap and just not having a safety platform underneath would be fine. But, like, it's just so easy unnecessarily. I don't know. Checkpoint for good measure, yeah. You struggle jumps on expansion because you didn't? Yeah, like, because the game just never forces you to really learn the full movement. I don't know. Yeah, like, I feel like Splatoon 1... I mean, again, the difficulty level of Splatoon 1 for me is, like, perfect. And I'm glad it starts out as... You know, again, it's still a pretty easy game, all things considered. But, you know, I'm glad it starts out as difficult as it does. But it does feel like, yeah, if anywhere was the place to have jumps that easy, it would be in the first game, not in this one. And obviously this game was a lot of people's first Splatoon game, and they were designing with that in mind, but... you know, I just still feel like you don't need to go that easy on people. Okay, I mean, Krusty Sean lore, kinda already went over that in the Squid Sister stories. Girl from Inkopolis is a really good song. Yeah, that was the one... I feel like nowadays my favorite level theme from this game is definitely Shooting Starfish, but Girl from Inkopolis was the one I was like literally listening to on loop after I beat the game the first time. I'll do that later. I mean, I don't really need to do the balloon challenges. It's literally not lore. Oh, okay, dually level. This is a fun level. This is a good one. do. Oh, and of course they brought back the best song. So yeah, I feel bad going slow through this level, honestly, because I feel like this is normally a fun one to like rush through, but yeah, I do want to check it out. I mean, this is a really, really cool set piece. This was in the trailer for Octo Canyon, this weird big octopus limb thing. I'm pretty sure this whole thing is unique too, but yeah, big like carnival aesthetic. Works very well for this level. This, I do think, is a good mix of, like, goofy, lighthearted, while still feeling like it fits in with the aesthetic of the Octarians. Oh my god, hang on. We can't be doing that. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a cool little skip. I imagine you guys know about this. So you can do this. Never mind, you can die. I'm thinking of a different place, maybe. No, you can do that. This isn't the intended one. There's a more intended version of this kind of skip. I'm just gonna do it the normal way. Never mind. I know there's a skip you can do here, but it's, you know, obviously very small. I'll just do the intended one later. Sardinium is up here, I believe. No, it's not. It's later on. Again, I don't have this game. I've still played it a ridiculous amount of times, but I don't have it memorized the way I do Splatoon 1. Sardinium is here. There we go. Oh, no, it's... I always think it's Sardinium, and then it's the ticket. Okay, well... Hopefully I didn't miss the scroll already. I very well may have. This is where we get into the actually fun ink rails. I do think Octo Expansion overall uses them better than this campaign, but there's a couple of fun instances. I think, is this the scroll? That's armor. Why do they, like, hide armor in this game? I'm like, realizing that. Like, this is not a thing they do in Splatoon 1. Why do they ask you to go out of your way just for armor? When you already have the default hero armor in this game, too. It's really weird. There's no way I didn't miss at least something. We're way too far in the level for we have not gone Sardinium or the scroll yet, I feel like. But yeah, I think this gives you, like... Squid rings? Yeah. That's still, like, a very non-secret. I don't... That's a weird... weird little detour. I think that's the scroll up ahead. Okay. Or is this the Sardinium? I really don't remember. That's the Sardinium. Okay. Hang on. I want this. Cool. Okay. Saved it. Here's the trailer shot. This is really cool. Just a little integration with the background set pieces like that, I think goes so far. Oh right, the scroll's up there. I remember, we actually didn't miss it. But I mean, that's something I really think could have helped Alterna's levels visually, is, and I guess I'll bring this up when we play Splatoon 3, but like, in the concepts there's this like, you know, these big stone buildings that are supposed to be inspired by brutalism, but they're just way, way off in the distance. If you like were like weaving through them like that with ink rails or ride rails or whatever, like, it would be so much cooler and feel so much more like, you know, just like it was actually a location. There's the scroll. Very last second scroll. I always like this ND too. Ew. Splatoon 3 has a few okay ink rail levels. They're much more inspired by Octo expansions than Octo Canyons. They're okay. I think there's a couple good ones. But yeah, these ones are kind of different. Yeah, tickets are obviously kind of useless for us. Oh yeah. Spike lore. This looks like a get-rich-quick scheme by some shady guy with crazy hair. I made a cool 10 million G in a year just by sitting around. Ask me how. Is there anything we can extrapolate from this? What is the tree? What's going on with the tree? Is that what that is? Oh. How did I even manage to do that? There we go. So obviously you give him snails. He works on a laptop. He gets money. What is that? Drugs? I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. Infinite money hack, yeah, I mean, basically. But I never questioned what that actually is. Or that sticky note. Is that supposed to be like a phone number at the bottom of the sticky note? I mean, it doesn't... Well, I guess it kind of goes with the caption, because it's like he's saying... I don't know. I don't quite know. Environmentally friendly, sketchy business. Perhaps? I mean, he's considering he, like, is killing animals to do it. I don't think that's probably the case. Because supposedly, the super sea snail shell is, like, used to somehow add ability slots. However that works. Again, there's technically an order to these levels, but I normally don't really bother to actually play them in the right order. Octoling level, okay. Oh, okay, thank you for reminding me. I will upgrade shot after this. So yeah, they don't do the little, like, a laugh or the little voice clip, which I dislike. But also we have mini Zapfish. So, first of all, this is, the 1.0 version of the Reef before it was reworked. So this is another example of a multiplayer stage that you can only play the original version of in single player. And mini Zapfish are a thing now, which, I kind of mentioned this on the Splatoon 1 stream, but I feel like these levels are, like, on a technical level designed better than the Splatoon 1 Octoling levels, because they actually force you to explore the level instead of just rushing straight through it and ignoring all the enemies. But some of them later on can get a little annoying. I don't really like the humpback one. This one's fine. I like the Mori Towers one is fun. I like the Mori Towers one a lot. Oh yeah, these dash tracks are a lot more jank in Octo Canyon. They kind of fixed them, especially like for sure in side order they fixed them. I forget if vertical dash tracks really appeared in Return of the Mammalians, but in this game, like, if the bottom part of them isn't inked, you can get stuck kind of just like jumping like below it. And they fixed that later on where they're easier to use. That's not like a lore thing, that's that's just an obsessive person thing that I've noticed, I guess, but yeah. Oh yeah, the Octolings can despawn, and it uses the animation for disconnecting. Also, yeah, when armor is broken, we lose our shirt. I don't really know why they decided that was necessary, but yeah, armor breaking in Splatoon is just literally your clothes breaking off. Which I guess is like canon because it happens to Neo Agent 3 when they fall into Alterna. I don't know. Freak-tendo, yeah. Not sure what the stripping lore is, but it is a consistent thread across the games. Yeah, there's one Octoling that I think is very susceptible to despawning, despite being, like, within the player's camera. It's like a difficulty thing? Oh, that's interesting. I kind of figured it was just, like... I don't know what I figured, actually. But this is also a weird thing where, like, stuff will, like, rise up out of the ink. Which is another thing where it's like, I feel like we're just not supposed to think about it. Like, the same way the Inklings can, like, sink into ink that is flat. Somehow, like, other objects can just also do that. Which, you know, is a thing with, like, the Octo Whirl in Splatoon 1, too. So, like, it's just a thing that happens. I don't quite know how the physics of that work out, but, yeah. It is like Mario Sunshine, yes. That is true. That's the true Mario Sunshine reference before Big Man. Yeah, this is what I mean. So I kind of did it on purpose there, where I didn't ink. I didn't ink all the way, but yeah, that's a weird little jank interaction. Oh, hello. You just spawned. They weirdly spawn, like, right in front of you a lot more on this map, whereas I feel like in Splatoon 1 they would, like, super jump in. They still super jump in this game, but at least on the reef. I feel like it's... I don't know if they keep doing that. So yeah, I mean, obviously we're all pretty familiar with the reef, I think. I don't have too much else to say about this area. Cool that they kept doing the evening skyboxes. I didn't get the Sardinium. I don't think I care. Do I care? I'm not gonna bother upgrading, like, most of the weapons. Actually, I'm literally not gonna upgrade any of the weapons except the shot, so yeah, whatever. Woomy. 421. So close. I don't know why I actually said Woomy. I don't know. They're gonna think I'm cringe. Okay, yeah, what? So again, lots of just kind of like nothing burger scrolls in Splatoon 2. It's like, did you know gear exists in Splatoon? Wow. What crazy revelation. Oh my god. Oh, this is where you can do the funny Brella thing. Okay, someone remind me to come back here when we get Brella. Oh my god, I do not need that. Yeah, I mean, also the fact that when they transform, their clothes and weapons sink into the ink with them. So, yeah, I feel like we're just not meant to think about it too hard. But, yeah, somehow things can transform into ink or at least sink into ink other than the Inklings. Oh, okay, this is... Now this. This is one of the best levels, like, in the series, in my opinion. I glaze the hell out of this level. I really love this level. First of all, shooting starfish. Banger song. Second of all, Charger. Chargers in single players are honestly always super fun for me. And third, this level is just good. It makes you feel... the grapplings just make you feel so badass, I feel like. I don't know. I really like them as a mechanic. And Octoset ones are cool. The background... I really do love this space background. Like... In general, I definitely don't like Octo Canyon skyboxes as much as Octo Valley, but... I mean, this one's... You know... It rivals the Splatoon 1 space skybox for sure. There's a really nice level that uses it later on that I think looks maybe even a little better than this one. But I love like the floating, you know, floating space junk and rocks. There's just like a bottle. Oh, did it disappear? I guess it's like a particle effect. Yeah, oh yeah, it totally is. I guess that makes sense. Why wouldn't it be? But yeah. But yeah, just the flow of this level is so much better than like 99% of Octo Canyon. It just, especially like if you're running through it fast, it feels so nice. It looks pretty beautiful. I mean, still kind of just floating platforms, but like it works. It works with like the kind of asteroids and the space junk aesthetic and the skybox. I don't know. It just for me it does everything right. When I did my massive ranking, this was very high. Oh. Okay. That was close. Also, I think I did actually just notice that little, like, sand falling particle effect that we noticed in Splatoon 1. Let me get into, like, a better position to not be about to die. Okay. Oops. Well, why is Marie saying nice when I rammed into it? Oh, to be an octoling sitting under a false night sky. Oh, there it is, yeah. So they actually did bring back that little, falling sand effect. That's cool. Oh, that's weird that that screen is, like, just on the ceiling. Also, the sun is so bright. I know this, like, lens flare effect is so much more intense in Splatoon 2. They actually had to patch it out of Moray Towers. Because it was, one of the sides on Moray Towers obviously was facing the sun. And it was, like, genuinely distracting when you were, like, coming out of spawn, because it would, like, blind you like this. So they actually had to, like, patch it to make it less annoying. Right, I know there's a... This you're meant to do like this. This is a cool secret. I like how that's hidden. It's actually, that's very clever. I don't know. Not nearly as many, secrets as clever as that in this game, I feel like. It's a cool little secret area. Yeah, the lighting is just so much more... I don't know. It's so much better than, Splatoon 3s in general, I feel like. Oh. Also, wait, hang on. Okay, I want to just do this for my own satisfaction, but, oh yeah, we have store charge now. I haven't even been using that. We, of course, have the piercing mechanic introduced. Okay, you can't- I don't know if you can get all of them, but yeah. Still satisfying to do. That was not a thing in Splatoon 1, for anyone who didn't know. The charger piercing was added in this game. Hey, Gooberling. You've been doing pretty good. So there's a really cool... I don't want to do it because I don't want to skip a bunch of the level, but one of the coolest speedrun Splatoon tricks, in my opinion, is on this level, actually, too, where, you use a stingray to activate the grappling, like, way at the end of the level. And basically just zip across this entire, like, second half of the stage. Oh, that's the armpits, the armpits line. Yeah, I don't... Marie, please stop talking. Please stop talking about my armpits. There we go. Do this. Okay, I got scroll. Yeah, there it is. Cool. So yeah, you can... I forget, like, the exact positioning, but you're able to stingray, this grap link and basically just literally zip way all the way across the level. This implies they sweat. Didn't we have a conversation about that one time? Because there's the marina art also Inklings do sweat. There have been enough instances where it has been referenced and depicted that I think they do sweat. Oh yeah, Biscolor. What could have happened to the two embracing? No matter how one loves, there are always different aims. Love can take a great many forms, whatever the era. So what's the implication here? Like, Bisc left his girlfriend to run a shoe store? I feel like this had some kind of elaboration somewhere, but I don't remember. The lighting engine in 3 is so much better, but they do more interesting things with this game's lighting. Yeah, I don't know. On a technical level, maybe. I don't really know, but I definitely agree that they do more interesting things in Splatoon 2. How do Inklings... So, I mean, Inklings I still think are, like... They still have, like, water. I don't know. I know, I don't know the details. I don't have my own explanation, but... Supposedly Inklings still do, like, drink water, I think. They just can't be, like, fully submerged. But I don't want to go on the whole, like, water thing, because I know that's a rabbit hole, right now, but... yeah. Okay, I'm going to go upgrade the hero shot, because I forget what that level is, and I definitely do not want to ever use the default one again. Rain is the big question mark for me. Because it does feel like torrential enough rain would be a problem. If being submerged would be, but I don't know. Okay, don't enough for the rest. Yeah, they drink soda, they drink smoothies and stuff from Krusty Sean. So. Oh god, this level. So that's Octo Canyon for me really is just the like it's so back, we're so over, it's so or we're so back, whatever. I think I just messed that up, but you know what I mean. We're so back, it's so over. It alternates between peak and garbage is what I'm trying to say. I hate this level. Industrial squeegees suck. I don't like this mechanic at all. So yeah. I'll try to get through this maybe a bit faster than the other ones. Visually this level's interesting. I mean, it's like colorful. I don't know if I like it. It feels so much nicer to be using an actual gun. Yeah, the second upgrade is orange, and then the third upgrade it goes back to yellow. The highway acid again. Yep, they love that highway. They love putting that highway in every single level they can. They really love traffic lights too. I feel like especially in this game, there's already been so many traffic lights. It's the squeegee on its way to do anything. Yeah, it's... If they didn't make the sound, I don't think it would be so annoying, but it's like annoying to control and constantly beeping in your ear. It's like one or the other, dude. Pick a struggle. Like, I can't have both of these at the same time. Dun dun dun. Oh, see, I didn't talk about this song. I'm not a fan of this song, to be honest. I don't know. Eight-legged advance is just better. I don't know. They're not really that comparable besides just being like the default song, I guess, but yeah. Not huge on Octo 8-step. Yeah, I mean, I associate it with the first level in the game, which is just going at a snail's pace using the god-awful starting hero shot, so... yeah, not quite as good association with it. Like, oh my god, okay. Wait, Agent 4, you're my hero. Why does she say that? Don't say that. Are you... okay, no. The guitar samples are cool, yeah. Oh, is this... oh, just eggs. I forgot how many egg secrets there are in this game. They actually have a lot of those because I keep thinking they're... Oh my god. I keep thinking they're Sardinium or scrolls, but they're not. I always thought this was kind of a neat little bit of platforming. Like, obviously it's literally just like cubes, but I don't know. more verticality than like 99% of Splatoon 2 levels right here, so kind of interesting. Don't say that. Don't say that. Yeah, I mean, this level isn't as bad. It's, the later one, like, Experimentorium, I think is the name of it. That level's really not fun. Especially the ending part with all the squeegees. I don't think we have to be grasping for straws at GameCube references when Octo Expansion literally has giant floating GameCubes. I think we could just rely on that. Did I miss the scroll, or is it in that crate right there? Okay, kill. I forgot they did that little, like, small text. They don't really ever use that. They use it for, like, Annie and, like, that line. Like the, like, talking under her voice text. Oh, I missed the scroll, didn't I? It probably doesn't matter. I can double check the scrolls on a completed save after the fact. I don't know if I'm really gonna worry about it too much. I mean, genuinely, I think the most important scrolls in Splatoon 2 are Pearl has a supersonic scream and Marina witnessed Octavio's battle against Agent 3, which are the first two scrolls, which we got. So, we're probably good. If anyone knows what that scroll is, scroll 7, feel free to let me know, but yeah, where is the one I'm missing? Oh, the salmonid ones are interesting, yeah, that's true. Shouldn't forget those. Oh yeah, it's on top. See, on Splatoon 1, you can look at the gamepad and kind of get a sense of where, like, the kettle you're missing is, just based on the spacing of the rest of them, but you can't do that in this game, so just gotta figure it out. Another Sheldon request, okay. The flow one. I don't even remember what the flow one is. She just like, I'm on weed, Inkling, come to my store. Also, I think it's, I mentioned this in like the level design video, I think it's really stupid that there are levels that force you to use the splatter shot. Like, the entire gimmick of Splatoon 2's campaign is like, oh, now you get to use all the other weapons. And they're like, okay, but actually, no, you can't. Like, why? Especially for the final boss, it's really stupid, but yeah. See ya, Dandaman. I do really like this level, though, actually, other than it forcing you to use shot. This was one I spoke very highly of, because I think it does the 4-step level design very, very well. Yeah, I mean, like, I like shooter. Like, I use shooter in PvP, I like shooter all throughout Octo Valley, but it just feels very antithetical to the point of Octo Canyon to force you to use shot. It's an interesting sign. There's like bowling alley sign too. This like gold confetti is interesting. There's actually like one Octo expansion level that uses it, I think. I don't know if it's the exact same particle effect. Probably is. But yeah, ink furlers are very, very good mechanic, very versatile. Obviously, they have continued to be used a ton in the series after this point. So the devs seem to be a fan of them. Are you saying this looks like... Oh, the sign. Yeah, sorry. It did remind me a bit of the Camp Triggerfish sign, but I don't think it was the exact same one. I want to say it was different. believe this is the scroll. Yep. Okay. I think the Octarians would be a big fan of Callie. I mean, that's kind of the weird thing with the Octarians is like they sort of view the battles against Octavio as like concerts. I almost wonder if he does that just like because he knows he might lose and he doesn't want the people to lose faith in him. I never kind of thought about it from that angle, but like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, a part of it is just it's like a goofy video game thing and they don't want you to take it too seriously, but, you know, they kind of retconned the Splatoon 1 battle as, like, well, they didn't, like, retcon it, but, like, you know, the normal Octarians saw the battle between Agent 3 and Octavio as a concert, and this game fully leans into that, and it, like, literally is a concert with, like, an audience. I like that you can stand here. Can I stand here? Nope. But yeah. I don't know if it's just because, yeah, he just likes grandstanding, and that's his way to, like, flex, or... I mean, yes, I think that is true, but I almost wonder if, I like this, I guess this is my own headcanon now, but I like the idea that, like, he knows he's probably going to lose against the Inklings, so he just... or at least he knows there's a good chance, so... he just tries to make it look like it was all a part of his plan and it was just a big show he was putting on for his people. Yeah. Don't... again, this is another level where it's like... it has a level of detail that I like, but I don't really actually like the way it looks. Like... I don't know. I don't love this song either. Buoyant Boogie, I'm not big on. What if the gumball machines kissed? Yeah. Captain Soul, yeah, it's confirmed that the confetti and all the decorations and stuff are because of Callie. Ooh. Inkopolis holds its famous card game tournament once a year. This year, first-year entrant Delfonso appeared on the scene and promptly set about decimating the competition. I want to say this is like a reference to something, but I kind of forget. It's like a... I don't know, someone in chat probably knows, but I don't. Sorry, I'm drinking some water. 1 second. Are you just looking at a wall? Do they always just put her in front of like a sign so that they can reuse that line about her saying her Octarian is rusty? Okay, well you have new tutorial dialogue. Do you have new lore dialogue? There's that Zapfish line again. I don't know if that's a localization blunder or if the Power Eggs thing just wasn't established until the art book came out. Do you realize what I'm missing out on by being here? That's a weird way to put it. Oh, rule of the battlefield. I like the rule of the battlefield thing, by the way. We're gonna see that being a through line. I know she says that. Oh yeah, I want to check out a bunch of the post-game dialogue, by the way. Hopefully we have time for that. It's already been 3 hours. Oh my god. Again, I'm not sure if I'm gonna play through the whole game because I don't want the stream to take forever and I really just don't have much to say about like late game stuff. This arena is really cool. And yes, you can hear the boss screams. Oh, you can also hear drums. It's interesting. It's so faint. You can just hear someone like tapping on a drum. I think that's what that is? Where's that? Where would that... Huh. That's very strange. This arena is also above a city. Okay, they like using that skybox. Or versions of it, I guess. Yeah, we had the samurai before we had a sword. That's something I've always been a little bit iffy on, the inclusion of weapons that are like swords in Splatoon. Because I always thought it was kind of cooler that, you know, like ancient Splatoon weapons would be rollers and brushes. Which I guess they still are, but... You know, obviously Splatoon swords are still weird and not like swords, but... You know. I'm just a Splatoon purist, I guess. I like the imagery of rollers more. I mean, Cuttlefish should know better, though. Like, I don't know, I mean, it's not super clear how effective the Zapfish are relative to the power eggs, like, and how much of the city relies on which source. But... yeah, I don't know. This fight is cool, by the way. Obviously, it kind of, with every other weapon, pretty much, it kind of sucks, because it's just way too easy. But with the roller, like, I don't mind them forcing you to use weapons for the boss fight. I think it makes sense. This is, I don't know, there aren't many bosses. I guess now that we have side order, it's more of a thing, but, you know, this is the first Splatoon boss where you just kind of were straight up attacking it and avoiding attacks rather than trying to, like, you know, find, like, a weak point. Or expose a weakness somehow. Yeah, with upgraded dualies, you can literally just melt this guy instantly. Oh, hello. I do like the weapon, too. Like, all the, like, transformation animations and sound effects are really cool. And the fact that it also just turns into a spawn point. That's another thing. So, in my sanitization video, I brought up, you know, do all Octarians have souls? Because Marina suggests that you need a soul to be sanitized, and we know Octarians can be sanitized, but when you kill them, you don't see a soul fly out of them like you do with the Octolings. And as far as we know, they don't respawn. But when making that video, I put this in, like, the pinned comment, but I actually totally forgot about this guy, the Octo Samurai. Because as far as we know, the Octo Samurai is, like, an Octo Trooper and not an Octoling, because he looks more like a tentacle, but then clearly, as we're about to see, he has a soul and can respawn. So I don't know how that works. Also the fact that it just grows like 5 times in size to turn into a spawn point. Don't quite know how that works either, but probably not supposed to think about that. I always love the animation on this, by the way. I kind of want to just actually, like, admire this for a second. On that vertical attack. I feel like that's, like, one of the best looking ink attacks in the series. I don't know why, it's just always really satisfying. Not that one. Do the cool one again. Do the wave one. Yeah, like, I'm sure for a gameplay reason they just gave him a soul, like, because, but I don't know. Do the attack again. Do the cool one. You know you want to. You know you want to do the cool one. I love that he's just on a stupid unicycle, by the way. Well, he really does not want to do it. That's the spin attack. Okay, we're doing the bike attack. I love that it turns into a bike, too. It's so stupid, but... like, see, this one is, like, stupid but cool to me. Like, while the Octo Oven is kind of just like, what the hell is happening? This one, I think... it's definitely more on the goofy side still, but it manages to also be kind of cool in a weird way. Oh, there we go. No, that's not it. Well, does he just never do that attack again? Ow. My bad. It's actually really easy to avoid that spin attack. If you're like close to him, it won't hit you. So I'm embarrassed I got hit by that. Not exactly trying to speedrun right now though. Okay. Can you just... Actually didn't know you could just roll. I probably did at some point. Actually, bomb will probably kill. Goodbye. Do you see the soul? You probably do see the soul fly up. I think I only ever noticed it respawn. Well, also, yeah, did we just, like, literally kill this guy? I guess we kill a lot of people, but, like, literally, like, he's trying to respawn in a spawn point, but we destroyed the spawn point, and then it blows up. So, like, he's just dead, right? Like... Yeah, like, so yeah, the weapon he holds... It is weird that the weapon has the tentacle, but yeah, it's like... For whatever reason, having the severed Octavio tentacle somehow, I don't know, allows it to respawn. It's a little weird. I don't think... I mean, I feel like the way I imagine respawning is different. Like, a lot of people seem to think of it as, like, you're, like, linked to a spawn point. I personally always just kind of saw it as, like, a time limit. It's just, like, you have to get to a spawn point before... Because in the Splatoon 1... I should have shown it during the stream, but in the Splatoon 1 game over screen, you see Agent 3's soul, like, flying up into the air and, like, disintegrating. So it's like, that's like, you know, them dying for real because they weren't able to respawn. So I always saw it more as just like, if you don't get to a spawn point fast enough. Because I'm imagining them like literally piloting their soul. Like they become their soul. Like that's where their like, you know, consciousness is. And you have to physically fly your soul back to the spawn point. And that's just not a gameplay thing. Because obviously it doesn't need to be. But a lot of people like to think of it as like them being linked to a spawn point. Just kind of probably because of like the way checkpoints activate. Like you walk over a checkpoint and it like, you know, like triggers and you're connected to that spawn point. So I could see it being either way, but personally, yeah. I think because we destroyed the Octo Samurai spawn point, either he has to fly away to a different spawn point, but I feel like because he's far enough away, he might just literally die. So, I don't know. Oh yeah, here we go. The Octarian bases feel like they've been given a feminine touch. Maybe they got a new decorator? And then Callie starts calling us for some reason. And... Oh yeah, actually. I forgot he hits her with an actually. Yeah. I mean, it looks like it has 5 limbs, right? It has 2 arms, 2 legs, and the ponytail. So, like, I guess it is just a weird in-between. Maybe you get a soul. Maybe you don't have to be an octoling to have a soul. Like a full-on 8-legged octoling, but you have to have at least 5? Maybe? That could be one interpretation, I guess. But yeah. Do I play through World 3? I'm trying to think if like any of the cutscenes matter. To the point that I would... I don't know. I want to play through the whole game, but I just... Maybe we start just going a bit faster. Octo hurlers have 5? Okay, well... Actually, they would have more than 5 because they have legs. Do Octo hurlers have 8? Or no, they would have 7. I guess. Huh. I'm not sure. Also, this is the thing I always like to talk about. So, like, this part of the game actually encourages you to like switch between different weapons to do platforming, and that's like for kind of the only time right there that the game ever really has like an actual good setup for that. Like I really wish they used this more in Octo Canyon and in future games. I think the switching between weapons thing is really cool, and I really hope if we do ever get like a more open-ended Splatoon game that it takes advantage of that. I don't know why Alterna didn't do that. Oh, okay, this is a good level. I'm a fan. Hero Splatling. I do think, I mean, I'm probably just naturally going to go through these levels a bit faster than Octo Canyon because, you know, one, I liked Octo Canyon better, so I had more to gush about. Two, I kind of covered a lot of general stuff in that stream that I don't really need to repeat. So yeah, again, I really like the music here, I like the aesthetic, but probably, unless I have like a certain specific detail I want to obsess over, probably gonna start trying to go a little bit faster here. Hello, Just Adam. I do think it's funny that, we have... I'm trying to think. There are splat switches and ink switches, but then there's also two other kinds of splat switches. Lots of very confusingly named mechanics that are all similar but different. Oh yeah, and this is the level I was talking about in Splatoon 1, by the way. There's the second propeller lift level in Splatoon 1 is all based around, you know, extending platforms with propellers and then them slowly sinking back into the walls, and that's clearly the exact mechanic we are working with here. I do think this level is different enough that it, you know, it's still interesting, but yes, it is a very, very similar idea. I don't think this level really does anything too crazy with the splatling. Like, it works pretty well with the ink switches, obviously, but... Oh, there's another Turquoise October poster. Oh, that's the grappling. For some reason, I thought it was something you hit. Okay, good. I thought I missed a scroll or something. For a second there. I kind of like this secret. I don't really love the way this game uses flutters compared to Splatoon 1, but I do like that. That is kind of neat. Oh. Yeah, I forgot to mention the sanitized version. I mean, I kind of think they're dubiously canon. Like, it doesn't really make sense that Kamaboko would just have clones of the Octo bosses. Like, I don't really know why they exist. So I just personally like to pretend it's not canon. I don't know if there's like an official stance on that. Yeah, like, I feel like they just exist purely for gameplay and, like, resource reasons. They couldn't make 4 unique boss fights for Octo expansion outside of Agent 3 and Tartar. Also, yes, they're supposed to be happening at the same time. I think they're just non-canon. It saves a lot of headaches if you just think of them as non-canon. Yeah, I know a lot of people were really convinced there was like a cloning thing going on. I was never fully on board with that, just because I didn't really feel like there was much reason to think there would be. Like, we saw like 3 Agent 8 standing on a line. I feel like that's mostly as far as it went in terms of cloning. You know, obviously a lot of that concept art did not really come to fruition anyway, which I knew to expect, so I don't know. It would have been cool, but cloning, as far as we know, is not really... I mean, outside of Judd, I guess, we don't really have any cloning lore, so I don't know what they would have done with that. I like how they block this, grapplink, by the way, because that's another another instance where, again, I feel like Alterna would have just put like a generic wall here, but here they have like this whole like billboard, and a tree for some reason. I like these weird rocks. I don't really know what those are supposed to look like. A lot of those cryo cubes? Like the memory cubes? I don't really know how that implies cloning. Marigold, yeah. But Marigold we don't know is cloning, like that might just be like a false identity thing. Oh yeah, okay. I mean, I'm sure someone could probably be kind of into this, but yeah, from my perspective, like, wow, clothes in Splatoon, what cool lore, like, don't really know what the point of that one is. Right, you just go here. Is this just a jump? Okay, for some reason I thought that was something more complicated. Insane lore chop. Oh! No, sorry, this is not the one I was thinking of. Oh god, this is Tentacooks. I don't like Tentacooks. I think they're annoying. I don't really love this level either. This is another instance of like, it's not a bad level, it's just like, I don't want to play it. I still can't believe that they made a 5th of side order just literally these guys. I guess the bombs make them, like, the fact that, Panicking Alamambos don't have the bombs makes them significantly less annoying, but like, yeah, it's basically the same thing. I don't think there's a connection between Little Judd and Marigold, unless he shows up on the scroll. I don't remember that being a thing. Yeah, it's literally just every other level is peak garbage, peak garbage. Also, this is this is another one where I feel like the terrain just starts getting really boring. Like, this is kind of like, I mean, again, it looks nicer. It looks a lot nicer than Alterna, with like the grass and this netting and everything, but it's like, yeah, I get it's like you're chasing the Tentacooks and they're going over the hills, but it's like, eh. I just feel like it's just like these big, flat platforms with nothing on them. I don't know. There's no fun platforming in this level, really. This is kind of fun. I mean, this is at least like a unique dynamic. Oh my god, the Tentacook level in Alterna sucks, by the way. I hate that one. That one's so bad. I mean, it's not that bad with the charger. It was just not fun. That's one of those levels where I'm just like, dude, I don't want to do this. Hope I'm not missing anything. That was kind of weird. What happened here? See, this is just an Octo Canyon moment where they just forgot this level's about Tentacooks. Like, why did I just fight 5 Octo Troopers? Did we just forget the level theme? Like, huh? I don't get it. We let Octoballs die for this. Yeah. What's my favorite boss from this campaign? Octo Shower, easily. I really like Octo Shower. And I do like the spectacle of Octavio. It definitely sucks compared to Splatoon 1 Octavio, but it's still kind of fun to me. Yeah, this platform is so weird. Like, why did we super jump here just to use the ride rail? Why couldn't you just put me on a ride rail? Like, Octo Canyon design just kind of baffles me sometimes. Oh boy, this part. Yeah, it's a scroll, good. This connection between Judd and Marigold's is tenuous at best. I guess, yeah, I forgot Marigold's in Grizzco. I guess that's something to go off of. I mean, if Little Judd doesn't appear in the scroll, though, I just feel like there's no reason to believe Marigold has anything to do with cloning. Like, I feel like we're working backwards there. We're saying maybe Marigold is cloned, and maybe she's related to Judd, but there's no evidence to suggest that she's cloned. Nice, okay. Of course, that's not the one that has the key. Oh god, okay, yeah, this part is just a mess. I mean, they kind of make it... We'll see, we'll see. I know it's like you're supposed to chase them up the hill, and then you get Tentamissiles. But then they just... Yeah, oh my god. They don't cooperate. Okay, let's wait for everybody to calm down. And can I get all of them? Nope. Okay, missile. There we go. I know you can use the key to just leave, or if you get both, one of the vaults gives you Sardinium. That's another weird little inconsistency. Sometimes, like, normally, like, these are called vaults, and sometimes these are called lock boxes, but then they just kind of started calling both of them vaults. Like, it doesn't matter, they're functionally pretty much the exact same thing, but it's just one of those things where I'm like, I don't even know why these both exist. I don't know why they made two different kinds of vaults anyway. They just felt like it. Okay, you get to live, because I don't care. Thank God that's over. That was 5.5 minutes with me not even trying to go slow. So, yeah, a lot of the levels in Octo Canyon are definitely longer. And I am generally a defender of long levels in most games. Some of these ones go a little slow. Oh, see you, Space Boy. Okay, this is an important scroll, I guess. The explanation for why Splatoon 1 specials didn't return. Major changes to regulations by the powers that be have led to a call for the complete replacement and overhaul of all special weapons. Designers and manufacturers are struggling to comply with this new regulation. So something I didn't really get until later is that these are supposed to be like protest posters. Like this is someone saying like they're married to their Inkzuka, so they can't let it go. Like the hearts on the ink strike, which is funny. It kind of took me, I don't know, I didn't really get that from the image. I think in the art book it explains more, or like somewhere it did. Yeah. Whoop. Oh, I did not catch my train. I like this too. I mean, clearly this is not very organic design compared to something like the Great in World 2, but at least there's platforming. Like, this is the thing I always rag on Alternafor is there's just no like actual platforming anywhere. And like at least this like has you, you know, you're shooting down sprinklers, you're jumping through grates, you're riding platforms, you know, there's just so much more going on. Oh, this is Octo Seeker level where we get, I think this is the only level where this song plays because it's from Splatoon 1. This is a cool level. Octo Seekers are kind of whatever as a mechanic, but stands out aesthetically. You get the slosher. This might be the only, no, there's one other mandatory slosher level. But yeah, I think this is the only level in the whole campaign that has like lighting this like dark. Even the other space levels have like more, you know, the actual levels are still more bright. That's a cool weird little pattern down there. Hello. I always like that you can see the little guy in there operating it. Hello. I like that it's a Twinticle too, not just an Octo Trooper. I think that's just like armor or something. Yeah. Again, another weird case of them like having this really hard to get thing and it's just armor. Like, it's just never worth getting that ever. There is something on that side though, which I forgot about. Oh, really? Okay, I don't care. I thought that was the scroll or something. I guess they wouldn't put it that early. I should have known. I do like the combination of sponges and the Octo Seekers, though. It's cool synergy of the mechanics. You mostly see that at the end of the stage, I guess, when it's like you actually have to go across it. Oh, the highway. They got the highway again. I didn't even notice that till now. They really use that in so many levels. Oh. This is a good level, actually. I forgot how this one has a like very nice flow to it. I think this is just a better sponge level than the earlier sponge level, and it's not even a sponge level. I mean, basically, it's like half sponges, half Octo Seekers. Yeah, then we actually start combining them. Surprised we haven't seen friendly versions. Well, yeah, it's weird because we don't really know what happens to the rest of the Octarians. Like, it's kind of annoying that we don't. I hope we figure it out someday, but yeah. Because the Inklings were so accepting of the Octolings, partly because of how similar they were, like they kind of basically just mistook them as Inklings. So, that, you know, it's harder to make that case for Octo Troopers and everything else. But yeah, I hope we learn more about them someday, for sure. It's the way the slosher shots... Oh yeah, they changed... To be fair, I think the Splatoon 3... They changed the animation to actually better reflect the hitbox. So, I feel like it's probably for the best for gameplay reasons, but... Yeah, I don't know. I can't really say I prefer one over the other. I definitely feel like I should have found the scroll by now. How do you get up there? Oh, do I jump down from there? No, right? What? I definitely missed something. Oh, I forgot you can paint the side of the Octo Seeker. I was thinking I like needed to drop down. That's my bad. Okay. Oops. Oh, of course I find the Sardinium. Okay, well. Yeah, it'd be cool to just see them like around as NPCs, for sure. Sorry, I'm looking. Okay. Did we? Okay, we're. I think the Oct kettle is in the next world. I mean, she sure does have dialogue. It's probably a little more interesting than Cuttlefish's, but yeah, it's not, Well, all the Octarians you've cooked, you could open up your own restaurant. Okay. I mean, oh my god. It'd be cool if that's where they took Callie's character. Because it kind of feels like that is how they were setting it up. You know, by the end of Splatoon 2, Callie seems to, I mean, despite being kidnapped, you know, Octo expansion happens, and they all seem chill, so, I don't know. I would like if that's what they did, but we'll see. I'm just gonna use Arrow Shot. Do. Okay, I'm definitely just gonna speedrun through this one, because obviously we literally still have Humpback Pump Track. And not too much to talk about here. I mean, okay, we got the Toxic Mist, you know, deployables are kind of interesting. Honestly surprised they didn't use those more often. It feels like it could work pretty well as just a generic obstacle. Guess it'd be kind of annoying, maybe? I don't know. I took it, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't have many thoughts beyond what I said in the video, but you know, I will say, like, I've probably mentioned this a few times. I know I definitely have to people off stream, but I do think I'm pretty optimistic in that video. Like, I think I'm definitely like thinking about it, like, you know, this is what I would love to see them do with the theme of past and what they could do, but like, I do think it's maybe, I don't know if they'll, you know, my main thing is I really want them to acknowledge, like, the problems with Inkling society, but I don't expect them to ever just straight up turn around and be like, oh, the Inklings are, like, villains, you know? Unless it's, like, a specific Inkling, maybe, but, like, you know, I really want them to tackle the, like, heavier elements of Splatoon's world in an interesting way, and I want them to acknowledge, like, you know, the bad things that Inklings have done, like, obviously lots of stuff with the Salmonids, and, you know, even the Octarians, and I would love to see, like, the world actually kind of, like, move beyond that conflict in a way that isn't just ignoring it. But I don't know. I don't know if they're going to really fully commit to that, because, you know, most of the stories are pretty lighthearted. Like, Octo expansion, I do think was kind of a lightning in a bottle situation. Like, we were all hoping it would be the new standard, but clearly, you know, it wasn't. It was not the standard for stories going forward. So, you know, I just, as always, trying to keep my expectations in check. But I do have, you know, high hopes for what could happen. Yeah, like, obviously I don't want them to make them villains, but I just mean, I think it's difficult to, you know, Splatoon's not exactly subtle about it, but it's always optional, right? It's always the whole, like, oh, you know, the Inklings are actually doing a bunch of stuff that's really messed up and bad, has always been, like, in the scrolls, or, like, just very heavily, like, implied through world building, but it's never, like, the plot has never been a character going, like, hey, we live in a society, or, you know, like they're not, like, I don't know, it's always either been, like, very plot-driven, where it's like, you know, we want the Zapfish, or we want to not let the world get blown up, or a side order. Again, I always will give side order credit for being a character story. Like, side order is about Marina's growth more than any Splatoon story has ever been about any character developing. So I think that's really cool, and I'm glad they actually went as far as they did with that. But I just think having a story that's properly about, you know, actually addressing major flaws with their society, I just can't imagine, you know, Splatoon dialogue being written like that, as much as I want it. So, yeah, I just, I'm hopeful, but very cautiously optimistic, I guess. This flutter is so random, by the way. I think it's like the only flutter in the level. It's another case of Octo Canyon, just like... just why is this here? Someone thought it would be cool to put this mechanic here randomly, even though it does not fit the theme of the level at all. You hated this level? I don't think this was ever one I struggled with. I don't really, again, I don't like Buoyant Boogie. It's just, it doesn't feel like Octarian music to me. It's just like too cheery and bouncy and fun. Like, I don't know. I know someone's gonna come in and be like, oh man, this guy has no whimsy or whatever the fuck, but like, I just, it doesn't, you know, it's not the vibe I want in an Octarian level. Is this like a thing? Oh, I could have just inked that wall. Why is this wall here? Oh, there we go. Okay. There we go. See, that's actual platforming. There we go, Splatoon 2. You learned, except the flutter's there, so actually it's not, never mind. Okay. Gameplay-wise, the level's fun. Just the vibes are off for me. Ooh, I like this part. This part is fun. The big dive. Oh god. And I missed, and I missed, and it's over. Okay. I always think it's funny that the land is always very anticlimactic. Yeah, like Crush is how you make it sound like kind of creepy and off-putting, but also goofy at the same time. This one is just goofy. And it's like, it's mostly Callie's vocals too, which I think, I like, you know, the fact that Callie's vocals are incorporated into the music is really cool, but when, like, this just feels like a, you know, Squid Sisters summer album. Like, it doesn't feel like Octarian music. Yeah, it's a good level. Atmosphere for me does not work. Oh yeah, I hate that they call them twinklings. I'm glad twinklings did not remain a term in the Splatoon lore lexicon. But yeah. People just stopped saying tweens in general. I mean, maybe that's just because I stopped being a tween, but I feel like I haven't heard that term in a long time. Yeah, I mentioned the relationship chart earlier on in the stream. It is very interesting. I wish they did a bit more with it. With that idea, I guess. Over there. Yes. Where am I? That is the wrong side. Okay, the map was confusing me. Sorry, I'm just trying to... Why is this... Okay, that's another thing that just is a nitpick. The order never makes any sense. Why is this the first level you're expected to find on this level when there's a level there, like closer to the start, another level there? Like, sure, this is the next level, if you say so. Never heard tween in my whole life? It's like... It's just like young... It's like before you're a teen. It's like when you're like 11 and 12. Is you're a tween, right? I think? Oh, I actually like this level. This is like, it's, the theming is weird, but I like it. So it's called, okay, Sheldon has to yap for a second. It's called Parking Garage. It's just literally called Parking Garage. I thought it was like a joke or something. But yeah. So, weird that it's just called Parking Garage, but, kind of a really fun charger level, actually. I'm a fan of this one. Aesthetic-wise, it uses the car asset. I feel like they're like, okay, we made this really cool car for the Reef, and it's so cool that we're gonna spam it all over the single-player levels, or at least some of them. And sure, I guess you could say this is an Octarian parking garage. I don't know. But I also, yeah, I don't know. It's funny that, like, it's just like a visual gag more than even like a level design thing right there. And then by the end, it just kind of becomes, like, interesting combat. Is that really all you have to do? Oh, there's no way there wasn't a scroll there, right? No, wait. I think it's later on. I think I remember where it is. But yeah, this part's cool. So it's like, there's these platforms kind of spiraling around this Octo sniper. So you're trying to move forward, but the whole time you're like dodging the sniper. And then at the end, you like get to go in and kill him off. And it's like, I don't know. It's cool. It's a good idea. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Also, this is something they fixed later on. I'm not sure if I'll get this. So there's two dash tracks directly next to each other, and you can touch both of them at the same time, and the sound like plays like doubly, and it like sounds bad, which is something I think they fixed later on. Let me see if I can get it. Yeah, that's. I'm honestly like, I guess it's not worth patching out. I'm just surprised they didn't catch that. The audio just doubling up. Oh, that's the scroll. Okay, never mind. Forget what I was thinking of, some other secret, but cool. At least I caught it. Okay. So boop boop boop. Boosh. That is fun. I enjoy that part very much. I swear they like reuse a similar idea like that. I forget if it's an Octo expansion or Return of the Mammalians. But yeah, they introduced these tiny switches. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, that's just a ticket, okay. Well, I remember the GooTuber level, but that specific thing where you go up. There's a level where you fly forward with dash tracks and shoot grapplings, but I don't know if there's a level. I want to say there's another level where you're also flung directly upward. Actually, wait, that might just, yeah. I don't know. They use a similar thing a few times, I think. Okay, you're thinking of the YouTuber one, yeah. Oh my god. But yeah, this level is genuinely really fun. I don't know, just again, the flow, like, I just think a lot of Octo Canyon levels have issues where it's like one part of the level just kind of sucks, or is like slower, or doesn't really fit in with the theming. It's just kind of like, why are we here? Oh, my bad. Forgot there were balloons. And then this level is just, you know, solid ideas that work well together, one after another. Oh yeah, there never is a... Is there never an Octoling with a Splatana? There's like one level in Splatoon 3 that has them. Actually, no, I'm thinking because you use a Stamper to fight them, but they don't have it. Oh yeah, the microbes. The latest research has produced startling revelations about Inkling ink. Once thought to simply disappear after a while, Inkling ink is actually rapidly disintegrated by airborne microbes. That's a thing. Don't have much to say about it, it's a thing. Oh. I'll get Curly Mums after this. I should get them, but I don't have to come back here. do. Sorry, shifting my mic. Huh. You know, I never really looked at the skybox. What is going on there? This is the first one to not just have, like, that same city. I guess it's just... I don't know. I think those screens are unique to this arena, though. That's interesting. I mean, a little interesting, at least. Right, so here's Octo Stomp, which, again, confusing if this is a guy, a species, a model of robot, all of the above. He looks so funny rising up, too. I'm back. Yeah, because Marie says, I know this guy. It's Octo Stomp. And Sheldon says him. But then, an Octo Expansion Cuttlefish said Agent 3 took down one of these. So, who knows? I hate his legs. I think they're funny. Unthinkable. His armor is completely uninkable. This is a pretty fun boss, honestly. I like the way they evolved Octo Stomp. Hey, that's a new attack, the charge. That's a penguin? Where? Also, this boss is really jank if you, go down to this area. Like, I don't know why. I mean, this was in the original arena. And I honestly don't know why it was in the original arena. I guess because it was like the first boss and they wanted to give you like an easy way to escape. But, yeah, it just doesn't know what to do if you go off the edge and it just kind of stays there slamming. It's kind of weird. I want to get it to do it. Here we go. Like, I've seen a bunch of people like just fight this boss and just get stuck here. And it's just like... I guess it's only jank if you stay down there and if you're like stupid, but I don't know. I feel like it's just a weird thing to have in the arena. Yeah, it just kind of lets you cheese it. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Oh. I feel like this doesn't normally take me that long, but I guess I was kind of messing around a little bit. Can I please? Thank you. Okay. I've seen a lot of people say they wanted Octo Stomp in Side Order, and like, I gotta be honest, them not recycling a boss certainly doesn't disappoint me. I guess if it was an easy way to get a 4th boss in rotation, it wouldn't have been a bad thing, but like, I don't know, I'm good. If you get hit by one of the eyes, you take no damage? Like, so you're just hiding in like the eye socket? That's weird. Yeah, I guess it is just Octo Samurai that has the boss screams. For some reason I thought it was more than that. When he lands, when he makes contact with you. Oh, you just get pushed out, huh? That's really weird. Oh, yeah, this is the part where Maria's like, dude, you'll never believe this. Callie. Yeah, I know. Oh, what did they say about Agent 3? It's probably not that interesting. We know. Sorry. They said like they're out with the captain, I think. Okay. Let's see here. Almost 4 hours in. Is it worth it playing? The only reason I want to play the whole game is because I do want to see, like, the original dialogue during the final boss. And if I replayed it on a different save, it would be, you know, like, the other dialogue. I'll just try and speedrun this. Sector 4, Slimeskin Garrison. So yeah, this is another case where it's like, supposedly Marina like worked here or went to school here. I forget which one it is, but like, this one really is just a series of floating platforms. So I don't know what physical place named Slimeskin Garrison, like, I feel like this is almost the case where it's like, this is not even like canonically Slimeskin Garrison. That's just what they called it. It's like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Why is this in curler here? Oh, just to jump to that. Right. Okay, well... Let me try and find it. I think Sheldon's funny in this game. I like his dialogue. Again, like, I wouldn't normally match through this stuff so quickly. It's just, you know, I've read it 10 million times. And it's, you know, it's not like Octo Expansion, where I will read it over and over every time. Here we go. Right, so... I should have gotten the image ahead of time. Okay, give me 1 second. So, this is the dome that I'm very confident that, it's at least, like, what inspired... Or, you know, it's the dome they used when making the photo in Side Order of Octo and Marina. It lines up better than any of the others. I'm just getting the image so we can compare, because it's right at the start of the level. Again, my PC is so slow whenever I have OBS open. I pressed right-click save image, and now I am waiting. There we go. To downloads. I guess we can go ahead and hop in at least so we get the better music. So, okay. I went in and tried to compare this before. Maybe we'll have this on the side. So, basically, you can see the scaffolding. Let me like, can I rotate? Okay. Obviously, we're not gonna get this super perfect, but you know, you can see the scaffolding kind of in the background, and they mentioned scaffolding in number 3 Etude, like they call the floating platform scaffolding, and if you compare like the panels in the background, right, that pretty much lines up. You got I think the sky, the sunlight is like kind of in a different position, but also the like the fence that Octo's sitting on. Look at this, right? And there's like these road signs. And there are similar road signs. So again, like I don't think it's 1-to-1, like exactly correct, but and there's like a few different places in the level maybe you could look at it from, but I do think this is definitely like supposed to be it, pretty much. It's the best we got at least. So I know I tried lining up exactly before, and I almost like could, like I genuinely almost like actually there are road signs that are even kind of closer. Again, it's not exactly it's not exactly, but the theming and visuals are similar enough. It's like, yeah, the fence for sure, I think pretty much seals the deal. I don't know, again, it's like it doesn't like mean anything outside of the fact, I mean, in the story Marina even says, you know, like I'm being moved to a new position in Octo Valley, so obviously the picture would have been taken in Octo Canyon. But yeah, I don't know. I certainly think it is neat. And that fence is like a consistent thing throughout the whole level. Hi, Dan. Yeah. Pretty much. I want to say there was like another place I found, but I'm not sure if there was. I really would like to speed this up a bit from this point onward, but it's only so fast you can go in Octo Canyon. I should have gotten a curling bomb. Oh, hey, there's that. I had no idea this UFO asset was in Splatoon 2. That's the UFO that was in the Splatoon 1 tutorial, and in that one level with the shifting platforms, and the couch that serves as its seat is next to Cuttlefish's shack in Splatoon 1 in Octo Valley. I had no idea it was here. That's interesting. Is that like one of the only times the UFO actually shows up in Splatoon 2? Because again, they're all over in Octo Valley. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Just needed something to put there. Oh, okay, there's another one. Why did they just decide to shove all these right here? That's actually, I've never seen this in 1080p, because I've only ever noticed it in Splatoon 1, so it's kind of cool. Huh. Yeah, I didn't assume you could ink it, but I like the little screens. Oh my god. By the way, do these guys make the Octumba sounds from Mario Galaxy? I always thought it was like literally the exact same sound effect, but I never like checked. But they sound exactly like Octumbas from Mario Galaxy. I don't know that 100%. Yeah, I know. I know. Tim Tams does Mario Galaxy, so Yeah. You know it. I always thought this is kind of a neat puzzle. You always think of these bumpers as just like completely indestructible stage elements, but you actually get a guy to come pop it. Also, yeah, Octo Stamp DX. Yeah, I think there's like 3 of those in the whole game. I'm trying to think. I know there's one that, or well, no, there's a whole Octo expansion level that uses them. Where they're like glued to one another. There's one Octo expansion level where you're trying to ink all of the switches, and there's one at the end. There's one later in Octo Canyon. I think that's the only time they appear. Yeah, this is the only time they made that popping animation just for this single bumper. That is the only time that has ever been a mechanic in the series. Which is why, I don't know, I like it. It's a clever secret, I guess. They probably could have done more with that, honestly. With, you know, Octo Stamp DXs if they really wanted to, but... sorry, I feel like I was distracted by this for some reason. Just an interesting structure. I can't tell if this collapsed or if this is just supposed to be how Octarians build things. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes. Actually, this is like... Yeah, okay. Yeah, it is just for a ticket. I think this is... Okay, good. That's a scroll. Again, they just put the car here. They just really like this car asset. They really want you to know that they modeled a really cool car. Just like they really like that highway. Maybe cars and highways. Is there someone on the team who just really likes driving? I like the lens flare effect a lot. It's kind of the same in every dome, but it's... I don't know, it's neat. Goodbye, Karasu. You found the Octo? Yeah, I'll check it out after stream probably, but... Yeah, send that to me if you can. Splatoon 3 lacking a paintable car brings the whole game down. It does. Oh hey, Big Run lore, I think. When smoke rises from the 7 rings, the pink fish will emerge from the sea, devouring all the creatures of the land. The Book of Madai, chapter 10, verse 10. So... yeah, we can see the 7 rings in Splatoon 3 during a big run. I don't know what that means. I cannot tell you. Thank you for Curling Bomb reminder. But yeah, like, I guess this prophesized big run, or at least maybe it's a recurring thing. I don't know if we really know that for sure, but it's a thing for sure. Yeah, Book of Madai is, as far as we know, basically the Bible, I guess. So, I mean, it probably is. We don't know anything about it besides that scroll. Alterna did tell us about Squid Jesus, so... yeah. Probably not gonna bother upgrading anything else, because level 3 shot makes the final boss genuinely, like, just actually not fun levels of easy. And the rest of the weapons are fine. Did Mr. Gritz talk about the Book of Madai? Or just that big one was like prophesized or something? Or no, he says they occur. Oh, yeah, isn't it a thing they occur every like 70 years or something? Sorry, I totally forgot about that lore. It's a little confusing because I feel like we were initially told that just salmon run. Because, I mean, that's what real-life salmon runs are, is it's salmon migration for, like, their mating season. So, like, it's not just supposed to be a thing that's always happening. But... then they kind of, it just is always happening, because it continued happening between Splatoon 2 and 3, and then Big Run lore happened, so yeah, I don't know. This is another level where I'm like, why do I have to use Hero Shot? Like, chances are I would have picked Hero Shot anyway, to be honest. But why? Why do I have to pick it? Oh, this level also uses this song. Okay, I forgot about that. It is not just the Octo Seeker level. I totally forgot. This feels like wrong. I swear this level did not have this song in it. I feel like I'm going insane. I don't think we have lore for the Octoballers. As far as I'm aware, correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, they use that sound effect. This sound effect is like all over Splatoon 1, and they like barely use it in this game for some reason. I think it is anyway. I don't know, I feel like I'm so thrown off by this sound design and this song playing in Splatoon 2, because I feel like this is all like Splatoon 1 stuff. Okay, this is another case, by the way. Like, again, sorry for Alterna rant every 2 seconds, but genuinely, the Octoball level is one that, like, even the first time I played it, I was like, this is just worse than the Splatoon 2 Octoball level. Like, they just made a more generic version of the level. Like, that level is so nothing. They just, it's so weird to me. And this one's not even, like, extraordinary. Like, I don't know if this is, like, one of my favorites by any means. But I feel like it is memorable, like, especially the giant, you know, the giant Octoballs. Oh yeah, they have 2 guys in the cockpit for the big ones. But yeah, the alternative level that uses Octoballs is just, like, generic concrete platforms, and it's just the same thing but worse as this level. And they don't even use the giant ones. Ow. Oh my god, okay. I was trying to think of an excuse, but I think I'm just bad. I was kind of reading chat. Yeah, like, I don't know, I just feel like the whole, again, like the 4-step level design thing, right? Is like, you introduce the mechanic, you like develop it, you twist it in an interesting way, and then there's like some big final test. Like, we're in the final big test right now, because like, okay, no, I'm gonna break this down, because I'm that much of a hater. Right? This level introduces the Octoballers, right? And it's just like, you're just on platforms, and the Octoballers roll by, and, you know, you learn how to kill them, and you, like, see how they spawn, and then they develop it by adding in, like, the Octo Sniper. It's okay, like, now you're dodging attacks while dodging or fighting the Octoballs, and then they put a twist on the whole level. They say, okay, now we have these moving platforms that are moving back and forth, and now you're moving on platforms while dodging Octoballs. And then we have this, like, big finale section. Or then they have the giant Octoballs, which are, like, you know, even in addition to that, it's like a big twist where you have, like, these big surprise at the end of the level where there's all of a sudden giant Octoballs. And then, okay. And then there's, like, one final, like, test at the end of the level, right? Where it's like, okay, now we're combining moving platforms. Personally, I think, no, actually, okay, yeah, they have an octocopter there, so they're combining the entire level. You have platforms shifting left and right, and you have Octoballs that you have to dodge while dodging another enemy. It's combining the 3 main, you know, mechanics of the level into one thing as a big, like, test at the end. And it, like, you know, it creates almost like a story throughout the level, where it's like the dangers are rising and rising, and everything is getting more complex throughout the entire level. That's how you design a level. In Splatoon 3, they just have Octoballs roll down a path, and you dodge them. And then they have more Octoballs rolling down a path, and you dodge them, and then the level just ends. It's like, it's why Alterna drives me insane, and I feel like I'm insane whenever I'm explaining this, but I tell you, whenever you compare a Splatoon 1 or 2 level to Alterna, it's like they just forgot how to make levels. Like, and I know I'm, like, no, other people don't say this, so maybe I'm just insane. But I swear to God, the level design is just so much better in Splatoon 1 and 2. I swear to God. Okay, sorry. We're done with that rant. Oh, there is bowling lore. Okay, that's cool. Also, yeah, I mean, this is just Salmon Run existing, but the propaganda posters are cool, obviously. I do like the design of those a lot. But yeah, I don't. That's like my one thing with Splatoon, where I just feel like no one else like. It's like when I bring it up, some people are like, "Oh yeah, you're right. Alternate levels kind of do suck," but it's only a thing that seems to enrage me. Like, other people complain about the story or whatever, but it's like the level design in Alterna. I feel like I'm the only guy, so it makes me feel entirely like insane. And I don't think I explained myself very well in that level design video. Oh, this is a really good level, by the way. And aesthetically, it's like, wow. Like, this just looks better than anything in Splatoon 3, right? Like, I'm not crazy. Like, what happened to levels that look like this? Give me more of this, please. Yeah, yeah, because Octo Expansion doesn't use 4-step level design, but it does interesting things. Whereas I feel like Alterna just pretends to be, like, it tries to be a classic hero mode level, but it's like they didn't finish it. It's like, oh, well, Octo Expansion levels were short, so we can just stop here. It's like, no, bro, that's not how it works. Yeah, it's not like every level sucks. Like, I never want to, yeah, obviously, there are good things. I just think on average, for me, the quality just feels so much lower. Also, there was some, I think I missed it. There's some, like, extremely, like, terrible dialogue on that part of the level. I skipped past it. It's like, Marie is like, I think I've seen this kind of staircase before. And then Sheldon, like, interrupts her and is like, I know, it's a square spiral staircase. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, I know it's just they're trying to give him, like, a nerd Bob moment where he, like, interrupts her, but it's like, why are we talking about stairs? They're also not even stairs. It's a ramp. Sorry, this is just a weird nitpick that always drove me insane. It's like, what the hell are you guys talking about? Okay, sorry, moving on. This part's really cool, by the way. It's a little slow, I guess. I kind of wish there were more enemies to shoot, but still cool. Still a memorable part of the level. Sorry, I just completely missed. I was actually trying to reach out though. Sheldon is an average Twitter user talking about. Yeah, I mean, I want to try something. Hang on. I was trying to store charge. Can I get out of here? Okay, hang on. Shit. I just fell another. Okay, hang on. Can I please just. Does this work into enemy ink? It does. Okay. It's fine, guys. It's fine. I can save it. I can save it. Please. Okay. Hang on. I can save it. 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 Why? Can you get in there? Please? Okay. And I saved it. Am I going down? Why am I going down? Is that normal? Why am I going down? Oh, it continues if you miss the... Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna... Yeah, okay, you know, you got me there, Tori. I was disappointed that I missed the guy, so I was gonna try and get a cool kill on him, but then I fumbled the kill, and then oh, it's fine. We're moving on. We're moving on. Oh my god, this takes so long. Oh, okay. Also, Marie makes the Lucky Charms there reference, but we don't need to talk about that. Okay, scroll. This part is cool. This is the part I was talking about earlier. The cool Octo Sniper gameplay. Oh my god. I struggled here, actually. I remember when I first played this, especially trying to get through this with like every weapon. I remember having trouble here. Obviously, I've gotten a little bit better at the game in 8 years since this campaign came out. Oh my god, Octo Canyon was 8 years ago. I've come to terms with Splatoon almost being 10, but Octo Canyon almost being 8 feels worse somehow. There is a very similar level in Return of the Mammalians there, yeah. This part kind of kills the pacing of the level, unfortunately. Splatoon doesn't have a lot of auto-scrollers. And the ones it does are all pretty unremarkable. There's like one in Splatoon 1 where you hit a propeller lift over a bunch of water. There's this one, and there's the one in the Alterna finale that sucks, and I really wish it wasn't there, because it's really boring. I do kind of like these things where you have to ink the platforms to get the stuff in time, but beyond that, yeah, kind of whatever. Especially this ending part, like, who hasn't killed all the enemies by now? Why are you making me wait? Okay. Oh, my bad, I completely skimmed over the, Marie talking about looking at the stars. Yeah, I know that makes, I don't know, some people like that line a lot. It's nice. Doesn't do a whole lot for me, but it's nice. This appears to be a painting from the mid. Okay, so also this just casually confirms that, like, you know, Splatoon society had a Middle Ages, by the way. So that's, I guess that's kind of relevant. Okay, it actually does say right there. It depicts a great migration of salmon said to occur once every 70 years. So did they like retcon that into being Big Run instead of just normal Salmon Run? Because I think most people just interpreted this as like, okay, salmon runs happen, like, you know, at the scale we see in Splatoon every 70 years. But then Mr. Grizz, I'm pretty sure, says Big Run happens every 70 years. So this is actually talking about Big Run just before Big Run existed in canon. I think they just kind of retconned that. Also, is that just a Quahawk in the back? I feel like that almost looks like a big shot, a little bit. Interesting. You know, I'm gonna actually run to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. Okay, hello, I'm back. Does that mean the Inklings could theoretically dig up a complete copy of Undertale? Yes, or Deltarune. I just read that as Undertale. Yes, it does. Oh, this level. I was talking about this the other day, actually, because this dialogue has aged very badly, aged like milk, as they say. This is a secret weapon that everyone wants to play with, the Hero Brella, because this level came out before, or you know, the game did not launch with Brella. It came out a few weeks after launch, but obviously now it is 8 years old, so it doesn't quite work. Also, this level kind of sucks. It's just whatever. it's just a mishmash of random mechanics. They kind of try to teach you how to use Brella shields, which is like fine, but eh. Is everyone in the room with us? Yeah. It was funny in 2017 for a second. Alright, you go either way. I mean, if we're talking in canon, Sheldon does design weapons, so maybe, I mean, like, you know, canonically the reason Sheldon lets Agent 4 use the weapons is to collect data and to test them, so it's not out of the question to say that, well, I don't know, but he didn't design the Brella, because it's canonically made by a different company, but, maybe he designed the Hero Brella? Or is somehow in collaboration with the company that made Brellas. So Agent 4 was testing it before it was released to the public. Also, you can literally just run away from those enemies. So in that case, the everyone would just be Inklings. There's another one of those dead flutters. They just like putting those around. In both of the games. But yeah, there was randomly an invisible ink section. I didn't even talk about that. Like, I guess they just wanted to put invisible ink in the game. Or invisible, you know, invisible platforms. Oh, there was no reason to go over there. Why did that? Okay. I don't know why that whole section to the right exists. I'm gonna nitpick the hell out of this level, because I'm not a fan. Like, I guess flutters are not the least synergistic thing. I think this is a cool interaction. Shooting the Brella shield through it. Like, that's fine. This level is just complete garbage with any of the other weapons is the problem. Because, I mean, that's the problem with Octo Canyon design, is that every level has to be clearable with every weapon. So, if you design a level around the mechanics of a weapon, you can only do so many things with it, because you still have to, you know, it can't be something an other weapon can't do in some other way. And it also means that when you play the level with any other weapon, it's just not fun. I honestly assumed it had the same amount of HP as the multiplayer version, but you can tank a whole Octo Commander barrage, so I don't know. Is this where there's like that weird secret? Yeah, there it is. I'm low-key surprised I remember that. Not really, because I've played the game like 20 times, but it is a weird one. Again, I just have to question the reinforced crates. Is it fun to shoot a box 5 times instead of 1 time? I don't know. I don't quite think it is. This is another thing. Oh right, I remember. So it's kind of like the auto scroller in the last level, actually, the way you collect that. That's, like, fine. Oh my god. The way the Brillo Shields hits the propellers is kind of jank, too, as you just saw there. So that's another thing I don't love about this. This is kind of cool. I mean, you know, the level's about launching the Brillo Shield, so they do try and develop it. Credit where it's due. Oh my god, that was close. Also, this is funny. So they want you to fight these Octo Snipers, to get a key to open that lockbox to hit that propeller, to bring this platform up, but if I can get it, this is easier with other weapons. Okay, maybe I'll fight one of them. Okay, maybe I'll kill you just to make this easier, but I promise you can just do this. There we go. There it is, there it is. Yeah, you can just skip that. The reinforced crates exist in Octo expansion, but it actually makes sense there because they build them into like time challenges or have you stand on them while like other crates can be destroyed or whatever. I don't think they appear in Alterna. Well, they just appear in like destroying the crate missions. Oh yeah. Problem solved. Studying with Marie. What is so SBS? Is that supposed to be like PBS? Just Squid Broadcast Studio? Is that what it is? Service. Squid Broadcast Service. Yeah, I don't know. True, funny Brella thing. We have to do the funny Brella thing. So for anyone who hasn't seen this, I'm pretty sure you just have to like do this. Oh. Well, normally it doesn't go like that. There we go. Do you have to have like a weird, that was pretty normal. I haven't seen it go backwards before, but the Brella shield freaks out on this. Normally it goes, you can send it like into the sky is what I'm trying to do. Try that one above the boss kettle. Keeps being weirdly normal. Maybe you hit it like from the side? No, that was worse. Look up? Okay. I feel like I've normally seen it with this one, so I'm gonna try here again. No? I did it the first time somehow, or I did something the first time. Oh, charge it on top? Didn't mean to do that. Dude, come on. Oh, probably, yeah, like probably the initial launch has to happen on top of it. No? Mary Poppins odd glitch, yeah. I didn't remember being this like weird to get like a... I thought you could get a crazier one pretty easily. What if I do it like sideways? I swear you could get it like way, way, way crazier where it like flies off into the air. Oh my god, I keep doing that. But I might be misremembering, or maybe it's just not as exciting as I thought. I don't want to have to replay a whole level. Yeah, I mean the first one was funny at least. I don't think the angle is like different on this. But yeah, I think you can get a crazier launch. I'm not gonna mess around with it too much longer. Oh, jump. Maybe that would work. I'm already gone though. Oh boy, I love shooting reinforced crates. What fun gameplay. Okay. I thought I had not curling. Oh, this is... Um, I would have switched Brella. I assumed it was not a Octoling level. Oh, this is the Mori Towers one. Okay, this one's fun. Got Octolings to deal with. I don't think they patched it, yeah. So Mori Towers works really well as a single player stage. I think this is actually really cool. Okay, kind of stuck with Brella, so bear with me. I know where the scroll is. Oh my god. Oh, that's the ink rail, hang on. Or the ride rail. This is always cool. Jeez, that glare really is bad. Oh, and the wall. I think that wall's actually supposed to help you, because it just bumps you down here. Oh, that's not the scroll. I might not know where the scroll is. For some reason, I thought it was there. That's fine, we'll find it. Is it just all the way up at spawn? I don't think so. I do like that they actually come from the spawn point there. That's the Sardinium. I seem to have a vague recollection of Marie going like, wow, I can't believe you found that. With the scroll on this level, which is not exactly helping me. There is something down in the sneak. I always like doing this jump. Just eggs. It is a very satisfying level to clear out, though. I don't really mind 100%ing it. I forgot they have a cannon. I've like never used the cannon on this level ever. I like this version of Mori. I didn't like the Splatoon 1. I mean, at the time I actually did like it, I think, but Splatoon 1 Mori has aged... What the? Why was your super jump marker in the air? That's weird. I think Splatoon 1 Mori has aged badly, but Splatoon 2's I actually did like in some of the modes. It did suck in certain modes, but... Oh, is it here? That's where it is. Can't believe you found that. Yep. There we go. I like it in Rainmaker. That's what I always say. I think Splatoon 2 Moray Rainmaker was genuinely super fun. Land Blitz was okay, in my opinion. The other two modes, yeah, kind of bad. But I like how unique it is. Certainly in the Splatoon 3 era, I'm missing it a bit. Pandemonium ensued when pop star Callie was spotted at the airport by fans after wrapping up filming for her upcoming TV drama in New Sardine. Forgot they had a town... or a city name drop there, New Sardine. She smiled through it all, but it's clear to this reporter that the pressure of fame is getting to her. Yeah, I don't have much to add there, but... Feel bad for Callie. Yes, Moray was literally like the best map rework we ever got, which is kind of hilarious. I swear she had some interesting dialogue in post-game, but she doesn't have much to say at the moment. Yeah. You just heard number 3 and you're exploding? Yeah. It is... I don't know. It's like crumbs, but it's also like... it's nice. It's really... The characterization I mean, obviously, like, the world building stuff is really cool, but I also just love the way the characters are written. Black, yeah. I mean, Black Belly Raidmaker still kind of wasn't great in the end, though, is the thing. I mean, it was kind of fun, but it, you know, they made it playable. But in terms of like a glow up that actually resulted in something I like playing on, I would give it some worry. My Yuri. So this level, I've always, like, every time I replayed this game, this is the level I would dread. I don't know if it's like my bottom one nowadays, but it's it's not up there. Like, okay, so this first part is like, it's fine. It's just moving platforms. Like, I like that there's actual platforming. I like that, you know, I have to do actual jumps now, and not just little baby gaps like earlier. But it's just like, it just feels so unfocused. I guess, I don't know if that makes it objectively bad, but I definitely like when levels have like a very clear theme and they develop throughout, you know, the course of the stage. And this level is just, it's just everything. It's random bullshit go, the level. Like, I don't know. So, okay, I mean, sure, moving platforms, hitting switches with blaster, fine, kind of generic, kind of whatever. There was like a Tentacook for a second, I think. I don't really know why that was there. Theme is funny shape? Well, like, not even, I don't know. Cause this, I mean, this part is like fine. If the whole level was about like these weird, you know, strange curved moving platforms with switches, yeah, but that was already a Splatoon 1 level. So it's not. That's 1/3 of the level. I also like, it's neat, like this idea of like doing 3 sections of a level and then returning to like a hub is like kind of neat. Like this isn't really used anywhere else. But maybe that's for the best. This part is just all of a sudden grapplinks, and there's nothing like wrong with this section. It always felt kind of like ROM hacky to me. Like just this like chain of grapplinks feels so like, oh my god, I also died. To get the secret is kind of annoying here too. I don't know, this is just, I mean, obviously there's, from like a lore, oh my god, I died, okay. From like a lore atmosphere perspective, there's literally no decoration here. It's literally just a bunch of floating grappling hooks. I mean, I guess there's like, you know, there's the pillars on either side, but, oh my god. It's really annoying to hit the switch. There we go, there we go. And I mean, there was like a short, you know, tutorial kind of to the idea of chaining grapplinks, so you could argue this is developing a mechanic, because it appears twice. But it's like, eh. I don't know. Again, it kind of just doesn't really go anywhere. And then this is just like blaster combat, which like, I don't know. I kind of feel like this should have just been like the start of the level, like before it splits off into the hubs. Because this is basically just like, you know, I mean, I guess the other parts were about platforming and this is about combat, but I mean, this is also platforming. And, you know, the only thing I can really give this part is that it tells you that blasters can shoot around shielded enemies, which is, you know, at least a unique interaction with the weapon. Also, this part is weird because, this entire thing is about to rotate, right? It's about to, like, flip around. And they don't expect you to, like, react to that, I guess. But if you do, you can just paint that and then just start swimming. And also that just clips through that background element right there. And you can just go past all the enemies and just, like, kind of ignore everything. It's just, like, I don't know. On one hand, I'm like, oh, that's kind of like a cool speedrun trick. But on the other hand, I'm like, that kind of just sucks. Because you could just, I don't know. I don't like it. And then this block just rotates, like, actually identically like a Splatoon 1 launch pad for some reason. And then this part sucks, because it's just industrial squeegees. And there's just stuff everywhere. it's just enemy spam for no reason. Squeegees don't have anything to do with Blaster. Like, I guess you can lead them with Blaster, but you can lead them with every weapon. I don't know, man. I think this is the absolute low point of this game for sure. It just feels like they gave up. It feels like they had like 3 almost ideas for actual levels, and we're like, just put them together. Just use them at the same time. Why not? And then, okay. I mean, at least controlling it. Sometimes, if you fall off, it's a disaster. Luckily, that went pretty well that time, but... Oh. 5 minutes, dude. 5 minutes is too long for what that level is. I get really sad. Yeah, like... I feel like if you're gonna do the, like, do 3 separate sections of the level and then get to the end, like, you need that end part to either... You need the level to either just end there, or you need that last part to be really fun and rewarding. And it is neither. It does exist, and it sucks. Salmonid lore. They are known to keep their weapons in tip-top shape. Frying pans have often been passed down from generation to generation. Yeah. Salmonid lore has never been, like, a thing I've cared all that much about. I think it's neat. You know, if they do more story stuff with it, if they do more, you know, like, narrative things with Salmonids in the future, I will probably be more interested, but until then, you know, it's there. It's cool. I'm glad they have world building, but it's not something that interests me as much as the rest of the game. Okay. Once again, going from absolute garbage to peak. I mean, not like peak, but this is one of my favorite Splatoon bosses. I mean, this is pretty high up there for me. Easily the best boss in this game. Someone asked that earlier, but yeah, I would say this is my favorite. Also, there is weird lore for this. There's that rubber duck that you see at the start, and then it sits on the Octo shower. They are lovers. Like, the Octo shower and the duck, or at least the Octo shower is in love with the duck. I don't know if the duck reciprocates. It is a rubber duck. But that is real lore for some reason. Oh. But yeah, reasons I like this boss. It is one of the very few Splatoon bosses to actually have a unique arena that isn't just like a big circle with nothing in it. The way you fight it is cool, because you actually have to have like decent aim, decent charger gameplay, and its attacks are just really cool. Does that make the evil duck an OE toxic yaoi? Yes, it does. But yeah, splatling attack. I know a lot of people struggled with this boss using weapons other than charger. There are ink rails on the side of the arena that appear when you use weapons other than charger that make it not that hard. I don't know if people are not aware of those or if that just wasn't enough to help, but personally, I don't remember struggling with it that much. And I feel like part of the reason might be because people didn't know that existed. I'm so used to the Octo expansion version of this boss. I like it better with charger, to be honest, than with inkjet. Oh, there we go. Can I get a trick shot? No, I cannot. I mean, the thing with the inkjet version for me is that I feel like it's actually easier. So, like, I feel like it's weird that the Octo expansion version is easier. I would want it to be harder. So, for me, it was, you know... Again, I typically say that the Octo Canyon boss refights and the, like, ranked mode levels, I think, are the weakest parts of Octo expansion anyway. But yeah, Octo Shower for me is, like, it's fun still with the inkjet, it's just a little underwhelming, I think. Yeah, I had more trouble with that the first few times I played it, for sure. That went very smoothly. I have like a vivid memory of dodging the shower attack for the first time. Like I was on the middle tower and like saw it rushing towards me, and I had that moment of like, oh my god, and then I jumped off and I was like, I don't know. I have good memories with the boss, I guess. Oh yeah, here's our upside down radio bit returning. Run, leave now, and never look back. Are you holding the phone upside down? Ugh, I totally was. And yeah, that's how she realized it's Callie. Totally not Callie. So yeah, this is a little weird too, actually, because like, is she brainwashed? I guess she's wearing the sunglasses in the icon, it looks like. But it's interesting that she's effectively warning Marie to not come, right? Because like, would Octavio not want Marie to come? I don't know. Maybe Octavio would want Marie and Agent 4 to come so he could defeat them. I mean, he seems very ready for them when you get to the final boss. So I wonder if this is mind-controlled Callie or real Callie. And yeah, again, we had, could Callie really be working with the Octarians? Which gets you hyped for the final boss, and then the final boss is like, no, she's not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't love Return of the Mammalians bosses. I think Shiver's fight is pretty good. Shiver's good and Grizz is pretty good. Big Man, I've said before, you know, once you get past the, like, shock factor of the reference, it's like, it's pretty whatever as a fight. It's actually, it's worse than whatever, it's pretty bad. And I think Fry is kind of whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where, I guess they draw the line between hypnosis and like mind control, but yeah. Cephalon HQ, pretty cool area. Definitely the most like actual platforming we've ever gone in a hub. Again, I don't know where or why or how these like lakes of ink are produced. I'm not sure I want to know. But that's a thing, and all the rocky tentacles around here are really cool. Very cool final level aesthetically. You know, again, Alterna is really cool visually, but its areas kind of do feel like homogenized a bit by the end. Like, the final area has the cool skyscrapers, but like it still has like the same lighting, and like there's still just not much actual platforming. So I honestly do prefer this. Is it ink? I mean, if it's not ink, it's purple water, which might be harder to explain than ink. So, pick your poison, I guess. This level. Not one of my favorites. It goes on too long, I think. This is a part of Octo Canyon where it's like, you know, you kind of just want the game to be over a little bit. Like, I like the difficulty. It's always the thing I'm mixed on. I like the step up in difficulty. Does that only move away when you get close to it? Why does it do that? But yeah, it's... The levels just aren't as, you know... I think Splatoon 1's levels by the end, you're able to kind of fly through, where they don't start really getting old before it just ends anyway. And the levels here just... they aren't doing anything all that crazy, where I feel like, oh man, I'm so excited to hop into every single one of these levels, like, you know. I wish we had more lore for Cephalon HQ, I will say, like, it's clearly a big, like, base of operations. Oh my god. Cannot speak. Too much Octo Canyon is melting my brain. It seems to be a significant base of operations for the Octarians. Obviously, Octavio literally shows up there. So, you know, I'm curious what they do there. I guess. It seems like, you know, we have the UFOs flying around, so, like... Oh, you know. I don't know. I don't think Octarians are, like, trained there, but, like, whatever structure their government has probably takes place there, which is interesting. Yeah, I mean, Splatoon 1 I think already has a much better spread of its mechanics. Some of the levels by the end are just, you know, repeat mechanics. But I think what I like about Splatoon 1, I feel like this game is afraid of having levels, like, to its detriment. I think it is afraid of having levels that feel too similar to one another, where, like, if it has a mechanic returning, it just won't commit to the theme. Like, Splatoon 1 has 2 Flutter levels. Like, it has 2 of basically all of its mechanics, for the most part. It's not exactly, you know, like that, but normally Splatoon will introduce a mechanic in the first half of the game, and then kind of twist that mechanic in a different level in the second half of the game. So, for, like, I think the best example is, like, Flutters. There are 2 Flutter levels. And the first Flutter level, like, you know, it's hard to describe without playing the levels themselves or, like, looking at footage, but I just think they bring back the mechanic in a way that, like, still has a focus on the idea. It just uses it in a different way. Whereas I feel like with Splatoon 2, it's like, oh, well, we already did a level about that. So, like, you know, now we just have to throw in a bunch of other stuff to keep it interesting. Like, instead of evolving the mechanic, they just, like, put in other things. And it just, like, you know, the levels just kind of lack any identity, and you kind of feel like you're just, like, going through the motions of, like, playing Splatoon. I don't know, that's how I feel, at least. I did Experimentorium and complained the entire way through. Yes, Gooberling. Oh, wait, no, my bad. This level's actually kind of... It feels like it drags on and it's too short at the same time. I don't know. That level just isn't anything. It's it's just moving platforms. It's just too generic. I become a hater when I'm too far into Octo Canyon. I defend this campaign, but the end game is like, man, I just want it to be over. I missed the scroll. That's fine. What am I doing exactly? Alright. I'm gonna die. That's fine. Yeah, I mean... I don't know if I would want all the levels... I guess it'd be cool if, like, the skyboxes of the domes were a bit more consistent, so that it did feel like you were actually going to different areas, and not that, like, you know, it was just kind of random. But, like, mechanically, I think the way the levels are spread out is okay. I don't really mind each level just kind of being its own thing. Do we ever get a chance to get off here? Okay. I guess I forgot about these UFOs. I just feel like these ones kind of... I guess, I mean, they're just trying to make them like video game platforms, but I don't know. This is where I feel like the UFOs start to get too, like, refined, I guess, where they lose the, like, kind of... the scrap aesthetic. And just become, like, you know, normal alien UFOs. Okay, I don't care about that. Lots of, like, auto-scroller platforms here, which is a little annoying. Let me just use this. Yeah, I mean, it's at least the skyboxes look like they are Octarian domes and not just, like, you know, whatever. But you know, still the distribution of them is pretty much the same in terms of randomness. Also, something I forgot to mention earlier is that, yeah, they redesigned... I mean, obviously they redesigned the armor for the rival Octolings and gave them glasses instead of goggles. But they also, the rival, or the elite Octolings, rather, in Splatoon 1 had black tentacles, whereas here they just have darker red ones. Which, I don't know, it makes more sense, like, it's more consistent for Inkfish to have tentacles that match their ink color. But I like the look of the black tentacles a lot. I feel like that made them stand apart more. And just from, like, a gameplay perspective, I feel like it was easier to tell apart which ones were elites. So I kind of do prefer it in Splatoon 1. I mean, I just don't feel like Return of the Mammalians was meant to be a dream, like, whoa, 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 whoa. something weird just happened, right? I don't think I just hallucinated that. It was either just like a weird shot of ink or like the model like glitched out. I'm not sure. But yeah, sorry, to finish that thought. To me, Octo Expansion, the whole vibe of the campaign is kind of dreamlike and leans into that. Whereas Return of the Mammalians, again, like, you know, we just never get any context for what the test chambers even are in the first place. So, like, I don't really want them to be abstract because they literally don't have any lore to begin with. Like, I want to know what's going on. So, I didn't really love that aspect of them. Yeah, I mean, the different areas could definitely be more distinct. I think that's a fair thing. Oh, sorry. I swear I saw something weird happen here with, like, the Octoling in the middle. Yeah, oh no. What? They just, like, they turn into octopus form in, like, a single frame. You see that? They start shooting and then just instantly... I guess it's not that weird, it's just... That, like, I don't know. I feel like some animation there was faster than it should have been. That looked really jank. Oh. Oh, there's another floating super jump marker. Wow, okay, I guess that happens a lot. Was that like a multiplayer bug? I feel like, I don't know, I don't remember that being a thing. Okay, glad it's not just me that thought that was weird. Another thing, I always thought that the Moray Towers Octoling level really should have been the last one. I feel like it feels way more climactic than Muscle Forge Fitness as the final location to go to. And I just feel like the level's harder too, like, this one's just kind of like, whatever. Yeah, Orca's a whole other problem. Oh, no, that's a ticket. Hang on. I assume that's the scroll behind the spawn point? That's kind of a clever way to hide one. Oh no, that's just eggs. Never mind. I'm doing this on purpose. I just like this animation. Boosh. Boosh. Okay. Oh my god. There we go. Okay, I'm missing the scroll. I don't think, like, any of the World 5 scrolls are even remotely interesting, to be honest, from what I can recall, but I may be remembering wrong. Oh, one of them is a Little Judd scroll. I guess that kind of matters. Oh boy. Okay, why is that the scroll? I mean, I guess I missed it, so I can't say it was too obvious, but... Not very hidden, I guess. I like Muscle Forge. It was an okay map. Definitely learned to appreciate it after Splatoon 3. Do. Alright. What scroll was that? That was the Little Judd scroll. Okay, there you go. Oh, Judd, when your capsule opens in the future, you may find yourself alone. Should that be the case, I ask you to re-energize the capsule once again. Oh, dearest Judd, I only hope that you can forgive me for all I've put you through. So what's kind of interesting about this is that it seems like this is the same monologue or letter or whatever that the professor was giving in the first game scroll, right? Where he's talking to Judd. Kind of pisses me off now that we didn't get a continuation of this in any form in Splatoon 3. Like, that would have been a good way to just give us a little bit about the professor and the Judds every game. I know there's a Judd scroll in Splatoon 3, but it literally doesn't tell us anything. It's just like Little Judd hates Judd, which we already knew. So... yeah. Don't have much else to say there, I guess. Alright, that's why that happens, okay. I believe there's 2 levels per UFO color. So we are now done with the red levels. Bum, 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 bum. Hi, Marie. Anything interesting to say? Still talking about Stinky Agent 3. Okay. Don't think you quite have interesting things to say yet. Yellow platform. I did want to check out the post-game dialogue too, so hopefully it won't take too much longer. I don't know. I don't want to be like complaining the whole time either, because like, again, this part's cool. And the end of the game, you know, I like Title Rush. I like Fresh Start. I'm excited to hear those songs. Gameplay-wise, you know, it'll exist. Right. I like that these are more like puzzly. I like these kinds of segments. I actually genuinely forget how to do this. You just jump? Oh no, that just moves automatically. My bad. Okay, right. Oh my god. Save the complaining for 2 Saturdays from now. Yeah. You know how it is. But yeah, I'm a really big fan of this kind of more puzzly platforming, which is honestly what a lot of Octo expansion is, right? Like, it kind of makes sense. But I like it being this open-ended type of thing. You didn't realize Callie Marie was a pun until they brought it up? Yeah. I knew before then, but it is funny that they only acknowledged it there. Oh, I like this level. Okay, I'm excited to play the game again. This is a fun level. I like this one. Oh, there's also something funny to show at the end of this one, which you may or may not know about. Okay, dude. There I go. I say I'm the guy who likes actually having to throw the bomb and not just brute force to the shield, and then I brute force to the shield. I know you can get under there, but it's not the scroll. Because I've played this level enough and done that enough times, and then been disappointed. I think it's just a ticket. Oh yeah, this is weird. When you use the ink storm here, you like see them like the repeated damage animation on the Octo Troopers looks really weird. But yeah, I really like, I don't know, it's just very kind of Mario Galaxy type platforming. Like this reminds me of kind of like a Matter Splatter Galaxy. I feel like there was a different one I'm thinking of. Oh, Sweet Galaxy too, with all the, you know, moving platforms with the gaps in them. So I like this kind of design. This is another thing where it's like, it's really simple. Like there's not much of like a mechanical idea besides just, you know, it's just more advanced platforming. Oh my god, broken armor jump, that was scary. But I just think it's done well. That was earlier, Gooberling. I actually totally forgot to even acknowledge it. But yes. Alright, I brought it up after the fact, but I was talking while it was happening. I don't know, I think that's kind of what's a little awkward about Octo Canyon's story is like they want to have these like sentimental moments with Marie, but they always just kind of sprinkle it in between like her either just giving you a straight up gameplay tutorial or being like snarky and sarcastic. So like it doesn't quite hit for me, I feel like. I like the Squid Sisters relationship, and I like when they take it seriously, and try to do interesting things with it, but, you know, they kind of don't for most of the actual game. Stick to that wall like stink on Octo Inc. For some reason, that is a line that is like... I remember that one. Because it's just weird. Does Octo Ink smell bad? Does all ink smell bad? Oh my god, I was reading chat and almost fell in there. Asymmetrical gameplay would be cool, yeah. I wouldn't want like that to be the whole thing, because I feel like lots of other shooters have like a defending and attacking team, and I kind of like that Splatoon isn't like that. But having like one of the modes be like that would be interesting. And definitely, for the map design, it would be cool to see asymmetrical maps. Oh yeah, there's an interesting thing here. So, the scroll on this level. First of all, I like this weird gimmick too with the platforming. This having to move this platform and alternate between like jumping and managing the ink switches, really interesting. But yeah, the scroll is a weird one. You hit this switch, you take this launch pad. Yeah, sorry, no, this is what I'm thinking of. Oh yeah, this is a Octo Stamp DX use. But yeah, so we have this giant pillar of crates, right? And some of you might know about this, some of you might not. So the launch pad, you'll notice, launches us onto the top crate, which means the landing point is set to be, you know, right here. It's not on this island that the crates are on, it's on the top of the crates. So we destroy all the crates and get the scroll, we jump back. And the game thinks, okay, the player's just gonna grab the Zapfish. We put them right in front of it. But if you decide for whatever reason, do you have to re-ink the switch? Oh wait, no. How do you do this? I thought you could go back there. Hang on, no, you definitely can. I'm blanking on how this works. I thought the launch pad respawned. Wait, now I'm thinking how this works. Shoot. I'm confused now. I thought you could get back there. Because what I'm trying to say is, if you took the launch pad again, it would bring you to the top of the crates. Don't grab the scroll? Okay, if I kill myself, well, it should set me back, right? How can you get in the launch pad without grabbing the scroll? I did this before on my own, and then I saw a video after the fact, but I wouldn't have imagined that I would try not grabbing the scroll. We're gonna try this. I feel bad for messing this up because I was hyping it up, but I really thought you could have gone back. Okay. So how do you... Shoot, I spawned it. I probably already messed this up. I probably was supposed to... Oh, no, I did it. There we go. Yeah. Okay, nice. So if you... Yes, I guess grabbing the scroll is what actually triggers the launch pad to despawn. So then you can go back. And because the launch pad is set to send you to where the stack of crates is, it just kills you. There we go. That's all I wanted to show. Okay, now we have to get the scroll for real and finally beat the level. There we go. I think some guy made a... I think it was, computer bot, I want to say. Splatoon modder guy. I don't know if they're a guy. Splatoon modder person made a video like the launch pad that kills you or something, and yeah, but I had actually discovered this on my own, like, probably years ago at this point. What do you mean design-wise? Like visuals, or like, I mean, the answer to both is Deep Sea Metro, I guess. For me, Octo expansion and everything in it is still like peak Splatoon. Oh my god. Yeah, I said I was gonna speedrun, spends 9 minutes on a level, okay. Give me 1 second. World record pace? Not quite. Oh yeah. My dearest Callie and Marie, on a research trip to the Cape with Agent 3. May be late but left dinner in the fridge. So... before we got the Splatoon world map... well, no, because it wouldn't have even made sense then. I don't know, I always assumed this had something to do with Octo expansion. But... the... you know... we learned that they were around Octo Valley. I don't know where the Cape is what I'm trying to say. We know they were around Octo Valley, and then they went to the Deep Sea Metro, which is in the middle of Inkopolis Bay. So I don't know what the Cape is, or if this has to do with anything, or if this is just meant to explain why they're not present right now. But... yeah. It's interesting. Because it doesn't make sense. Is why it's interesting, I guess. Unless the Cape is just like... I don't know. I guess it's just somewhere around Octo Valley, probably? I don't know if it will ever matter, but I am intrigued. Is it just called the Cape on the map, though? I didn't remember it being labeled on the map. Do I have... no, I don't. I was gonna see if I had the map already pulled up, but I don't. This was always kind of a little bit of interesting design, I think, with the rotating. Like, again, this feels like an Octo expansion type of platforming thing, where you're like trying to, you know, figure out where you can land once the thing rotates. This is a lot like those levels where you're like on the big spinning thing, and have to like break all the crates. Okay, I didn't know it was on the map. That's my bad. I actually totally was not aware of that. There you go. Well, that's why it was always like, it would make more sense for them to be at the Cape than at Octo Valley, but Cuttlefish says they were at Octo Valley in Octo Expansion, even though he says they were in the Cape here. So, a little confusing either way. Yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, we would get like a full map of like where every map is, but like every multiplayer stage is on the world map. But I'm really happy we just got that world map at all, to be honest. And you can, you know, you can kind of assume. I don't know. I feel like there's a very obvious spot where like Bluefin Depot would be. Based on its like art in the art book and the background of the stage. I mean, they could have gone to the Cape and Octo Valley, but the issue is how they got from the valley to the deep sea by being, like, you know, they were supposedly, like, captured and, like, fell down into the deep sea metro. And that doesn't make a lot of sense based on where they were, unless they got, like... I always like to imagine that they fell into, like, Octo Valley, like the you know, giant chasm you see underneath the hub world, but then they would have had to been taken, like, really far, like, underground to get to where they are in the Deep Sea Metro. And again, you have, like, you know, the ceiling above Agent 8 where it looks like they fell directly down. So, it just doesn't quite all add up. I mean, we know where Crab Leg is relative to Hagglefish Market, if nothing else. But Hagglefish is on the ocean, right? So we have a pretty decent idea, I guess. It would be on Inkopolis Bay. Well, there's also an Anarchy Bay, isn't there? I would need to look at the map to be sure. I don't really know off the top of my head. Oh my goodness. So this is a case where they do take a mechanic from an earlier level and pretty much commit to it the whole time. I just think it's kind of an unremarkable level. Oh, there's another Cali line. Oh, hello. Is this? That is good. Again, this song in the final world feels a little underwhelming. You know, if they had saved the giant... I almost feel like they could have saved the giant bowling balls for this level. Because they don't really do a lot with them in the first one. And the first one already has, like, the moving platform, like the shifting platform gimmick going along with it. I almost feel like they could have, like, taken the giant ball section from that and added it here to make the level a bit more substantial. Okay, almost screwed myself over there. Yeah, so the whole, like, underwaterness of the Deep Sea Metro is kind of confusing, because obviously Inklings are supposed to not be able to survive underwater, and, like, the physics and, you know, the way the atmosphere looks mostly suggests that you are not underwater. But there are parts of the game where it looks like you are underwater. Okay, rip that guy. Oh, we got the broken armor finish. Wow. So, I think it's just supposed to look cool, honestly. Like, I mean, it is underwater, as in it's in the ocean, but I do think, like, the levels are supposed to not literally be underwater, canonically. Oh, there's the other little Judd one. Calamari Research Labs video log. This coffin-like device is a historic relic of the old world and is kept under strict lock and key. I unplugged it by accident while cleaning the other day, but it seems to still be running somehow. So, this is the explanation for why Judd exists, right? Because it's like, the professor tells him to re-energize the capsule. Where did the Judd scroll go? Oh, it was after, probably. Yeah, there we go, so, my bad. Yeah, re-energize the capsule to make little Judd, basically. And this person unplugged and replugged the machine, I guess? Or they unplugged it and... It started using, like, you know, like a different method of power, because they say it's still running. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the capsule, the Judd capsule is what they're talking about here, so... Well, he's little because he's literally a clone of Judd's cells, and he's just a younger version of Judd. What do I think is the scariest thing? I don't know. I mean, the Splatoon 1 boss screams are like, if you just listen to those, like, outside the context of the game, or even within the context of the game, but if you hear them at full volume, like, I mean, those are genuinely very disturbing. But if you mean like more of like a psychological concept, I feel like sanitization is definitely the closest the series has ever gotten into like real horror. And I mean, you know, Commander Tartar literally blending people alive with metal blades. Like, there's no cartoon violence to that. That's just actual, like, horrific bloody murder. So, you know, if you start thinking too deep about that stuff, for sure. I mean, sanitization, I think, is the most compelling. Oh, it's the best level in the game. Right. Forgot this was here. This level is goated. You probably all know it. But yes, level 23. We do all love level 23. The Octo Galaxy. Bum. Hoping I don't miss the scroll here, because I normally go through this level very fast. Oh, I screwed up the thing. I can't believe I screwed up the thing. That's fine. We go. We ball. Oh. We're gonna use this what do you mean the UFO sound pod? Is that a thing? I don't know what that means. Oh, I think I remember where the scroll is actually. Oh no, I screwed this up. I can still save it probably. Okay, we're good. Nice. It's the burping sound bit. Oh, you just mean, yeah. She uses the... I mean, I know it uses the onward leitmotif. I didn't know if that's what they were referring to or something else. Oh. Rip, okay. Jump. Octo slob. Squid jump. Wow, Splatoon 1 reference. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I'm good. Good. Boosh. Nice. Who cooks more with music? I mean, I like Turquoise October way more than Omega 3, personally. I like the OG better than Spicy, but I do like Spicy. I like Spicy better than 3 Mix. My rankings are literally just Splatoon 1, Splatoon 2, Splatoon 3 in terms of Calamari Incantation. Oh yeah, there's the explicit mention of Callie decorating the Octarian world. I mean, we've talked about that quite a bit. I think we get the point. He ossified them, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, Spicy's cool for what it is. It's just, I think if the boss fight was more... Well, no. I mean, even then, I think the raw energy of the original can't be beaten for me. But, oh, come on. But, you know, I think it serves its purpose for being the final, you know, phase of Splatoon 2's Octavio. I like vaguely know what these the layout is of these invisible platforms. Oh, I hate this level. I just remembered what this is. We saved the worst one in World 5 for last. Okay, we can push through it. We can power through. We're almost done. I mean, it's still like the main theme of the series. I don't have a problem like philosophically with deep cut singing it. I just think I like their singing less. I like their vocals a lot less for that particular song. Oh my god. I mean, again, I think Return of the Mammalians sucks complete ass at trying to actually be the conclusion to the quote-unquote Splatoon trilogy, but knowing that's what they were going for, you gotta end it with Calamari Incantation. Like, I think it makes sense that it was there. It's just my least favorite rendition of it. My least favorite song is probably Buoyant Boogie, to be honest, but fair enough. It's just like I said earlier, I just don't think it fits the atmosphere as well. And would you look at that, it's playing in this level that I don't like. We're just going in order, Tony, so next week will be Octo expansion. Then after that, unfortunately, will be Return of the Mammalians. I do want to give them a fair shot. I mean, again, I've already played all of them multiple times, but in terms of whatever this series is, overanalyzing everything, you know. Yeah, 3Mix is just too busy for me. It's just, you lose the main melodic idea because they're just trying to cram, like, every single sound into it at the same time. I was trying to switch weapons there. I was trying to switch to a charger. Thought I was in the hub world. Okay. Order? Yeah. Speaking of, actually, I probably won't do side order for this. Again, whatever this, like, replay series is. My initial playthrough of side order, I kind of already went and, like, overanalyzed all of the lore and looked in all the backgrounds and stuff, so, like, I don't really know how much more I have to add. You know, also the fact that it's, you know, it's side order, so it's not really out of my mind. It's still a mode I still go and play sometimes. I've played all the levels a million times because that is how the game is designed. So, yeah, I don't think it would quite fit in. Not to mention I'm working on a big side order video, so, you know, that will be the overanalysis. Can you please... Oh my god. This guy's so annoying. Okay, Jesus Christ, dude. I hate this level so much. Y'all dunk on Return of the Mammalians too much? I mean, man, you can see. I'll give you the play-by-play opinions. I really think it's just moment-to-moment disappointment for me. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. This is like actually, I think this level might be worse than Experimentorium. Partly because it's at the end of the game and it's just really boring for how late in the game it is. Partly because of the final section that we haven't even gotten to yet. At least you get to kill a Tentacook. But yeah, I mean, it's like all of my least favorite things. It's like, okay, so the level is designed around a single weapon, which because of the way Octo Canyon is designed means that it kind of just sucks. Because it's just super limited in what you can actually do. There's really not that much interesting stuff you can do with Octobrush unless you're doing a timer challenge like Octo Expansion, which means that you're just like running over crates. Which is like, okay, sure, bro. Then it's just like Tentacooks, which is like, I don't know why. And then it's my least favorite mechanic in the game. It's the giant squeegees on this like jank, weird, invisible platform section. And it's like, it's just everything I don't like. Yeah, no, Return of the Mammalian soundtrack is good. For me, it's definitely not the best, personally, but it is really, really good. Especially the Hub World tracks. I missed the scroll, but I don't care. I'm not... Okay, that went by much faster than actually I feared it would. Whew. Yeah, I mean, oh, this is cool at least. I do like that it's just big UFO. Splatoon 1 had a tiny one. I mean, Splatoon 1's is kind of cooler in my opinion because it's you get to see the whole hub world, but you know, whatever. An Octo plush hater? That's kind of a hot take. I don't know. Like again, it's my problem with Return of the Mammalians levels in general, where I mean, there's no theming of any kind. Like, the level design themes are, like, all over the place, or just extremely underwhelming. The visual theming, there's just no lore for what the tests actually are, and, like, they don't really fit in with Alterna or make any sense, so while they look cool sometimes, it's only sometimes, I'm just, like, I don't really like them, because I don't really get what's going on. And musically, I think the music is really good in isolation, like some of the best Splatoon music, but it's just so inconsistent. Like it's just, it doesn't, is it meant to sound like Octarian music? Is it meant to sound like human music? Is it meant to sound intimidating or scary? Or is it meant to sound fun? Like it's just, it's everything and nothing. It's, I don't know. For me, like Octo expansion really committing to like a vibe with its music. And you still have like obviously very different, you know, emotions, like listening to like Awake versus listening to Thirsty versus listening to Above. It's a very different vibe in each of them, but they all just feel so much more cohesive and like, you know, fitting into this like synthwave aesthetic, while also feeling like Octarian, you know, in its own way. Yeah, I will save Octo expansion Glazy for next stream, but yeah. I will say, when I first got to this boss fight and I saw Bomb Rush Flush Tide goes out, I pogged a little bit. Like, I'm like, oh, the thing. But yeah. The new EPD team is very averse to having good ideas more than once in a row. I don't know off the top of my head, like, which games they do. Again, I think it sucks that they force you to use the hero shot, but yeah. I do really like that you get the chanting. Are these, are they 3D? I always assumed they were 3D, but they're probably just, billboards, aren't they? Oh, these guys are 3D. These seats aren't even filled. It's funny how they're trying to make them almost look like creepy there, I feel like. I guess that makes sense, it's supposed to be like intimidating boss entrance, but yeah. It's also funny that he's like just hiding his entire mech in the ink, by the way. Also, yeah, I want to, one thing. In Splatoon 1, they make such a big deal about like showing you the Great Zapfish. It's like, you know, supposed to like lure you in and be a trap, and there's this big dramatic, you know, I mean, it's, you know, it's whatever, but there's a giant like tractor beam where it shows you pulling the Great Zapfish into the Octobot King, and then in this cutscene they just show it for like half a second. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, that's there, like after they show Callie. I always thought it was like weird. Like if this was your first Splatoon game, I feel like you barely even like see that the Great Zapfish was there. Do like the Callie outfit though, has to be said. There aren't enough of them left? I mean, maybe. I told you to leave. Callie, why? Now you leave me no choice. Prepare to be rocked. Also, yeah, her tattoo, which was confirmed to just be a wash-off tattoo. It's not permanent. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, like, you see it, but like, if you didn't know what the Great Zapfish looked like, you'd just be like, what the hell was that? The music is cool too. I remixed Callie's brain. Yeah, there it is. The one thing I'll always defend about this fight is the musical storytelling is really cool. Like, obviously, I mean, like, evil version of character theme is not, like, you know, the most creative thing in the world. But it's really cool that the characters, like, sing their own leitmotifs, right? And that it's, like, a musical event. Also, this arena, for some reason, looks like Inkopolis Plaza. It's kind of covered with ink, but when a new phase comes up, I can show, if you haven't seen. Also, I'm trying to look for them. Yeah, there. You have, oh, I forgot. I didn't know the laser shot out of the eyes. For some reason, the deity statues are here, too. You can actually see the Tanuki from Inkopolis Plaza there. And yeah, there's the Kitsune. I didn't know they had the lasers came out of them, though. That's really funny. I actually never noticed that. Yeah, and then, yeah, so Title Rush, yeah, like, musically, I think it's really cool having characters sing their own leitmotifs and then having a song that combines both of them be like this battle, you know. I don't know. It's still cool. I think there's a lot to appreciate, even though the gameplay of this fight kind of sucks and the story context is kind of disappointing. Yeah, if the arena was better, it would have helped a lot. Blushing Tide is also, yeah. Oh, hello. Also, funny thing about this, so in Splatoon 3, when you shoot Octavio, he will just always automatically fly straight to the mech. Like, no matter what direction you're shooting him from, he will always just fly at the mech. But in this game, he flies the direction you're shooting him and then course corrects to the mech. Which means you could just shoot him this way, and he just curves in midair and flies into the mech. Which I always found very interesting. Coming with that hotness. Oh yeah, so there, you can, yeah, the plaza. That's weird, actually, seeing it, like, it looks different than how Splatoon 3, brought it into the next game. But yeah, I have no idea why it's designed to look like the plaza. Like, I guess supposedly it's Callie, you know, Callie's influence doing that, but I don't know, it's kind of weird. Illegal U-turn. Oh my god, I was looking at chat. There we go. Also, okay, I mean, I'm sure, you know, we all know. I don't need to talk about why this fight is kind of lame. But besides him just having less attacks than Splatoon 1 Octavio, they made it so you can still shoot the fist back after they've already hit the ground. Like, in Splatoon 1, if the fist hit the ground, that was it. You failed your attempt to counter the attack. But in this game, like, and in Splatoon 3, after they hit the ground, you can still just shoot them. Which I feel like doesn't make sense. Like, the whole point is that you're, like, deflecting the momentum. So if it's already hit the ground, like, it's just weird, and it is way easier than it needs to be. I don't really understand why they nerfed him so bad. Picture 4 juggling her phone and her weapon, yeah. Oh god. It's like when people, stream in VR and they have, like, the chat on their wrist. That's just Agent 4 right now. There we go. Let's do it again just because it's weird. It is very amusing to me. Oh yeah. And back when this was like the best cutscene we ever had in Splatoon, it still goes hard. I still enjoy it quite a bit. But we have come a ways from this. No, the Hypno Shades. Also, what the hell is low tide ink? I don't think we ever got more elaboration. I'm not even sure if that's a thing in Japanese. I think it is, actually. I feel like I asked about it before. But yeah, good music. And then they're like, guys, look, he totally has new attacks. He moves to the left. We're totally evolving the gameplay of the fight. He moves up. Oh no, what will I do? Oh, yeah, I actually missed. There we go. But I didn't miss because they let you shoot them out of the ground for some reason. You thought Marie would join the fight? Oh, yeah. I know she says at some point in this phase, she's just like, you know, keep going, Agent 4, I'll be singing from here. And it's like, I know she's singing to, you know, bring Callie back, but it's like, don't we have more important things to do with right now? You would eat those things he shot out? I mean, they're literally takoyaki. so they are food. I don't know how that works in canon, by the way. Like, it's kind of weird that he is just shooting cooked octopus at you. They also do nothing. Like, I don't know what that attack is supposed to do. It just makes a pillar of a thing that hurts you, but like, it's so extremely easy to just not get hit by it. Yeah, this song still does make me emotional, though. I really do love it. Also, these have Callie's eyes on them. The bombs. Oh, I actually didn't get that one fist? That's kind of weird. It's gonna be like one tap. Oop. Oh, that was the final hit, too. And... Ooh, watch out, whole Octo shower charge, so scary. Allie, remember. I did like this moment too. Like, I like the Squid sisters. Like, I think this is cute. That's the thing always with Octo Canyon, is people are like, you know, it's not very ambitious. It doesn't try to be all that interesting. The Squid sisters story set it up to be something more than what it ended up being. But it's okay. You know, it's cute, it's fun. It's just a Splatoon campaign. It's a decent Splatoon campaign, and there's nothing wrong with its story, really. Slightly nerfed peak. Getting the Rainmaker was also really cool. I do really like that you get the Rainmaker. Boom. I always try and like I always do weird things at this part. I always try and like make it harder by like shooting it then like jumping back. We sure are splatting our tunes. Boom. I just always try and style on him at this part of the fight to make it more interesting. Wow. Moosh. Did it actually land? No. Okay, I was gonna say I thought that missed, but I was not sure. I mean, Sheldon does tell you how to shoot it. Not quite as long a yap as usual, but doesn't let you completely off the hook. He also says splat you Squid sisters, which implies that splat is the equivalent of fuck, I guess. But that seems to complicate some other terminology used by the game, so I'm not sure. I never really... There's like water down below. I guess we're still in Cephalon HQ, so that makes sense. Cosmic Cranky 90s. Oh, okay. Maybe don't do that. There we go. Oh, God. Yeah, it's probably not actually that. Oh, also, I like that they get glow sticks in this phase. Boosh. That's funny. I do like that ending. Go. Not again. Ross fade to black. Yeah, you don't have to jump. I don't know why they bothered telling you to jump, but... You can actually hear the Zapfish sound effect there, by the way. I think they just, like, spawned the player on top of the Zapfish to end the level. I mean, I like him being in Splatoon 3. I wish he was more in Splatoon 3. Oh, right, I like forgot that happened. I actually was just mashing through the news. No, do it 8 more times, yep. So I want to end stream soon. I don't really care about, I mean, no one cares about this dialogue. I would like to look at a little bit of, oh my god. A little bit of the post-game dialogue. So much of it is just like stats, though. Maybe I shouldn't do that, I don't know. Yeah, and it doesn't happen during night. I do like this credit sequence, though. Okay, I might just end it after this, because, you know, I'm thinking... It might take multiple streams. I can beat Octo Expansion if I'm going through the fastest route in, you know, like 2 hours or less. I kind of want to replay every single level if we're doing this. So I might do 2 Octo Expansion streams. Also just because that would be a bit easier on me. And, you know, might as well spread out the Octo Expansion while we can. So what I might do is start the Octo Expansion stream by talking to Callie and Marie a bit in post-game. Because I would really like to end this stream pretty soon. Yeah, I mean, this is a... Okay, almost 6-hour stream. That is pretty long for me. I did not think this would take that long. Oh, there's that artist. I really like a lot of their stuff in the art book. This art is still great, too. I should have been paying attention to it. I think for me, it doesn't hit like the Splatoon 1 art, but there's still lots of really good stuff in here. I love Fresh Start. I really, really love this credits theme. I mean, you guys, for any of you who were there during the music stream, I guess you know my thoughts, but I put this up with, if not above, Maritime Memory, to be honest. Oh, there's the trees from the tutorial, maybe, kind of. And there's the cars. Some guy really did like cars. Oh my god, look how many there are. I wouldn't say definitely. I mean, I love Maritime Memory. It's a, you know, I don't say that lightly. Mr. Nate Tim O'Leary. But yeah, I mean, you know, obviously I have much more mixed feelings on this game. I'll defend it from people calling it the worst one, because obviously I don't think that, but it does have a lot of problems, does have a lot of kind of just mediocre level design. I don't totally love the aesthetic changes with Callie and everything, but you know, I still love this campaign. Like, when Splatoon 2 came out, I did not come out of this being like, man, that was worse than Splatoon 1. Like, the final boss, yes. The final boss for sure. But you know, it will still for sure always hold a special place in my heart for being like the start of Splatoon 2. I wonder how much of this rant I went on when I beat this the other time on stream. That's the thing with these games, that I feel like I'm going a little bit insane, because I do just replay and reminisce on them like a lot. That's just kind of how I end with games, though. I mean, I replay 3D Mario so much, and they still just hold a special place in my heart. So, you know, it's hard for me to let games go. Which is why I'm playing a 2017 game in 2025. But there we go. The dab. I'm still really sad he didn't put the 3 pose in Splatoon 3. In the credits. Well, in the game at all, I guess, but yeah. I really, really love this art, too. Squid Sisters art by... I assume this is Seita Inoi art. I think that's his style. It always goes so hard. Or I don't go as hard as the... It's very cute. It hits different when it's drawn by him, and I enjoy it very much. So... yeah. I guess we'll, you know what, we'll see the little post-game cutscene, and we'll end it there. I think we have to watch the news again. So we'll get through that. I don't know why Tim O'Leary is the one. I guess it's just as a kid, I didn't know anyone with a last name that had like the O apostrophe thing, so it stood out to me. I don't know. This really was Splatoon 2. You're back? Oh, well, yeah, we literally just finished, pretty much. Did I have that many viewers, really? That's surprising. That's way above the normal. We did get lots of new chatters in today. What do you think of sea anemones? Don't know if I have particularly strong thoughts. I like Annie, the character. And is Harmony also an anemone? Yeah, right? Yeah. She's cool. Well, if there are new people here, we do have a Discord if you would like to join and continue talking about Splatoon things in great detail. Link is in the description. You know, I'm going through this cutscene for completion, but nothing too interesting is said here, if I recall, so we will be ending it soon. Thank you all very much for watching. Especially for people, I mean, 6 hours is a long time. If you've been here for most of it or all of it, shout out to you. Agent 4, I've been waiting for you. Thanks to you, Zepfish, Kelly are safe, pieces returned. Don't expect us to... Yeah. The path of the hero is a lonely one. Wait, they don't say that? Well, whatever. That Octo Canyon story ending in a nutshell. Well, whatever. Also, yeah, the, I like, this is the only, like, interesting cinematic shot of Agent 4 ever. Shout out to this one camera angle. Yeah, I never actually pay attention to what's playing on the screen. Is that just like a screenshot of a level glitching out? Just like ink splatters. Okay. And yeah, of course, the ever-changing size of DJ Octavio. Is this couch supposed to be like a not... Is this like a like properly put together version of the one from the UFO? Because it did have a blue cushion. I would need to compare them. This might just be a totally different couch, but I feel like it's supposed to be like a properly put together version of the ones that are in the UFOs. Why is this? This is more like lore and development than Agent 4, the freaking couch between the games. Okay, yeah, it looks like I basically went over everything I wanted to, so next week will be Octo expansion, and probably the week after that. You know, I'll go back to multiplayer at some point, but this seems to be the thing we're doing, and people seem to be enjoying it, so I'm enjoying it. You know, I guess I am a single-player lore guy, so it kind of makes sense that it would align with the, you know, target audience of my videos. So, glad you guys have been enjoying this. But we will be ending it here. I'll do it around the same time of day. Yeah, I normally stream around 1 PM EST. Started it a little early today, but yeah, we'll see. Single player guy, yeah, that's me. Yeah, I will see you all then. So thank you very much for watching. This has been Cosmic. Farewell. Yes, on Saturday.